It is day 3 of the Rogue Invitational, and stars of strength and fitness are gunning for the top of the leaderboard, but things will not be cooling off anytime soon. Who can climb to the top of the standings and who can pull themselves back into contention? We'll get you ready for Saturday next on the Rogue Iron Game. Has done it. He is your Rogue Invitational champion. It is Saturday at the 2023 Rogue Invitational, as so far the weather has been kind to us here at Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas, as we continue the CrossFit and Strongman competitions. This is the schedule as it stands now, as there were some things that changed due to the rain that we experienced on Thursday. We will kick things off with the Rogue Coaster for the Strongmen. Then the CrossFit athletes take over. We have a max rep log lift now for the Strongmen, as the log medley has changed. And then the Strongmen will have the duel to close out their competition. The CrossFit athletes will close things out at 5:45 Central Time with the max deadlift. Now again, this is all subject to change, because once again, weather is expected to be a factor. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with China Cho and Pat Sherwood. We are now into day 3 of the competition. And Pat, so far on the CrossFit side, things have delivered as promised.
Oh, it's been fantastic. I mean, exactly the battles that we wanted to see play out is precisely what's happening. We wanted to see Adler and Krennikov go back and forth. That's happening right before our eyes. On the women's side, Tia and Laura, yes, what more could you ask for, is happening. Now, the weather's been a factor, like you said. Rogue's doing a fantastic job shifting that around. But if you're a fan of those tight battles, or if one of your favorite athletes is a little bit behind, don't fall in love with the leaderboard. We've got all day today, all day tomorrow. Things are going to change.
What are you most excited to see here on Saturday?
Well, I'm the most excited to see the duel, and we're going to get it in double time because the CrossFit competitors get to do it and the strongmen get to do it. It's fast, it's furious, it's exciting, and that's what everyone is here to see, and I love that event.
We'll mention the weather and how it has been throwing a wrench into things throughout these last couple of days, and here's what the weather forecast is for today. We have thunderstorms expected. It's pretty humid, and slightly less than a 40% chance of rain, so we will keep an eye on that. Again, contingency plans are in place if things need to get moved. That will be communicated with plenty of time for the athletes to adjust, because the goal is to keep this competition fair and safe. Start with the women's CrossFit competition. This is where we stand after 3 events. Laura Horvath has a lead, but not by much. Only 5 points over Tia Toomey. Gabby McGowan has been impressive. She sits in 3rd. Emma Lawson is just 10 points back of her. And then Emma Carey sits in 5th with 195 points. Laura Horvath has been extremely impressive as she sits atop the overall standings. 1 win, and she's never finished lower than 4th so far.
Exactly. 3 top 5 finishes, and honestly, last night's workout had her name written all over it. Grip strength combined with pure strength equals Laura Horvath to me, and she's gaining so much momentum coming in today, and Laura thrives off momentum.
And she's addressing the question that maybe was on everyone's mind, but you didn't want to bring it up, to be polite, which was, okay, you've got some wins at the biggest competitions in the world, but Tia wasn't there. What's going to happen when she's here? She's like, okay, well, we're a couple days in, and I'm winning. That's what's happening. So far, she's delivering.
Well, she's winning, but she's not winning by much, and Toomey's only 5 points back, and seeing her in the rearview mirror can never be a comforting sight.
No, 5 little points, just a shark circling back there. And Tia's amazing. I mean, come on, she's won the CrossFit Games 6 times. She's won the Rogue Invitational 3 times, and it's so easy after being the most decorated female in the sport to think that she's unbeatable. And I had Annie Thorsdottir on the show yesterday, and I kind of started to walk down that road of, the Tia road, and Annie just basically stomped me into the ground, and she was like, don't you do that. Everyone on that competition floor is beatable. They're human on any given day. So I was like, very fair point. So this is the battle we want to see, but don't think Tia has it locked up. There's a lot of women gunning for that top spot, and they all have a shot.
We were looking forward to seeing that matchup between Laura and Tia. And then yesterday on the show, you also mentioned Emma Lawson, and so far she's been pretty impressive.
Absolutely. She had a 4th place finish yesterday, a 9th place finish. Nothing was super flashy about it, but it was very, very consistent. She made very easy work of those log muscle ups and the back squats. I think she was the only girl to perform multiple log muscle ups in a row. And today is moving day. There are 300 points up for grabs. And one thing that we know about Emma Lawson is she knows how to be in front. She's worn the leader jersey. She leads workouts. She wins workouts. And I can see her leading the next workout.
We thought it would be Laura and Tia for the battle for the top spot on the women's leaderboard. And what we expected to see on top of the men's leaderboard is taking place as well. Roman Krennikov is your leader after closing out day number 2 with an event win in the circus. He has a 20-point cushion on Jeffrey Adler. Pat Vellner, he's doing what Pat Vellner does. He is tied with Adler in points, but Adler has a tiebreak courtesy of his event win in Texas Heavy. Chandler Smith is only 10 points out of a spot on the podium, and Brent Fikowski is only 15 points back, so it is still very tight on top of the overall leaderboard, but it's Roman and Adler. That's what we thought we would see, and Roman Krennikov finished off strong last night with that event win.
Yes, and when we talk about winning, yes, winning is winning, but he won in dominant fashion. He walked from the monkey bars last night to the finish line, still had 20 seconds up on his next competitor. I mean, if he was looking to make a statement, he's making it.
Yes, and he's looking to do what he needs to do. Krennikov has never beaten Adler in an in-person competition, and so if he can hold on to this lead, he is going to absolutely change some history in his favor. But Adler's not going to just go quietly into the night, and I think today lays out really well for him. On event number 4, the 10th inning, if I had to give it to one of the two, I'm going to go ahead and give it to Adler. I think he's going to get some points there. We don't know event number 5. And then for the deadlift, I mean, I think it shapes up to be such a great battle. Their deadlift, Adler and Krennikov, it's within 6 pounds of each other, so this is going to be fantastic.
It's anyone's game.
It's Krennikov and Adler, but there's a little bit of Pat Vellner sprinkled in there as well. He's doing exactly what he does. Finished 13th in the opening event, and now he sits in third place, tied with Adler in points.
Exactly. He's tied with his friend and fellow Canadian in Jeffrey Adler. And just like we said, Pat likes to bring that early leaderboard drama. But we are 2 days into this competition, halfway through, and we've only distributed 1/3 of the points. Today is going to be great for him. He has a very strong gymnastics background. He'll make easy work of those muscle-ups and handstand push-ups. He's also a strong deadlifter, so that's going to keep him in the mix. Moving day is Pat's day.
Chandler Smith, meanwhile, is looking to duplicate the podium performance that he had last year when he finished second place at the Rogue Invitational, and so far, he is very much alive in order to do that.
Let me make some bold picks that might later on prove to be wrong. Everybody can see tomorrow how this shakes out. I'm going to say that when today ends, Chandler Smith is not in fourth. He's somewhere in the top 3. He's going to bump one of those people that we just said. I think today's fantastic form. Event number 4, as I said, I think he's going to crush that. I don't know what event 5 is, so it's fair playing field there. But then we come up to the deadlift, final event of the day. He has one of the highest, if not the highest listed deadlift at 635 pounds. So I think Chandler puts points on the boards today and leaves in the top 3.
The CrossFit athletes will be the second athletes out on the field. The Strongman athletes are going to start things off here. But remember, if you want the premium viewing experience, you can go check out the Rogue Iron Game premium stream. It's $25 for the rest of the weekend. It's hosted by Pat Sherwood. China Cho will be there. You guys are going to have some great guests. If you missed yesterday, you missed some great stuff. I mean,
we had a blast.
Jason Khalifa and Josh Bridges up here was absolutely, that was a lot of fun.
Yes, it was unique.
You have some cool behind-the-scenes stuff that you're going to get. You have some customizable camera options that you can choose. So check out the Rogue Iron Game Premium show. Guys, thanks so much. Looking forward to checking that out if I have a chance later on today. Let's turn our attention now to Strongmen as Mitchell Hooper, who debuted at the World's Strongest Man competition in 2022 and finished 8th. Now, since then, this guy has been on an absolute tear. He has yet to finish lower than 3rd, and right now, he's your leader at the Rogue Invitational.
Got to just go to the wall and give everything on this event. There's no point holding back.
Mitch Hooper with his first attempt, and that is no problem. Hooper smashes that event. One more pull should do it.
That's a fantastic time.
Mitch Hooper could be the new leader here, and he will do it.
Hooper finishing strong.
Mitchell Hooper getting set for his second day of competition and having an extremely consistent and solid day number 1. And he is your overall leader heading into the final day of competition. Joined at the desk now by Dr. Bill Crawford and Jerry Pritchett as we turn our attention to the Strongman competition. Now, the schedule has shifted a little bit, and we'll get to that later on throughout the day as this competition plays out. But after those first 2 events, Jerry, what are your biggest takeaways from day number 1?
Well, deadlift went about like we thought. There was a few changes that we, maybe didn't predict. But the big unknown was that sled pull, and that shook things up a ton. Our leaders from deadlift ended up at the back of the pack on the sled, so that really shook up points, put Hooper at the top in a big lead, and made the middle of the pack. I mean, we're separated by a half-point between a bunch of guys. So that was the big unknown, and it really shook things up.
What excites you the most now about what we're going to see on day number 2?
Well, I love the events. I mean, we got log press. We have some of the best log pressers in the world. Until last week, Luke Stoltman was the world record holder, and all the other great log pressers. It's a core event, Strongman. The roller coaster is big, it's beautiful, and most of these guys, at least half of them, probably don't think have actually seen this event. So this is going to be an untested event for them. Then we finish out with the sandbags. And I love the fact that we're going to do something that, remember a couple years ago, we did the Santa Monica show for
Right,
the Arnold.
yeah. Mhm.
And the sandbags actually decided the
That's
whole
right.
competition. Really brutal. You get those big, heavy sandbags, they don't want to cooperate. It's not a stone, Jerry. You don't stick your fingers into the sandbag. It just wants to pull away from you. So I'm excited about all the events today.
Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard after those two events. And we did have a bit of a score adjustment here as both Maxime Boudreau and Mateusz Kieliszkowski had points subtracted from their totals because they should have received a 0 in event 1 for getting no reps. So their totals have dropped. Mitchell Hooper is your leader by 5 points over Evan Singleton. And unfortunately, Trey Mitchell has had to withdraw from the competition. He got injured yesterday on the Iron Bull. He had a full Achilles tear there. So we certainly wish him the best. Gutted to see Trey have to withdraw from the competition, but today is going to be a real fun day to watch as Mitchell Hooper looks to win the Rogue Invitational. He's got a 5-point cushion, but and I asked you this yesterday, but it was duplicated again on day number 1, Jerry, but this guy is just so consistent. I mean, how do you find a way to make up points on him when he just doesn't finish lower than 3rd ever in events?
It's going to be really hard now, especially with them losing an event, which you can't help with the weather. It's going to be hard because some of those guys are going to need that extra event to catch him. So he's in the driver's seat. It's his to win or lose, and we haven't seen him really fumble. So the chances of that, we go off history, doesn't look like it's going to happen. But these other guys got to hope for a little bit of a fumble from him so they can catch him, because they need, like Mateus and Tom and Evan, to really get past him. They've got to beat him, and they need some of those other guys to get between them to take some points away, because he's got such a massive lead right now.
Yeah, you mentioned Mateusz Kieliszkowski. He got no reps on that opening deadlift, but then Dr. Bill, he comes back out in the Iron Bull, and he was the first man to go. He was the only man to complete that pull, and we didn't realize how impressive that was at the time, but he scored big points there, and he needed that after that performance in the deadlift.
Absolutely. And so after the previous event, I kind of mentioned, I said, now I'm going to watch Mateus storm back. And that's exactly what happened. We've seen it many times from Mateus. He'll come back. He'll have an event, the deadlift, that he loses points, and he'll keep coming back. He could actually clean sweep, win every event from now on. It's just how much the other guys falter. But he's going to roar back and find himself on a podium, no question. And if Mitchell has a stumble, he's 7th right now. There's only a couple of points behind, really. Right. And he could catch up quickly. So I'm really excited to see Mateus today.
Meanwhile, Evan Singleton, Jerry, has proven that he belongs with the best here.
Oh, absolutely. And he was supposed to be here last year. He had an unfortunate injury training for this last year. But, he performed well at World's Strongest Man this year, at the Strongest Man on Earth. He's won Giants Lives the last several years. So he's proved that he deserves a spot here. And he's shown up here and performing really well.
Evan Singleton with an impressive effort on that Iron Bull, and we will see if he can duplicate that in the next event, which is the Rogue Coaster. That's where we're going to kick things off. It's the 2nd straight year that we've had that amazing piece of equipment out there in left center field at Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas. Dr. Bill, what are the keys to dealing with this thing?
Well, for starters, they changed the rope. I just want to mention that because the rope had a lot of stretch in it last year. They've got a double bound rope. Talked to the engineers yesterday, and so basically the first thing is you got to have a strong grip and a strong back because you're pulling, and also each pull has to be sharp. You want to make sure every pull counts because you want to keep that momentum and that rhythm. The other one is to have fast hands. I know a lot of people talk about fast hands, but this is time. Every second counts. So you want to make sure you're getting through it in a timely manner.
Jerry, who do you like in this event?
There's several guys. Alexi did very well at this event last year. Like Dr. Bill was saying, we got a bunch of guys that haven't touched this yet. So, Maxine, he's done well. He won the arm-over-arm part at Shaw Classic, the Strongest Man on Earth a few months ago. So he's very good at this. You got to look at the guys that have been on it before, got a little bit of advantage. But I think, Tom Stolman, he's a great athlete. He's going to do well at this, So this should be an interesting battle to who comes up on top.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch here today, and hope that you stay with us to get us through the Strongman competition, as we will crown a champion at the end of the day, weather permitting, and we will see if anything continues to change throughout the day. We'll keep you updated on any schedule changes that happen. Dr. Bill, Jerry, thanks so much for doing this. Looking forward to seeing you guys on the Rogue Iron Game Premium stream. Again, you can get cool behind-the-scenes access to the competition here. Pat Sherwood's hosting that. He'll have all kinds of great guests throughout the day. You'll have some customizable camera options that you can mess with as well. It's $25 for the rest of the weekend. It's a lot of fun. I know you guys were on it yesterday, and It seemed like it was a good time.
It was exciting.
No, it's been great. You know, there's a live chat. They can ask
Yeah.
questions. I think it's been really fun so far.
Yeah, let's take a look at the schedule once again for the rest of the day. We're going to start things off the Rogue Coaster. That's at 9:30 local time. And then the CrossFit athletes take over. We'll have another Legends event. We have the Max Rep log lift. Now, that's going to be at 12:30 Central. That's the next Strongman event after the Rogue Coaster. And then they close things out with the duel. Strongman event number 3, Rogue Coaster, coming up next. Thanks for joining us, everybody, on the Rogue Iron Game. For Pat Sherwood, China Cho, Dr. Bill Crawford, and Jerry Pritchett, I'm Sean Woodland. Thanks for watching. Let's crown some champions today here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. What do you get when you mix strongmen and an amusement park? Our next event at the 2023 Rogue Invitational, the Rogue Coaster, is next.
Has done it. He is your Rogue Invitational champion.
Second day of competition for the Strongmen here at Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas, as we continue our coverage of the 2023 Rogue Invitational, and that is what awaits. It is the Rogue Coaster presented by Crocs. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Lauren Chalet and Laws. After one day, we have a clear leader, but behind him, it is super close.
It is so close. Second place down to 8th. There is just 2 points between them. Mitchell Hooper has stretched himself into a good lead after day 1, but we've got 3 brutal events. As we know in Strongman, anything can happen.
It's going to be a lot of fun as we see 3 more events here today on Saturday at Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas. Now, the schedule has been adjusted. This is where we are right now. The Rogue Coaster kicks things off. After that, it's a max rep log lift as the log medley has been replaced. It's going to be a max rep log lift, and then we still have the duel to close things out. Here are your overall standings coming into the day. Mitchell Hooper, he is separated himself from the field. He is your overall leader with 17 points. Now, Evan Singleton is 5 points back of him, but look how close it is. Spots 2 through 7. Only 2 points separate Singleton in second from Mateusz Kierlaskowski in 7th. There is the Rogue Coaster. Pretty simple test here, Laws. You got a 54-foot incline pull. You got 90 seconds to get it to the top.
Yeah, second year that we've seen this event. I think the athletes are really going to have learned from last year. We had some great times last year. Martins Lissis put the fastest time up in approximately 33 seconds. I'll be interested to see if anyone can beat that. Having seen what they've done before, these athletes tend to learn and they come back stronger.
Let's take a look at the start list for the Rogue Coaster. And it will be Maxime Boudreau who will lead things off here. Thomas Evans will go after him. Trey Mitchell, not on the list. As many of you know, he's had to withdraw from the competition. He suffered an Achilles injury yesterday on the Iron Bull. We certainly wish him the best. And unfortunately, he is not going to be able to continue in the competition. For more on this next test, let's go down to Kiki Dixon.
Guys, this Rogue Coaster was built to mimic an old-time roller coaster. It has a similar mechanism for the anti-rollback and rollers. It's 88 feet long in distance. However, the track that the guys are pulling up, 54 feet. It's got 16,000 pounds worked throughout the Rogue Coaster. We saw this event last year. It was a lot of fun. I expect nothing less this year. However, one of the athletes we will be missing is Trey Mitchell. He sustained an injury yesterday and will not be able to join us and had to withdraw from the competition. We and the entire Rogue crew are wishing him a strong recovery.
Thank you, Kiki. And this is one thing where you look at that implement and you say, you know what, you could do this without this sort of thing out there. But Rogue's like, no, we're going to make this look cool.
And we said this last year, you know, this is essentially an arm-over-arm strongman event. We see it regularly in different competitions, but Rogue didn't want it nice and simple. They made this incredible implement. It's fantastic to look at, and the athletes are excited to use it. Very, very important to have strong grip on this type of event. They need to make sure they're pulling that tightness or the slack out of the rope and applying leg drive. Good hand-eye coordination to make sure they're quick and up to the next pull. We see some different techniques, and like I mentioned earlier, Martins Lissis has the fastest time we've seen on this at 33.83 seconds.
Maxime Boudreau will be the first man out. He has 6 total points, but I mean, certainly not out of it given how close everything is right now.
Yeah, he started off with the deadlift, which is not the strongest event for him, but he's got great events coming today. I think we saw him here on the bull. This was a tough one for all the athletes. Very new event, something that, you know, is going to have to be learnt. and improved on. But Maxime, you could see the head shaking there, the confidence wasn't good. This type of event that we've got now coming up, he's got experience on, he used it last year, his grip strength is phenomenal, he's recovering well, and I think he'll be looking to move up the leaderboard today with the events that we have.
Maxime Boudreau with a 9th place finish in the Tower of Power was not able to get a single rep there, so got no points, but then finished 5th in that Iron Bull and looking to improve on that and continue to climb up the standings.
I've seen Maxime do this kind of event, like we mentioned, we see it regularly, not as impressive as this, but he's normally very good at arm over arm type movements. Known for his grip strength, known for his upper body strength in general. It's always tough going first on these events though. That's the only disadvantage position he's in right now, but he's going to set a time for the rest of the guys to beat.
And here goes Maxime Boudreau. He's moving that extremely well right now. Off to a good start.
Starting well. Great grip, you can see he's good. Stretching as far as he can, then just using the leg drive to pull the ropes. The arms are just kind of keeping tight, and then it's leg power to move every single pull. And he's going well. He's looking much, much faster than last year's pull. See if he can keep this momentum going.
He's about 2/3 of the way there. If he can get this to the top, this will be great for him.
Last year, Maxime hit this full distance in 69 seconds. He's well ahead to break that. Just needs to keep it going, and he's done.
Maxime Boudreau is in at 44.49 seconds, so only needs half the allotted time to get to the top, and a great start for Maxime.
That's huge improvement on what he personally did last year, so he'll be very happy with that. He's learned from the first experience on this piece of kit. Solid time there from the Canadian.
That will bring us to Thomas Evans, who will be the next man to go. Evans currently in 9th place overall with 8 points after a 6th in the Tower of Power and an 8th in the Iron Bull.
He's got a good shot there of a lot of the athletes watching on.
Take one more look at Maxime Boudreau's effort, and you mentioned able to beat his time.
He really smashed his time from last year. Huge improvement there from Maxime.
What did you see that you really liked from his technique?
So his grip just looked absolutely rock solid. There was no slipping on the rope at all. He was applying lots of leg power, moving much quicker through each pull than he did last year, and taking a huge amount of time off his personal best.
Gets that 600-pound load all the way to the top in less than 45 seconds. So great start for Maxime Boudreau as he looks to move out of last place in the overall standings. Now the crew is getting the roller coaster reset, and Tom Evans will be the next man out.
So this will be Thomas Evans' first time using this kit. That is a disadvantage, but he's a big, powerful man, strong upper body. And I say it on every event, but I'm just constantly impressed by the progress we're seeing from Thomas every time he competes.
600 pounds, a little more than 272 kilos. Tom had a great start to the competition. It's a really good, solid finish for him. It took 6th.
He will be over the moon on a 6th place on the deadlift. It's an event that was a weakness for him a couple of years ago, and now he's kind of climbing up the board every year, just picking up a few more points on the deadlift. The Iron Bull, that was just brutal for all the athletes. And the interesting thing is how much it's going to have taken out of their energy levels for the rest of these events.
First time he's competed here at the Rogue Invitational.
5th place finish at the Arnold's this year, though, which was fantastic for such a new athlete to this level.
Has 2 international contest wins and 6 appearances. So still relatively inexperienced at this level.
And, you know, only 6 international appearances, but at the absolute elite level. So when you are thrown in there against pretty much the top 10 in the world, to have 2 wins as well on your resume is hugely impressive. Fast, powerful athlete, great upper body strength. Let's see how Thomas Evans can do on the roller coaster.
Tom Evans heading out to the Rogue coaster to try to follow up Maxime Boudreau, who was able to get that 600-pound cart to the top in less than 45 seconds. 45 seconds.
So you're going to see this with all the athletes, using the chalk to just make sure their hands are as dry as possible. It's so important that there's no moisture. It's very humid here in Texas. Need to make sure those hands are as dry as possible against that rope so that as they apply the power to the rope, they're not slipping. What they don't want to do, and we see it, you may potentially see it as the contest goes on, and we saw it a little bit last year, is when the athletes start wrapping the rope around their wrist and the grip goes, then it becomes so much harder and really slows the athletes down.
So Boudreau's official time now 42.39 seconds. And Tom Evans will go after that. He's the second man out. And here he goes.
Not a bad start there. Maybe not quite looking as effective as Maxime was, but the roller coaster's moving up the ramp nicely. And actually, although maybe he's not moving quite as quick, I think his pulls are a little bit longer each time. Just needs to keep moving. He's starting to slow down now. The grip's starting to fatigue. We're seeing every time he's not quite up as quick as he was earlier.
He's getting close. Evans is a few good pulls away from getting this thing to the top.
He could do this. He's very close. It's going to be on time.
One more pull for Evans should do it. And he makes it and doesn't look like he's going to beat Maxime Boudreau. 44.43 seconds right now, but that could be adjusted. We saw Boudreau's time come down a little bit. We'll see what Evans' official time is.
I look forward to seeing the official result there, but that was not a bad attempt, first time doing this. As we said, you know, Maxime Boudreau has improved almost 20-odd seconds on his last year's performance. And just comparing the results, Maxime's time was faster than Mitch Hooper's time from last year. So be interesting to see if Mitch can also improve on his previous attempt at the roller coaster. Thomas Evans, really powerful pulls, just not quite as effective as getting himself back up as Maxime was, but still an effective time. Those big, powerful legs working hard. You can see the effort through his face. I know Thomas will be looking forward to the log later today. I think this is an event maybe not so much, so it's about digging deep and putting points on the board, and that's exactly what he's done.
So far, two men have gone, and two men have gotten the coaster all the way to the top. Maxime Boudreau looks to be the fastest still. Tom Evans was only about a second or so behind him. But again, we'll wait for that official score, and then Luke Stoltman will be the next man out. As the crew gets the roller coaster reset, there is Luke.
I think as a strongman, you look, you know, you're watching these events from home, you want to get yourself to the Rogue Invitational to try these implements. The roller coaster, it makes, I was never a fan of an arm-over-arm event, but I sit here now watching that thinking, kind of want to have a go.
Yeah. Even if you're not a strongman, you look at that and you say, I wonder what that would be like to pull. You take a look at Luke Stoltman here, 8th place to open in the Tower of Power, but then here in the Iron Bull, he finished 4th.
Yeah, that's a big result there on the Iron Bull. And his deadlift was good as well. Luke is not known as a big deadlifter, but to get a few reps, really showing that progress. His strength is coming up in those weaker areas. I'm interested to see how he does on this one. I didn't expect to see him beat his brother on the Iron Bull, so the fact that he's got the win on him on there, he'll want to keep that going. As much as they support each other and they want to see each other do well, Luke is still a fantastic athlete that needs to keep putting points on the board and keep trying to do as well as he can. Very experienced athlete, he's been around for a long time now. As we mentioned, the weakness for deadlift, but that is improving as well. Grip strength hasn't been his strongest in the past as well. That could potentially affect him on this one here.
Luke Stoltman currently tied for 7th place with Mateusz Kieliszkowski with 10 points, but he's only 2 points out of a spot inside the top 3.
And I don't want to jump ahead to the log, but the fact that the log event has changed to now a repetition event, Luke will be very pleased about that. because he doesn't have to worry too much about speed. It will come down to more just that shoulder and tricep strength. So if he can get a good result on this one, he's going to feel confident that he can really finish off strong later on today.
Luke getting chalked up before he'll take a seat and try to get this thing to the top. Loaded with 600 pounds, again, a little more than 272 kilos.
So Luke Stoltman, first time against the roller coaster, sets himself in position.
Well, on the left side, it does look like Evans right now unofficially just edged out Maxime Boudreau. Look how close that is right now.
That is extremely close time.
6/100ths of a second. Here goes Luke Stoltman.
Big, powerful pull. Now, one of the keys with this event is just the endurance, to keep pulling hard towards the end. They're all powerful men. The first half is not such an issue. It's that second half when fatigue kicks in. And this is where Luke needs to keep applying the power, keep getting himself up quick. You almost have to kind of remind yourself, sit up fast between each pull that you're doing.
He's a little more than halfway there. Luke Stoltman making some good progress here past the 30-second mark. It's 90 seconds total.
Come on then, Luke. Keep digging deep. Just slow down towards this kind of last quarter. And you can see now the pain across his face. His grip's gone. He's having to wrap that rope around the forearm. This is when it really slows you down. He was very, very quick through the first half of this pull. Now he needs to really dig deep. The time is ticking on. His grip's gone completely.
Just trying to gut that thing up to the top. He's at about 45 feet, so 9 feet left.
He's so close to finishing, but it's just like the gas has run out. And I know what that feeling is like. It's horrible. You're still trying to give maximum force onto each drive, but there's just no power coming through those legs.
He's at the 50-foot mark, so perilously close to getting to the top here. He only needs a couple more pulls, but as you can see, he just does not have anything left. But Luke Stoltman fighting to the end, gets extremely close to the top, but not able to finish. 50 feet right now, that is unofficial. But I think this is why this guy is a crowd favorite. Not because he's so good as an ambassador to the sport, but because of the effort that he's always giving out there right until the buzzer.
Absolutely, whether it's a strong event or not, you know, and it's not just Luke. All these guys, they want to perform in front of the athletes. But Luke loves a crowd. He really does. And, you know, all of us, when we're on our own training in the gym, it's easy to stop. When there's that many people watching you, you just can't stop. You've got to dig deep. Everyone is, you know, they're paying their money to come and see you compete. They're supporting you. And you as the athlete feel that, and you want to perform for them. Looking at Luke's face, he's glad that that one is out the way.
And he got halfway pretty quickly, and it looked like he might have a really good shot, but then just at the top, as you mentioned, the grip started to go, and he just didn't have enough left in the tank. Right, that's when you knew, when he started to wrap it around his arm.
Very much so, yeah. Once you see those athletes, the grip goes, and they're wrapping around their hand, you know they're in trouble then.
Three men down, two have gotten to the top. That's Maxime Boudreau and Thomas Evans. Luke Stoltman unofficially was about 50 feet, so 4 feet short of the finishing mark. And Mateusz Kieliszkowski will be the next man out.
Now this is a man I'm excited to see on this one. Although it is his first attempt on the actual roller coaster, this type of event is something he excels at. Very long-levered athlete, powerful, explosive. He's got all the tools to pull this fast.
Mateusz yesterday was not off to a great start as he took a 0 on the Tower of Power, but then he comes back in the Iron Bull, and he was the first guy out, so at the time we didn't know how impressive a performance that he had on that implement. He was the only guy to complete the pull in its entirety.
Yeah, I mean, the deadlift was expected to go bad. He's such a unique athlete because he's so strong in so many areas with this one glaring weakness at this level. Yeah, first man out on the bull, takes the win, the only man to finish. And he's always been good at vehicle-type pulls. It's an event he excels at. I'm expecting to see something similar on the roller coaster now. If he could deadlift, I think he would have won so many international shows. I say if he can deadlift just fine, but it's when you're competing against
right.
the best guys on
relative.
the planet. It has become a big weakness for him, and I think it kind of gets into his head. But he is so good in so many areas, and I think we're going to, he's going to have to get some big points now, because with one of the events being removed, he's got less chances to climb back towards the leaders.
And as you mentioned, this is right in his wheelhouse. It's his strengths are pulling events. He's already got the weakness out of the way.
The weakness is done. That was the first one and out of the way. Now it's all about clawing back points and climbing up the table.
And with that log press, explosive overhead power, that's something he's looking forward to as well.
He's a tall, rangy athlete. He looks kind of like a big rower, which is a great physique to have for this type of event.
Keyless Koski's making quick work of this thing, already past the 25-foot mark, so almost now more than halfway there.
Slightly different technique to other guys. Look how much he attacks that rope and how quickly he gets himself back across it.
Mateusz Koski looking to crush the time to beat.
Wow.
And he will do it. Unofficially less than 30 seconds for the Polish Titan.
I want to see the official time, because I think that is the fastest time we have ever seen on the roller coaster.
If you blinked, you missed that. That was incredible from Mateusz Koski, who right now sits in 7th place with just 10 points. But again, it is so tight that he could easily find himself inside the top 3 after that effort.
I just look back. Last year, the fastest time we saw, the winner was Martin Zlissis at 33.83 seconds. Current leader this year, Mateusz Kieliszkowski at 29 seconds. Wow. Just look how much he attacks this. Every single pull, he's attacking hard. The speed he gets himself forward on the rope. Unbelievable by the Polish Terminator.
That coaster did not stop, and neither did Mateusz Koski, and he is going to be extremely happy with that. If that time stands, as you mentioned, Laz, the fastest we have ever seen on the roller coaster. Less than 30 seconds for Mateusz.
It's amazing when you watch these guys, because they're all world-class, incredible athletes. But when you see someone come and do that, it just gets you excited. The focused man right there, Bobby Thompson, magnificent beard. How is his arm over arm?
Bobby Thompson got himself off to a great start yesterday. He tied with Trey Mitchell for the win in the Tower of Power with 8 good reps, but then finished 10th in the Iron Bowl.
So Bobby Thompson is an absolute powerhouse. When it comes to the static lifts, the gym lifts, he is without question one of the strongest men in the world. He's got a few issues with his ankles that really affect him on these type of vehicle pulls that we saw yesterday. He kind of knew that this was going to be a bad event. Now he needs to get himself back in. He's done the roller coaster before. Last year he finished in 69 seconds, so that will be his target in his head. Beat what he did last year, get some points, knowing that the log is to come, which is an event he's going to be looking forward to.
We've already seen Maxime Boudreau best his time from 2022.
Yeah, without question, Bobby, one of the best overhead pressers on the planet, so he's going to be looking forward to the log, which is our next event. These type of sled pulls, he's not so keen on, but he's been working hard in training. His fitness is better than ever. Grip's improving.
And you talk about a guy who's really happy about a max reps on a log. It's this guy, Bobby Thompson.
Oh, absolutely. The fact that you kind of take that speed element away from the log as well is going to suit him. I always love how focused Bobby is. An intense athlete, trains super hard. Just steadily making progress all the time.
Bobby Thompson with 10.5 points. So another guy who's, everybody's very much alive here.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that. Evan Singleton, before this event, 12.7 Singleton. Trey Mitchell, 11.5. sadly out of the competition. Alexei Novikov on 11, Tom Stoltman on 11, Bobby Thompson on 10.5, Kiliashkovsky on 10, Luke Stoltman on 10, all to fight for. And even Hooper, with that 5-point lead, just one bad event can cost you. So there's no time to take your foot off the gas.
Well, and that's the problem. I was talking to Jerry about this on the Iron Game show. Yeah, you can get some points off Mitchell, but Mitchell Hooper doesn't, he never messes up. He's always third, second, or first in events. He doesn't have events where he bombs that gives you a good door to get through to get a lot of points off of him.
He's a great athlete, someone that kind of, he knows what he needs to do, and he's going to be in the driving seat. The fact that he gets to go last, he'll have seen what everyone does, but already Kiliashkovsky put that pressure on. And if, you know, Mitch kind of drops a few places, he's going to start feeling it. He's still human, as good as he's been the last few years. Anyway, Bobby Thompson starting on the roller coaster. Got the leg power, now he needs to make sure those hands kind of stay in a strong position. Don't fatigue. The shorter pulls, trying to utilize the leg power and not tax his grip too much.
Just about halfway, and now past the halfway point is Bobby Thompson.
Now he's having to dig deep. You can see he's really kind of applying the leg power now. The grip has gone. He's had to go to the arm wrapping technique. Moving well though, 35 seconds. He's not too far away from the finish line.
Bobby Thompson has a chance to demolish his time from last year and put up a really solid score here in the roller coaster. One more pull is going to do it.
Better than last year.
And he's got it.
And again, big progress for Bobby Thompson. And that's all you can ask for as an athlete. You want to beat all the other guys, but if you are consistently improving, what more can you do? If someone's better than you, you can just tip your hat and say, well done.
Out of the 5 men that have gone so far, 4 have been able to complete this pull in its entirety, and Bobby Thompson right now unofficially just under 50 seconds.
He's 12 seconds faster than his performance last year.
Really had a quick and efficient pull towards the halfway point. And despite the fact that his grip started to fail a little bit, he was, unlike Luke Stoltman, able to keep that thing moving to the top.
Yeah, his fitness and his endurance and his leg power has improved so much. Grip is not his strong point. But now he's got his 2 worst events out of the way, and he's got some very, very good events to come. So he'll be watching closely to see how everyone else does. Obviously, we've got some very good athletes to come still. If he can pick up an extra point or 2, he'll be happy. And then on the log later, he's going to excel on that. His loading has improved. He'll feel he can put himself into a strong position to finish.
4 men remain. It's going to be the defending champion, Alexei Novikov, who is up next.
Now, from the athletes that are competing from last year's competition, Alexei had the fastest time. Obviously, we've mentioned Martin's list has had the fastest time ever up until Mr. Kiliashkovsky's just gone and shown why he's such an exciting athlete, but Alexei is not bad at this at all.
Novikov with 11 points. He's tied with Tom Stoltman, who will be the next man out. He's got a 4th place in the Tower of Power, and then took 7th in the Iron Bowl.
Lovely technique there on the deadlift. Powerful lockout strength. He's got himself into a nice rhythm.
And then here on the Iron Bowl, ran into a little bit of a problem. Still was able to get a 7th place finish to give him 11 total points coming into the roller coaster.
The current Rogue Invitational champion, Alexei Novikov.
Take a look at his strength and his weaknesses.
Alexei is just such a proficient technician. He really is a well-trained athlete. You can see he's so much smaller than most of the guys, but it doesn't let that stop him being one of the absolute best in the world. dumbbell press is incredible. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that this year, although he will get a chance to do it in the Rogue Record Breakers if he wishes tomorrow. He's coming back from injury. This is the one, you know, he's not quite the shape he was in last year, but a champion nonetheless and a warrior that wants to always perform. And I don't think the injury will affect him on this event as well. Being a bit lighter, a bit more athletic, sometimes it's an advantage on these type of movements. We saw that with Kiniszkowski. He's not a big, chunky athlete. He's long and rangy, obviously taller than Novikov, but Novikov, very, very athletic, very, very fast.
You mentioned coming back from injury. That is shown in his last 2 contests. He was 10th in the Shaw Classic, and then he finished in last, 11th out of 11 at the Giants Live World Open.
And it's amazing. You see people write athletes off after one bad performance, but you go behind that and see how many times this man is on a podium. He's one of the most consistent performers we have in the sport. And he's actually still the youngest athlete competing in the Strongman contest this weekend.
The defending champion taking on the Rogue Coaster here.
It's a bit more raggedy in terms of technique. Very, very long pulls.
Covering a lot of distance with each pull, and he is
using that leg drive
at the halfway point.
He's making good progress. He's 25 seconds. He's over halfway. He's not going to challenge Kiniszkowski. He needs to kind of keep working hard. He's not too far away from the end. Can he get ahead of Thomas Evans and Maxime Boudreau?
He's going to be the chance here for the second
needs a
best
big pull
time.
here. It's getting close. He needs this to go over.
He's got it, and that should be good for Alexei Novikov to slide into second place. We'll wait for the official time. But by the clock on the field, it looks like he got in ahead of Thomas Evans' time of 44.43 seconds.
And that will be important for him. Getting ahead of those guys, very, very important. The technique was all over the place, if I'm honest, but it was effective, and that's all that matters sometimes.
Just get the work done, and that's exactly what Alexei Novikov did. And right now, looking at the second best time that we have seen.
Shout out, poster.
Much longer pulls, so even though he wasn't quite as quick in the transition, every pull he was covering more distance, using the legs as hard as he could.
Not nearly as fast on the cycle rate here, but we had a couple of shots, and you can see it here just with every pull, the amount of distance that he was able to cover with that. And so when the fatigue set in late, he only needed a couple of pulls left to get it to the top.
I actually think he got a warning from the referee for coming off the floor as well. So that would have thrown off rhythm a little. I don't think he was doing it necessarily on purpose, but sometimes you're pulling such a heavy weight, and he's the lightest athlete out there, it starts to pull you back up.
If physics has a way of messing with that. 600 pounds is loaded into that coaster. Again, it's about 272 kilos. As now Tom Stoltman.
And you talk about a man that is built to do well at this. There's no reason Tom shouldn't be exceptional at this event. Tallest athlete here. Long, rangy. They call him the albatross for a reason. As long as he can kind of maintain that grip on the rope and apply the power effectively, he could really challenge Kiniszkowski here.
Currently in third place overall with the withdrawal of Trey Mitchell. 11 total points for Tom Stoltman. Best finish of 5th in the Tower of Power.
I saw Tom compete last weekend, and he looked unbelievable. Whether that contest has taken a little bit out of him or not, day one wasn't as good as maybe people were expecting from Tom Stoltman, but we've seen him have bad starts now and still pull himself back into shows. He did the Shaw Classic this year, had a terrible start there, ended up really pulling himself back into the contest. He's got 3 events to go today, but he needs to make a move here. He'll want to put himself into the top 3 and really challenge the likes of Mitch Hooper.
Well, grip endurance, we'll have to see how that holds up. Strength in the deadlift, that was a 5th place finish for him in the Tower of Power. We're going to have overhead pressing later.
He's got some fantastic events still, and this should be a good event for him. You know, the grip endurance is a weakness. But he's one of those guys, he's powerful enough to get through this quickly, and if he can, you don't need to worry about endurance if you do it fast.
Mateusz Kielicowski still has the top time, just shy of 30 seconds. And it looks like Alexei Novikov now sits in second place. But again, that's an unofficial result. We'll wait for the official scores on that. Now Tom Stoltman looking to put some pressure on Evan Singleton and Mitchell Hooper, the two men above him in the overall standings. And those two have yet to go.
Two-time World's Strongest Man winner, second place at the Rogue Invitational in 2021. He wants to add that title to the resume.
Stoltman is ready, get himself situated. Alexei Novikov, 42.05 seconds right now, sits in second place, sliding Tom Evans down to third. How close it is between Evans and Boutin, 0.6 of a second separating the two of them. 0.6 of a second, I should say.
So let's take a look at Tom Stoltman's first attempt at the roller coaster.
Stoltman's got it moving extremely well right now.
Yeah, he's coming up to the halfway point pretty quickly.
Past the halfway point is Tom Stoltman, looking to maybe track down one of the two top times here.
This is moving well. He's getting closer to that finish line. Time is about 26. I don't think we're going to beat Kielicowski, but that's not too important. He needs to try and get ahead of Novikov. And he's got plenty of time to do that.
Tom Stoltman, a blistering fast time, unofficially 34.79 seconds for the Albatross.
And that's what he needed. This is a great result there for Stoltman. Needs to put those points and pressure onto the next two athletes. Evan Singleton and Mitch Hooper will be looking at that thinking that is a tough time to beat.
Well, Evan Singleton will be the next man up, and he only has a 1-point cushion on Stoltman. Singleton congratulating Stoltman for that effort. Evan Singleton, a man we were supposed to see compete here last year, as we take another look at Tom Stoltman. As you mentioned, endurance really doesn't matter if you can get this thing done quickly.
Yeah, and just with the range that he has, he can pull so much further with each pull. Look how far that goes up every time he pulls. Good solid performance there from Tom Stoltman.
Stoltman just needed one last pull to get himself right now into second place in this event.
That is one of the fastest times we've seen on the roller coaster, full stop.
He'll take a break next to his brother Luke. It's not sunny out there, but it is still hot. It is humid here.
Humidity
at Dell Diamond,
causing issues for everyone.
I mentioned Evan Singleton was supposed to compete here last year. Unfortunately, got hurt in training, wasn't ever able to make it. But now he is here and currently sits in second place overall. Started off with a 7th place in the Tower of Power. He got 2 reps there, but then it was his 3rd place in the Iron Bull that moved him up the overall standings into a podium position.
And it was just pure effort. And that's one of the things I think everyone loves about Evan Singleton. He's an athlete that just, he's a heart on the sleeve type of guy. He's going to give 100% on everything that he does. Look at the screaming, the intensity. Even right now, just you can see in the smaller picture, the way he's stomping around, he's kind of looking at the equipment like he wants to eat it.
Evan Singleton, 12 points, 2nd place. Overall right now, he trails Mitchell Hooper by 5.
This is customary headbutt. He's an athlete that just needs to get himself fired up. It works for Evan. Some athletes, they stay a lot calmer. Evan is not one of those guys. He's trying to get himself worked up, allow that intensity to come out, and then attack these strongman events.
Well, the weakness is already out of the way with the deadlift. Being fast and explosive, that should help him here. And like, he has a well-rounded athlete.
Yeah, he is a great, well-rounded athlete, and he's an athlete with a phenomenal grip as well. So I don't expect the grip to be an issue. It's then making sure he can apply that power effectively. He's got strong legs, strong back, tall athlete as well, and we've seen that helps on this event.
Nicknamed the T-Rex. We will see if he can take a bite out of this event and keep himself in second place overall, because Tom Stoltman and Alexei Novikov have put the pressure on. Trying to get the crowd behind him here.
He loves to perform. Another athlete that just loves the crowd.
He's a former WWE superstar, performed under the name Adam Mercer about 11 years ago in the ring.
He brings that WWE background to his strongman events sometimes as well. But just recently, something that's impressed me with Evan, you can see the focus now. You know, he's gone from just being a performer to being one of the absolute best in the world. He's learning from mistakes that he's made in the past, and his results this year have been fantastic. One of the performers of the 2023 season so far.
And he trained for this by putting 900 pounds of human being on a sled and pulling it. So he came up with a creative way to get ready for this event.
There you go, he's starting.
Evan Singleton is off.
This is a good start. Early stages, but moving very, very well.
Chewing up a lot of ground with each pull is Evan Singleton. Just about to the halfway point.
This is fast.
Singleton looking really good here. 34.79 seconds, that's the mark he's got to be looking for, and he is ahead of that pace right now. He's starting to slow down a bit, has about 3 or 4 more pulls to get to the top.
Just needs to keep attacking this. Come on, Evan, keep going. That clock is ticking down. How close can he get to Tom Stoltman? He's just going to be outside of that.
Stoltman's going to edge him out, but Singleton at 35.75 unofficially right now the third best score we have seen. So things may get even tighter now atop the overall standings as the rain has returned.
This is tough when the rain comes on an event like this. Like Evan, not a bad time there, but that rope getting wet will affect the grip strength. Starts to make holding on a little bit tougher.
We only have one athlete left, and that is our overall leader, Mitchell Hooper.
And Mitch won't be happy about the rain as well. You've had 8 athletes go with no rain. Evan Singleton, unfortunately, the rain started for him, and now Mitch Hooper has it as well. That is something that these athletes have to cope with, the elements as well as the events. But it does make it tougher because there's moisture and wetness on that rope now.
And it does look like the rain has subsided. It's just drizzling. It's nothing that is driving people in droves indoors. Let's take a look back at Mitchell Hooper opening up his competition on the Tower of Power. He took a third there, and then he followed that up with a second place in the Iron Bull. And that's a very Mitchell Hooper-like leaderboard when you look at it. Not a lot of wins, but nothing outside the top 3.
That's always the goal with Mitch, is just that consistency. And he's going to need to really perform and get a decent time here. His fastest time on this is 42.53 from last year's contest. Really, he'll need to improve on that to keep in that top 3 and keep the pressure on the chasing pack.
So far, every athlete who's done this before has been able to improve on his time from the last effort on the Rogue coaster. We'll see if that holds for Mitchell Hooper.
Mitch Hooper will be looking at Novikov's time. That's what he'll have in his head as a must beat. He's moving pretty well early stages. Coming up to the halfway point, using those strong legs. Grip is still holding out. That's important. Needs to keep attacking. 25 seconds gone. Kiliashkovsky is going to be safe. How close can he get to the other top times?
Hooper's got a couple pulls left. He's almost to the top. One more should do it for Mitchell Hooper, and he is there.
And I think he's done what his probably goal was, is to stay ahead of Novikov's time.
38.41 seconds unofficially.
So Singleton there, third place, 35 seconds. Tom Stoltman, 34, and Kiliashkovsky, sub 30 seconds. How good was that?
Second straight event win for Mateusz Kiliashkovsky after taking no points in the Tower of Power. Mitchell Hooper should continue to be your leader, but that gap will shrink.
We're getting an exciting competition. Things are really starting to level out now. I think we could be in for a very, very close finish.
Mitchell Hooper with the top 5 performance in the Rogue coaster. McGinn will hang on to the overall lead, but he will not have as big a cushion as he did coming in. He had a 5-point lead over Evan Singleton. Singleton able to chew into that just a bit with 2 events remaining.
I think after that win, Kiliashkovsky would have put himself into a fantastic position.
Mateusz Kiliashkovsky with 2 straight event wins.
Okay, where are we gonna go?
We saw at the Arnold's of Kiliashkovsky. It was almost event win after event win, and the deadlift cost him. 2 events to go. Can he get a win at the Rogue? He would need to win the next 2 events, but that's not impossible
It's
with this
not,
man.
given what's coming up. We've seen that man rip a log off the ground and essentially not even pause at his shoulders, just snatch that load. But we'll see what happens in the log lift for reps. 3rd career Rogue Invitational win. It's the most of any strongman competitor at the Invitational. And Mateusz Kiliashkovsky, the Polish Terminator, is with Kiki Dixon.
Mateusz, congratulations on your 2nd event win here at the Rogue Invitational. This event puts an emphasis on hand-over-hand pulling, but what did you find was the biggest challenge here?
Thank you, thank you. It was good, but not perfect. It can be better, of course, but I'm not surprised because in this event I always beat Haftor, I always beat Brian, JF Caron, the strongest athletes in the world. But this movement is much different than my home in training, because in training I use track, and track moving all time. Here we must all time start moving again. It costs a lot of energy, but I do this first time, and next year if I will do, of course I'm sure it will be better.
Now you obviously can't bring the Rogue Coaster home with you, so what are you doing to prepare for the Rogue Coaster?
I'm doing track pull uphill. It's really heavy, heavier than here, but moving all time. Here we must start moving every time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mateusz Kiliashkovsky with a 2-event win streak, 3rd event win at the Rogue Invitational in his career, 29.79 seconds. I mean, don't let perfect be the enemy of good, and this was good enough to win and lock up 10 points in the process. Tom Stoltman, he's going to move up. He finishes in 2nd, followed by Singleton and then Mitchell Hooper, as all 4 of those men go sub 40.
Big performance there for Tom Stoltman and Evan Singleton. That was important for those 2. Mitch Hooper's done what he needed to do, keep the pressure on the chasing pack, but it's hotting up. My bad maths, I think we've got a 3-way tie for 2nd place right now.
It is going to be exciting over the final 2 events here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. The Rogue Coaster, a heck of a ride, and it was Mateusz Kiliashkovsky who was in the lead car. 2nd event win for him, 3rd of his career. For official standings and more, you can visit roguefitness.com/invitational. Stay with us. Action continues here at Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas. The 2023 Rogue Invitational is brought to you by Rogue. Don't weaken. Go Ruck. We build the world's toughest gear. And Mayhem Athlete. Community-driven fitness for all. Time to turn things over to the CrossFit athletes as day number 3 at the 2023 Rogue Invitational continues here from Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas. Event 4 is 10th inning presented by Crocs. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with former Affiliate Cup champion Adrian Conway. Kiki Dixon is down there on the competition field. And on the women's side of the competition, Adrian, the battle that we wanted to see is the battle we are getting. It is Tia Toomey and Laurel Horvath for the top spot in the overall standings right now.
Yeah, they're going neck and neck. They've been hand over hand, kind of exchanging blows throughout the first 2 days. But today is going to be a great measure as we've got 3 scored events that are looming. And they're a great combination. We're going to start with some traditional CrossFit for 10 rounds right out of the gate. Then we're going to move really, really fast through event number 5. And then, of course, we get to lift something very, very heavy in event number 6.
And this is the event, the schedule for the day. We're going to start with 10th inning. The duel comes up at 2:10 Central Time, and then the max deadlift for the women, and then the max deadlift for the men. That should be a lot of fun. Event description for 10th inning presented by Crocs. As you mentioned, Adrian, just some classic CrossFit. We got some muscle-ups, we got some handstand push-ups, then we got a barbell out there.
That's right, and to be specific for 10th inning, we're going to get in 10 rounds of 4 ring muscle-ups. The athletes are then going to transition to that 30-inch in length line where they're going to execute 8 handstand push-ups. People watching will be familiar with this standard from this year's CrossFit Open. And then we've got 12 power snatches that they'll take from the ground at 65 pounds.
First of 2 heats for the women as they are getting the equipment set to make sure that they can reach those rings with no problem. Ariel Lowen will be in lane number 7. She will certainly be an athlete to watch here. That gymnastics background, she could score some serious points in 10th inning.
Yeah, we've got a great lineup here. This is even going to be a impressive first heat of the day, but I'm specifically watching Ariel Lowen. She's got a really great history when it comes to seeing ring muscle-ups in a particular event. We know that with 40 of them prescribed within this event, it's going to be a bit of a hang-up for many of these women, perhaps in a place where Ariel may be able to accelerate past and or close the gap on other women if they're able to create separation from her on these other 2 movements.
Ariel Lowen right now in 13th place overall with 135 total points, but she's only 10 points back of Bethany Flores for a spot inside the top 10. And we are underway. Round number 1 here. 24 reps in each round, 19-minute time cap.
Folks, of course, with these ring muscle-ups, the athletes have to go from a position of fully extended arms below. They can use any form of kipping to get over the top of the rings, and then they've got to extend those arms all the way at the top.
Just about everybody done with her 4 ring muscle-ups at the same time. Shelby Neal was the last woman to get to the handstand push-ups. Now, as you mentioned, a familiar standard. Your hands just have to be on that line. You can kip, do them however you want. Now to the power snatches. 12 reps here at 65 pounds.
That's right, and what I'll be watching for is right out of the gate, Sean, who's going to break these up and how are they going to break them up? Are they going to attempt to go 12 touch and go for all 10 rounds? Are they going to try to allow themselves to have a moment of reprieve by dropping the bar at, let's say, 8 and then finishing with 4? Will it be 6 and 6? You see some starting to drop. Frey over there taking a brief break. Looks like Danielle Brandon will be the first to complete her 12. Oh, no, she's followed Ariel.
Ariel Lowen, Danielle Brandon, and then down in lane 2, Elena Caratala is on to her now 2nd round. So looking to get down to the 48 rep mark to end round number 2.
As we're watching here, you'll notice that the straps on the rings are pretty long. This is something that's very different from what a lot of us will experience at a traditional CrossFit affiliate due to, of course, the distance between most roofs and or the rig that the rings are supported from, and it certainly changes the way athletes have to move. We talked about this handstand push-up standard as well. It's really close to the wall. It makes it so that the athletes have to be purely inverted, and accuracy is really something that's demanded from them here. So we're going to get a good insight to if athletes have been practicing with this particular standard or not.
Ariel Lowen was first back to the barbell for round 2. Manon Enganez, you're looking at now, was right behind her. Danielle Brandon is there as well. Paige Powers. Elena Caratalia, Shelby Neal just getting to the barbell along with Kyra Milligan. And Danny Spiegel is back on the wall. She's fallen towards the back of the pack as she now moves to the barbell. They will complete the first 5 rounds of this event on that first platform that they're on now. And round 6, they will move forward to the second platform as Ariel Lowen continues to lead. She's through 48 of the 240 scored repetitions and on to round 3.
You see Danny Spiegel there using more of a muscle snatch where she extends the hips, rapidly turns her arms under the bar, but she doesn't rebend the legs. She's just extending her legs rapidly, extending her hips, and allowing herself to reach lockout. And what this can do is allow the athlete to experience less of a ballistic stimulus. It's less jumping, less up and down, so it tends to spike the heart rate a touch less, but it can certainly build up fatigue in the posterior.
As we start round 3 here, what are the keys to this event?
Yeah, the keys are really simple here. You know, you have to be mindful of finding, you know, your particular threshold with these movements. And by that, I mean slow the burn. All 3 of these movements create a unique stimulus around the shoulder joint. And if you move too fast too soon, especially too early in this event, you're going to have too much fatigue and it's going to slow you down later. Also, the hidden movement here is the transition time, Sean. There's 3 movements, but it's 10 rounds. There's 30 opportunities for you to either lose time or gain time against the field. You've got to be wise with how you choose to attack that.
Ariel Lowen and Manon Anganese, your top 2 athletes, and now Paige Powers and Danielle Brandon getting to the barbell. Emily Rolfe in lane 9 and Karen Freyova in lane 10 have all started their 3rd round of 12 power snatches at 65 pounds.
Sean, this barbell, these power snatches, it's a tricky aspect of this event because all of these athletes could go 12 unbroken, probably for all 10 rounds, but should they? The answer is no, and that's why we don't see anyone doing it right now. You want to create a rhythm there, even if it is 3 sets of 4 where you generously drop the bar way before you feel that burn. It's going to allow you to attack the transition back to the rings a little bit better if you feel like you finish all 12 of those very smooth.
Round 4 begins for Ariel Lowen. Paige Powers and Manon Anganese are back to the ring muscle ups as well. Manon Anganese are on the left side of your screen. Paige Powers is in lane number 8, right next to. Now on the right side of your screen, you can see her middle of your screen in the blue top. She sits in 3rd place. Emily Rolfe in lane 9. She's also on to the 4th round of ring muscle ups. Manon Anganese going through her 8 handstand push-ups here in round 4, past the 5-minute mark. 19-minute time cap. There's Shelby Neal. Ariel Lowen back to the barbell again.
Yeah, and one thing that I was going to mention is we can't forget all the grip-intensive work that was asked of these athletes yesterday. The killer cage, of course, which left a mark for many of them, building fatigue in the hands, the forearms, the lats, the shoulders. But then, of course, the log muscle-ups that they started the day with. So a lot of this accumulative fatigue is going to be building as we see events unfold throughout the course of this weekend. It's really going to show the volume, tolerance, and the durability of a lot of these athletes.
Now, Emily Rolfe has moved herself into 3rd place. Manon Anganese starting to challenge Ariel Lowen for the top spot in this heat. Final rep for Lowen. She is done, and she will move into round number 5. Through now 96 of the 240 total repetitions. Manon Anganese is done as well, and Anganese is going to beat Lowen back to the rings, but we will see who gets started first. It's going to be Ariel Lowen on the rings first. Here comes Anganese.
This will be a great test to really see how Anganese has been able to work on her overall stamina and endurance. It's definitely something that's noted as she's focused on that. And this being 10 rounds, yes, very traditional CrossFit movements, but presented in the volume that it is as we watch her work through her smooth handstand push-up. She does a great job kipping there. Great accuracy through her hips and legs, which is often overlooked. Yes, it's an upper body taxing movement, but the hips and the legs have to be very accurate to get you to that wall. She's executing smoothly.
Manon Anganese and Ariel Lowen fighting for the top spot in this first of 2 heats, and it's Anganese now in the lead, back to the barbell here in round 5. She will be done at the 120 rep mark. After this round, they will then do their power snatches on the platform in front of them. Just about at the halfway point for Anganese and Ariel Lowen. Emily Rolfe currently sits in third place. Rolfe working her way back to the barbell. Anganese breaking. She and Lowen both through 117 reps. And Anganese back to work just ahead of Lowen. Manon Anganese coming in 14th place overall, but she's been going the wrong way in the overall standings. She started with a 9th in Texas Heavy, but since then a 12th and then a 17th in the circus last night, so looking to right the ship here. And both she and Lowen are done with round 5.
Yeah, she's gonna, you know, and we've watched Manon take a few of these transitions. That was probably the longest transition that she's taken prior to hopping up to the ring muscle-ups, but athletes are basically gauging that transition, that longest transition from the snatch bar back to the ring muscle-ups, just so that they always know, hey, I'm gonna get all 4 of these ring muscle-ups, don't wanna cost myself, have to break them up. Those straps are long, sometimes they can get out of control. And Ariel and Manon are going rep for rep here, as they both have similar approaches to the way they've at least attacked it so far through these 5 to 6 rounds.
Danielle Brandon and Shelby Neal are in the top 5 as well. Emily Rolfe is battling with those 2 women for 3rd place in the seat, but the leaders are still Manon Anganese and Ariel Lowen.
And Manon was hands on the bar there at about 8:49. Ariel now moving at 8:58. So we're looking at about a 9-second separation. But how quickly is she willing to pick up the bar in between these sets, and how much does she even feel as though it's necessary, as we see her get a no rep, to keep the lead on Ariel right now? You know, it's interesting, Sean, when we think about the psychology of an athlete. They know how much work they have to do, and they also know where they're at. They're 6 rounds into this thing. Are they at a breaking point, or are they at a place where they're in complete control and they can actually run a race?
240 total score repetitions at the 144 rep mark, which they have both hit. They will be done with round number 6, and now it's into round number 7. So Anganese and Lowen separating themselves from the pack. Here comes Danielle Brandon as she looks to close out round 6. Emily Rolfe is in lane 9. She is on her power snatches, but has yet to start her final couple of reps. She was taking a sizable break as Danielle Brandon breaks. Danielle Brandon, 11th place overall, 145 points.
We just saw Ariel Lowen break her handstand push-ups for the first time. Sean, step away from the wall, break those into 2 sets. Manon still keeping hers unbroken. Ariel had a slight lead going into those by about 6 to 8 seconds, and of course that was diminished. She right now is cycling the barbell though to get to 12 each round, just a touch faster than Manon on the last 2 rounds. So we'll see how time plays out as they finish up this round of 7.
Lowen gets to work ahead of Manon Anganese. 168 reps. That'll be the end of round number 7 here.
Ariel has a really unique cycling technique as well going on. I'm not even sure that the bar brushes her body on the way up. It stays very close, and on the first one she tends to, but then she almost doesn't extend the hip quite all the way to get the bar overhead, and then snakes underneath it. She rebends her legs just to lock out her arms and extend her hips to show the rep is complete at the top.
Ariel Lowen hearing it from the crowd as she has moved back in front now. Manon Anganese still has 2 reps remaining before she will be done with her 7th of 10 rounds. Again, 240 total scored repetitions here. And Ariel Lowen looking to open up a little bit of a lead here on Manon Anganese, who has been right with her this entire event. In fact, Anganese has had the lead during portions of this event.
Yeah, as we watch Ariel kind of shimmy her way through the ring, she tends to favor that left side a little bit first and then come through to the other side. That was her quickest transition to the ring, Sean, that I've seen in the last 3 rounds. So I'm not sure if she maybe sensed some blood in the water there with Manon pausing at the bar, but she definitely tried to seize that transition. Anganese still looking smooth on her ring muscle-ups. She does a great job extending her hip, getting to a higher portion of a dip and pressing out at the top.
Ariel Lowen is off the walls. Manon Anganese has now just started her handstand push-ups. Lowen making her third appearance at the Rogue Invitational. Manon Anganese, this is her second appearance here at Dell Diamond, Round Rock, Texas. She was 11th last year. Ariel Lowen on to the snatches. And now starting to widen her lead over Manon Anganese through 187 of the 240 scored repetitions. She only has 3 snatches to go before she will close out round number 8. Danielle Brandon and Paige Powers working through their snatches. Paige Powers is a round behind here. Now Lowen is done, and Ariel Lowen moves into round number 9. Anganese still has 4 reps here on the snatches, and she's going to break again with 3 remaining.
Ariel, again, hardly any pauses. Right when she gets back to the pad, she's up and ready to go to work. Again, notice as she drives that hip open. That left arm goes first, right arm. It works for her. She's getting through.
Manon Anganese jogging back to the rings as Ariel Lowen's going to take a quick break before she heads to her handstand push-ups.
And even as she kicks up, it's again, psychological to know, like, am I going to break up these handstand push-ups? And if the answer is yes, a lot of times, as we see Ariel kick down there, a lot of times it frees you from wanting to rest with your hands on your legs or your hands on your knees in other portions. You give yourself permission to break things up, and it allows you to move more smoothly through transition. She's even going to go for a 3rd set there.
Lowen is done. She's still ahead of Manon Anganese, who has yet to start her set of handstand push-ups here in round number 9.
Not that these women haven't been working hard this entire event, but this is one of those pivotal moments where they've really got to choose to dig through the finishes. Ariel's looking to finish up round number 9 here. She's got to think, if I can, now I must. In order to have the urgency to keep in mind that 10 athletes are standing by, watching her execution, and noting exactly her finishing time and how to perhaps attack it so that they can just slide her out. So she's got to stay on the bar here and get back to those rings as quickly as possible.
Lowen in her last couple of reps here in this round, and now she is done, and Lowen moves into her 10th and final round as Manon Anganese is breaking again. She has 6 reps remaining before she will be into round number 10. Everyone else is a round behind our 2 leaders. Manon Anganese's final rep for her in round 9. She is done. Lowen back to work on the muscle-ups. 3 remaining.
As an athlete going into this final round, you know this is going to be the one that really demands the most of your fortitude and grit. You've got to be willing to suffer here. Ariel broke up the last set of handstand push-ups into 3 sets. I'm interested to see if she's able to grind all 8 of these out unbroken, using a little bit more leg drive. She still kicks down.
Breaks after 4. Manon Anganese now just starting her final set of ring muscle-ups. Lowen now is done with her handstand push-ups. Manon Anganese kicking up, getting right to work. This is where she's been able to gain a little bit of ground on Lowen, who heads to the barbell for the final time. And Anganese is going to go unbroken on that set of 8. Lowen right to work on her snatches. 7 reps remain. Here comes Anganese.
This is where you hope the crowd kicks in, gets her through the 12.
2 more. Final rep for Ariel Lowen. She is done, and Ariel Lowen will take heat 1 of 10th inning. 16:47.10 seconds for Ariel Lowen as Manon Anganese is in her final reps. She has 2 remaining. Manon Anganese looking for her best finish of this competition, and again she's been heading the wrong way in the overall standings after a 9th place finish in Texas Heavy. She's gone 12th and 17th. Ariel Lowen The only woman so far to go sub 17, 16:47.10 seconds. That leaves Elena Karatala as your leader on the floor along with Emily Rolfe. The two of them are on their final sets of muscle-ups.
Very impressive performance by Ariel there, but I'll tell you what, Manon Anganez, she did a great job. I think her camp and herself are going to be extremely proud of her execution and effort there, regardless of how the time plays out, even with the top 10 ladies still waiting to go.
Emily Rolfe in the upper left-hand part of your screen, covered up by our scoring ribbon, but you can see her there going through her handstand push-ups, and she is now done, and she will head to the barbell for the final time, separating herself from Elena Karatala for third place in this heat right now. The 19-minute time cap, so Rolfe is going to have to make some quick work of these snatches and not take too many breaks, if any at all, in order to get through them and get inside that time cap. Here comes Karatala in the background. She's in the all gray. Emily Rolfe unbroken on this final set. And Emily Rolfe is in with time to spare. (18:43.35 seconds for her. The final seconds before we hit the time cap. And Elena Karatala is going to come up a few reps shy. But Ariel Lowen, representing her home state of Texas here very well as she wins heat number 1, 16:47.10 seconds. Led at the beginning, then had to battle Manon Anganez, but was able to separate herself from Anganez in round number 7, and she takes the heat victory.
Yeah, she did a great job executing the whole way. She was smooth, she was efficient, and of course we had our eyes on her out the gate because she's got a great history, Sean, performing in any event that have ring muscle-ups present in them. But I'll tell you, it's really about self-control and a little bit of self-preservation. You've got to understand you're going to have the jitters, you're going to have the excitement coming out the gate. Ariel is a vet, and she understands what she needs to do execution-wise to have succeed at the end, and that's exactly what she did. Of course, she really put it on there. After round 7, she had shorter transitions even back to the rings. We see her using somewhat of what we would call a chicken wing form of the ring muscle-ups as she kind of shimmies through, favors one side to the other, and it works for her. In the latter round, she chose to start to break up her handstand push-ups, even into doing 3 sets to get to 8 reps. But then it was all grit and all tenacity for her through the finish as she relied heavily on the crowd here at Dell Diamond to push her through those final 12 reps unbroken.
Ariel Owen with the heat win. Looking to move inside the top 10, one of 3 women to finish that event inside the 19-minute time cap, and she will wait and see if her sub 17-minute time will hold as we are set now for the second heat of 10th inning presented by Crocs. Equipment getting reset. Take a look at our overall standings coming into this event. And it's Laurel Horvath who has your overall lead, but by just 5 points over Tia Toomey. Gabby McGowan sits in third, but she's only 10 points up on Emma Lawson. Emma Carey is in 5th. Alex Kazan 25 points back of a spot in the top 5. But Laurel Horvath and Tia Toomey have had a nearly identical competition. They both have a win. They both have a second. But Horvath has a 4th, Toomey has a 5th. Here are your lane assignments, and those two will be right next to each other in the middle of the field. Toomey in lane 5, Horvath in lane 6. We are set, and Emma Lawson, 4th place overall, has yet to finish lower than 9th place. Her best finish was a 4th in event number 2.
Yeah, Sean, she's well-rounded, and I really like her chances with an event just like this. All the ring muscle-ups, all the transitions, she's focused, she's got the conditioning, and she's got the skill set to excel at something just like 10th inning.
We start with the first set of 4 ring muscle-ups. 16:47.10 seconds. We just saw Ariel Lowen put that time up in heat number 1. Only woman to go sub-17 and one of 3 women to finish this event in its entirety before the 19-minute time cap. Tia Toomey was one of the first women to get to her first set of handstand push-ups. Now Laura Horvath kicking up, and when handstand push-ups were announced, we wondered what would they be, because this has traditionally been a weakness for Laura Horvath, but the fact that they are kipping, that's going to help her out through this event.
It is going to help her out throughout this event. You know, it's going to be something that can still be a bit of a limiter for her. We don't expect her to like hit a home run here with this one, but I think it's going to increase her chances of minimizing the point separation of what could be available for her giving up on the table.
Tia Toomey in lane 5 in that blue top and black shorts took a quick break on the barbell. 24 reps per round, 240 reps total here in 10th inning. 4th of 9 events that the individuals will face here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. It's Emma Carey, who's going to be the first woman back, followed by Emma Lawson and Tia Toomey. Laura Horvath is among the leaders as well. So Horvath now just jumping up to start her second round.
I know for sure Emma Carey looked at this particular event and was chomping at the bit. These are 3 movements that she will not struggle with in the same vein as an Emma Lawson or a Tia Claire Toomey. But Emma Carey really likes to start fast and stay fast. So she's going to be one of those athletes we keep our eyes out for. Yeah, she's going to be probably the pace setter or the rabbit of this heat, but can she sustain the pace throughout the 10 rounds that she's going to start with? That'll be the question.
It's Tia Toomey, Emma Carey, and Emma Lawson off their second round of handstand pushes at the same time. Lauren Fisher is there. Paige Semenza on the right side of your screen in lane 2, picking up the barbell. And Bethany Flores and Alex Kazan in lane 3. So still very close here in round 2.
You got to love the awareness from Tia there. She literally did a side hop through the first rep just to make sure she was in the center of her platform as she executes the reps. And I like what I see from her right now because she's breaking all 12 into sets of 3. She's going 4-4-4. Again, this is going to help her keep her heart rate down, reduce the residual fatigue in her low back and in her shoulders, and allow her to want to go back immediately to attack those 4-ring muscle-ups.
Emma Lawson on the left, Tia Toomey in the middle of your screen. They are, along with Emma Carey, working their way back to the rings for round 3. And here comes Laura Horvath. Bethany Flores up there as well. We are now into round 3 of 10. 72 rep mark is what they're looking to hit. And remember, they will do the first 5 rounds on one platform as far as the barbell is concerned, and the last 5 rounds on the platform closer to the finish line as Tia Toomey gets an early no rep there on this 3rd round of handstand push-ups. Emma Lawson going through her reps on the wall adjacent to Toomey. Now Horvath getting set to start.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing about these handstand push-ups is that athletes have different approaches. We notice Tia, she tucks at the knee, and her knees don't get too close to her arms. And then we watch someone like Laura kick up here, and she tends to break at the hip and the knee a little bit more. She has a greater range that she kips through. This is in order to utilize her hips and her legs to help the weaker element of her arms and hopefully save some energy for her as the volume builds for these later rounds. So it's good for her now, but it also slows her cycle rate against the field when she's doing the reps.
Lawson, Toomey, and Carey pretty much going rep for rep here. As we close out round number 3, final couple reps for Toomey. And she is done along with Emma Lawson. So the 2 of them on the exact same pace. Emma Carey, closest to the camera, just saw her. These are your top 3. (16:47.10 seconds), time to beat from Ariel Lowen from heat number 1. Now Bethany Flores is working her way back to the rings. And Laura Horvath is now just finishing up her 3rd set of snatches.
John, Tia is one of the best in the sport, like many movements, to do any ring muscle up. So I don't think she's ever seen a ring muscle up that she didn't like. It's a beautiful thing to watch her up there executing back in the field of competition, and she looks as sharp as she's ever looked.
No rep now for Emma Lawson. Toomey is through, and Toomey is now in the lead as both Lawson and Carey are putting the finishing touches on this set of handstand push-ups. So Toomey back to the barbell, now starting to separate herself from Carey and Lawson. There's Gabby McGowan. She currently sits in 3rd place overall. She's had a really great competition so far. Nothing worse than 8th and finished 2nd in Texas Heavy. And right now McGowan in 6th place in this heat.
And that's what it's going to take to be great for Gabby is again, seizing the opportunity to accumulate the points where they're available to her. We may not talk about her winning any particular event throughout the course of this weekend, and she can find her way onto that podium. She's that well-rounded of a competitor.
Tia Toomey is now through 4 rounds and is moving ahead of Emma Carey and Emma Lawson, and she will get started immediately on this 5th round of ring muscle-ups. Here comes Emma Carey in 2nd, and it's Emma Lawson now in 3rd, but Toomey continues to stay out front, nearly halfway through this event.
Okay, the one thing to know back and think back to is right around that 4:59 5-minute mark, we saw Emma Lawson suffer a couple no reps on the handstand push-up. Was that enough to create her have to doing extra work, maybe a little bit of a psychological setback to allow Tia to create some greater separation between the two of them? It could be one of those pivotal moments that we reference back to now, as we see Tia start to pull away a bit.
Meanwhile, Laura Horvath is just closing out round 4. Toomey back to the barbell. Once she gets to 120 reps, she'll be done with round 5, and this will be the last set that she will do on this platform. Emma Carey stepping up to the barbell. Emma Lawson is walking up to begin her 5th set. Toomey with 4 remaining. So far, the strategy of how she's breaking them up is really paying off for Tia Toomey.
Yeah, and again, I love that aspect. We know for a fact that she has the capacity to do 12 unbroken at 65 pounds all day, every day. She could muscle snatch it as well, Sean, which means not rebending the knees or the hips and just kind of muscle it to the top. She's choosing not to do that, just like we see a lot of the field doing, in order to sustain and save energy and think ahead.
Emma Carey still in 2nd place in this event, in this heat. She's 5th place overall, coming off a 4th place finish to close out day number 2 in Circus, as Tia Toomey is now on to round number 6 of 10. 8 more handstand push-ups for the 3-time Rogue Invitational champ.
Now, this is the second time we've seen Tia kick up, her hands too wide and get a no rep. Now, she doesn't even kick down from the wall. She literally just adjusts her hands, walks them in like the pro she is, and continues on to do work. And that's a part of the job as an athlete. You're going to toe the line. You got to make the judge hold the standard so that you can still create as much advantage for yourself as you can. You're here to win. You're here to get the fastest time possible. So you're going to be toeing that line often.
And Tia Toomey at the halfway point of this event is about 30 seconds ahead of Ariel Lowen's pace. Lowen with the top time at 16 minutes, 47.10 seconds. And Toomey into round 6 on the snatches. She'll close us out with 12 reps here on the barbell at 65 pounds as Emma Carey hustles up to join Toomey on the 2nd platform for the first time. And now Emma Lawson is done in the background with her handstand push-up. She's in the black top, walking her way to the barbell.
And one of the key differences between what we saw in Heat 1 versus what we're seeing Tia do here is that she intentionally broke her snatches up into 4s, but the rest that she takes between each cluster of 4 reps is minimal. She lets the bar hit the ground, she starts to set her hands, takes a deep breath, and she's already set her body in order to start the next one.
Laura Horvath has fallen to the back of the pack here. She is in last place in this heat. She was towards the front at the beginning, but she has to worry about not only the women in this heat, but now there were quite a few women in the other heat who did not finish. So if she can at least get inside the time cap, that'll be some damage control for her.
And for Laura, this pause here, this waiting, I would almost rather see her kick up and do 4 reps. She could do 4 kipping handstand push-ups, then kick down, then rest again. Then do 2, then kick down, then do 2, then kick down and advance. So even if her sets are smaller, I want to see less dead time in execution here. Don't try to chunk together big sets. It's unnecessary. Just keep working.
Meanwhile, Tia Toomey is through her 7th round of handstand push-ups. Laura Horvath going unbroken. Toomey back to the barbell as Horvath is moving to the barbell for the first time on the 2nd platform, as she is in round 6. Toomey closing out round 7.
Again, just Tia moving like an absolute machine. Hardly any rest. Barbell touched the ground. She's set. Emma going to put forth the best effort that she can to stay as close as she can to Tia.
Emma Carey right behind Tia in this heat. 5th place overall is Emma Carey with 195 points. She's only 30 points back at Emma Lawson for 4th, 50 points back at Gabby McGowan for 3rd. And McGowan right now in this heat sits in 5th place. She's in lane 7, getting ready to start another set of muscle ups. Tia Toomey, meanwhile, is on to round number 8. Back on the rings. Past the 11-minute mark, 19-minute time cap in this event.
Tia does an amazing job transitioning through the ring muscle up, pulling below her sternum every time. This allows her to catch the portion of the dip at a higher position than a lot of fellow competitors that she's going head-to-head with, where they have to press a longer ways from the bottom.
Final 2 reps for Tia. Emma Lawson is now done.
Keep walking, Emma. That's the hard part there, is that when you want to stop and pause, that you're starting to read body language, and she's probably reached that point of almost no return where she's got to stop and she has to rest. It's not a conscious choice or intention now. It's a byproduct or response to the fatigue that's starting to build up. And that's what you want to avoid as much as you can. You never want to hit that red line or be quite there. You want to always break on purpose.
Toomey back to the snatches here as she is getting set to close out round number 8, as Emma Lawson is trying to catch Emma Carey for 2nd place in this heat. Carey is moving back to the barbell as Tia Toomey, you just saw her in the background, going back to the muscle ups for round number 9. Carey taking a look to her right to see where Emma Lawson was. And Emma Lawson is now just getting done with her handstand push-ups. So Emma Carey solidly in 2nd place through 187 reps and counting of the 240 total repetitions here. Here comes Lawson.
We start to see athletes have tools in their tool belt for this power snatch. Sean, if we were looking at a heavier load, they'd all be moving tremendously different, but they understand how to move their body in space around the load. It's a unique skill set that competitors and everyday CrossFit athletes have to learn to practice and develop. It's important for us to know how to manage a light load for many reps, and equally important for us to manage a heavy load for few reps.
Tia Toomey going back to the barbell now to start her 9th round of 12 snatches at 65 pounds. Emma Lawson, meanwhile, is done with round number 8. Emma Carey continues to sit in 2nd place. Laura Horvath has moved into 9th place in the heat. But right now, she is just beginning round 8. So Horvath going to fall down the overall standings because the women immediately behind her on the leaderboard are all beating her in this event. And Toomey was only 5 points back of Horvath for the overall lead, looking to retake that here in 10th inning. There is Laura. Now into round number 8. Toomey, meanwhile, getting set to start her 10th and final round. Back up on the rings.
Yeah, same transition each and every round. Just dialed in when it comes to tempo, and intensity, and managing the fatigue. That's truly the swagger and the approach of a champion, is that her tempo has just been so consistent throughout. Other than a few no reps on the handstand push-ups for Tia, she's been moving like a cyborg out there the whole time.
16:47.10 seconds in the upper right-hand part of your screen. That is the time to beat. It belongs to Ariel Lowen. But not looking like it's going to last much longer, as Tia Toomey is through her final set of 8 handstand push-ups and now just 12 snatches at 65 pounds between Tia Toomey and her 12th career event win at the Rogue Invitational.
Gonna give the crowd all 12. No, she don't. She knows she doesn't have to. It's a fortunate circumstance for her.
She is well ahead of Ariel Owen right now. And Tia Toomey looking to put 100 more points in her pocket and looking to stand atop the overall leaderboard all by herself. Tia Toomey knocks this one out of the park, an event win in 10th inning.
Wow. Amazing execution there by Tia.
15:55.66 seconds. Her 12th career event win at the Rogue Invitational. She has nearly a 500 winning percentage at this event. So when it comes to events at the Rogue Invitational, when Tia Toomey's in it, flip a coin. Now Emma Carey is just about done, looking to finish in second place, not only in this heat, but also this event. 16:47 is the time she needs to beat, and she will do it. 95 points for Emma Carey as she looks to move into the top 3.
Great opportunity for her to seize the moment, and she did just that. Not any of these 3 movements were going to give her a problem. It was all about leaning into her ability to suffer, and we know Emma Carey enjoys doing just that. So great job by her.
Emma Lawson is your leader on the field. She's on the handstand push-ups. There's Gabby McGowa. McGowa came in 3rd place overall. She had a 40-point cushion on Emma Carey for 3rd and just a 10-point cushion on Emma Lawson. And McGowa right now is finishing up round 9. She still has another round left. Here comes Emma Lawson looking to be the next woman across the finish line. 90 seconds left before we hit the time cap. Lawson's going to be able to get in.
So much snatching technique to what we saw from Ariel Owen.
And Lawson is across. 17:47.05 seconds for Emma Lawson. Laura Horvath is now getting set to start her 10th and final round. She's going to get time capped. And Gabby McGowa looking like she's going to get time capped as well, as she is on to the handstand push-ups in her 10th round. Christine Kohlenbrander, bottom of your screen, she's trying to finish up her set of snatches and get in inside this time cap. Lauren Fisher as well next to her. Final rep for Kohlenbrander, and she is in. Now, all of this is great for both Emma Lawson and Emma Carey, as they could find themselves in the top 4 as Lauren Fisher is in. Gabby McGowa hustling to the barbell, trying to get as many reps as she can and do a little damage control here. Alex Gazan is there as well. McGowa is on the left, Gazan's on the right. 5 seconds remain. Gabby McGowa came in 3rd place overall. She's going to get capped. This will be most likely her first finish outside of the top 10. Tia Toomey racks up her 2nd win of this competition, the 12th in her career at the Rogue Invitational, and she will be your overall leader after 4 events.
She did exactly what we thought she would coming out here. She's amazing at ring muscle ups. She paced the handstand push-ups just right. But what was impressive, Sean, is that she came out the gate and broke her 12 snatches into 4s the whole time, but looked like a complete machine. Tia is in top form right now, already here at the Rogue Invitational. She's here to defend the streak. Every time she shows up, she wins this thing.
And Tia Toomey once again is with Kiki Dixon.
Here we go. Tia, congratulations on your event win. It looked like your snatch breakup was very intentional. At what point did you make that decision and why?
You know, Shane and I, we definitely played around with different scenarios in the warm-up area, and we just figured, you know, it's not a 10-minute workout. There's obviously a whole lot of time out on that floor, and it's 120 reps, so you just got to break it up from the very beginning and hope that that plays out.
It certainly played out for you. You had a healthy lead over the rest of the competition. When that happens, do you allow yourself to take the foot off the gas, or are you still looking to get that tempo that you had in place at the start of the event?
Yeah, no, it's always, you know, foot to the pedal, if you will, and, you know, you got to, like I said at the start of the weekend, you got to capitalize on every event the best that you can, and, you know, I knew that this was going to be a tough workout, but it was also going to be a really good one for me, so I just went for it.
Thank you, and congratulations.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming out, guys.
12th career event win for Tia Toomey, second of the competition, and once again finds herself in familiar territory. She will be your overall leader after 4 events. Emma Carey's going to lock up 95 points with that second place finish. That's big for her. Ariel Lowen, her time good enough for a 3rd. Manon Anganez finishes in 4th, and it's Emma Lawson rounding out the top 5. Plenty more action to come here. CrossFit competition continues. The men up next in 10th inning. Our coverage continues of the 2023 Rogue Invitational as the men are set to take the field for their 4th event, 10th inning, presented by Crocs. And Adrian, we were talking about this earlier. It's just some good old-fashioned right down the middle CrossFit.
Good old-fashioned right down the middle CrossFit is right. We've got 2 gymnastics movements here for this test. We got a ring muscle up, we've got the handstand push-up, and then we've got some very light loads, at least for these men and women out here at 95 pounds and 65 pounds. They're going through 10 rounds of this, so that accumulative effect is certainly in place.
There will be 9 men on the field for this first of 2 heats. Victor Hoffer will be in lane number 3. Hoffer making his first career appearance here at the Rogue Invitational. He's in 16th place overall, but he does have a 5th place finish under his belt, looking to add to that here.
Yeah, and I really like his chances to perform at a very high level in an event like this. The weight is not going to be a limiting factor for him. He's shown that he's got the proficiency in gymnastics to really set himself apart. So with the volume of ring muscle-ups and handstand push-ups being present the way that they are, I think that this could be something where we're talking about Victor Hoffer as he's out there executing at a very high level. And I'm very interested to see how someone with no games experience per se on a big stage like this has the ability to pace, just like we perhaps saw the champ pace in the last heat.
Doesn't have games experience as a competitor, but he was on the demo team, so got to see what the environment was like. And you've talked a lot about just the value in learning experiences and getting to be around those athletes and seeing what it takes to be successful. What are the keys to this event?
Yeah, you know, the keys right out of the gate are to make sure that you slow the burn. We saw athletes that excelled at that do it at a high level. They broke things up early and often. All this is going to fatigue the shoulders. You got to be careful. And then understand there's 30 transitions within this particular event. Seize the moment there or slow where you need to, but run your race.
First of 2 heats for the men has begun. With Garrett Clark also making his first career appearance here at the Rogue Invitational. We start with the 4 muscle-ups. 10 total rounds here, 24 reps per round, 240 reps total.
Sean, for these 40 reps for the men, it's one of those things we're not going to really talk a ton about the ring muscle-ups, not the dip out, not the 4 at a time unbroken. All of these men are going to go unbroken. They're all going to do them well. Oh, as we see Will Morad showing us a trick. He's going 8 strict handstand push-ups out the gate, increasing that cycle rate and trying to get himself an early lead here.
It's Morad and Magda. Magda on the left in the red shirt, along with Victor Hoffer. They're the first to the barbell, but they have a whole host of men right behind him. Magda takes a break, Hoffer takes a break, and now Morad's got the barbell down. So it looks like people were paying attention to what the women were doing.
Yeah, I hope you were watching. And if you think you're any different or any fitter than Tia Claire Toomey, who broke her snatches up into 3 times, I mean, I think that's a fool's errand there to assume those things. So I'd be, you know, listen, if you do something great and you do it well, I'm gonna beg, borrow, and steal those techniques from you as much as possible. So I hope these men were watching.
Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's where the battle for the lead is going on early here as we enter round number 2. There's Tudor Magda. Magda coming in at 18th place overall, but had his first top 10 finish of the competition last night in the circus.
Magda with a quick drop from the rings, didn't even bother really lowering himself with his arms at all. This reduces time under tension. It's a bit of an advanced consideration if he's doing it on purpose, because he knows the swinging of the rings will minimize by the time he works his way back.
Victor Hoffer and Tudor Magda done with the handstand push-ups at the same time, and it's Will Morad right behind them. And also down in lane number 7, Jake Crouch heading back to the barbell for the second time. Travis Mayer is there as well. Great to see Travis back in competition. 48 rep mark, they will be done with round number 2. 4th of 9 events these men will face here. The first of 3 that they will take on here on Saturday.
Yeah, break these up early and often is the key. And watch a lot of the body language that the men are showing us here. If they take a step away from the bar, if they pause and put their hands on the knees, you know they're already digging themselves in a bit of a deficit. And it's not a good sign to see only 2 minutes and 45 seconds into an event, if that's the case when you know how long it's actually going to go.
Victor Hoffer and Tudor Magda rep for rep here as they begin round 3. They are your leaders. Followed by Will Morad and Jake Crouch. Travis Mayer fighting for a spot in the top 3 in this heat right now. Hoffer and Magda rifling through those handstand push-ups, both going unbroken, and now both back to the barbell to close out round number 3.
That's right. These guys, is this a synchro workout, Sean? Is this synchronized CrossFit here at the Rogue Invitational?
It looks a lot like it, as Jay Crouch now is back to the barbell along with Will Morad and Travis Mayer.
And this is actually, all kidding aside, what we would expect early in an event like this is rep for rep. None of these 3 presenting a problem for anyone that's out there on the field right now. The question mark is, are they able to sustain this pace? Are they staying just under that red line or just under that threshold of their capacity so they don't slow this tempo that they've established?
Victor Hoffer done with his set of 12 snatches to close out round 3, just ahead of Tudor Magda. Now Will Morad is done along with Jay Crouch. They're going to make the return trip to the rings. And Travis Mayer as well.
And we talked about transitions and being important and how many there are. And just watch the small things that Hoffer's doing right now in order to create separation between himself and Tudor, is that his transition time, if by only a second, and every time they transition is a touch faster, it will turn into a significant lead over Tudor.
Hoffer back to the barbell here in round 4. Starting to separate himself a little bit from Tudor Magda. He'll get a couple reps in here before Magda gets to the barbell.
Notice Victor's setup here. His feet are a little bit wider than his hips. This is uncommon for a traditional barbell snatch, but he's doing this in such a way to minimize the distance that the bars to travel all the way over his head. He's not necessarily jumping and demonstrating his full power. His feet kind of stay glued to the ground, but he's re-dipping his hip so that he can punch under the bar. Again, this is all in conservation for the later rounds. A heavy snatch would look very different for him, but he's literally has expanded the tools in his tool belt, as we like to say, and has a different method than what he would need to do depending on the load or the volume.
Hoffer is now done. And he'll be heading back to the rings to start round number 5. There is Travis Mayer, who currently sits in 11th place overall.
Yeah, Travis being an extremely well-rounded athlete. Tons of experience in our space. Been to the CrossFit Games many, many times. Sean, I've competed head-to-head against Travis years ago, all the way back to 2013. And he's one of those athletes whom he's explosive, he's strong, and he's also struck this balance of raising a family, being an affiliate owner, and being a long-time career athlete within our space. We don't see it commonly now, where athletes are actually business owners and running an affiliate and still competing at a high level.
And we have the legends coming up a little bit later, and we talked about how those athletes inspired people to get into CrossFit. Well, Travis Mayer was one of them. He started CrossFit in 2011 after seeing Chris Spieler. He's been to the Rogue Invitational 2 times prior to this as Travis Mayer. He finished 6th in both appearances.
Back as he sat out last year due to a wrist injury.
Victor Hoffer continues to lead through 117 of the 240 scored repetitions. He's almost at the halfway point. 120 reps will be done with round 5, and this will be the last set of barbell snatches that he does on this platform. After this, he'll do his next 5 rounds on the platform closest to the finish line.
So now that he's finished that halfway mark, it's interesting to watch Victor. He put his hands on his knees. He was kneeling for a second. He's close to that threshold.
There is Jay Crouch, who's starting to put some pressure on Tudor Magda for 2nd place behind Victor Hoffer. Jay Crouch in 13th place overall. Started off with a 7th in Texas Heavy. We're coming off a 15th place finish in the Circus. We're looking to get back on track here in event 4, 10th inning. Victor Hoffer in the black top towards the middle of your screen, going through his handstand push-ups, and continues a pretty quick pace on this movement.
here's where he'll get a little bit of reprieve. He's got a little bit of a further walk here to start. These ladder snatches in the event, you know, the last 5 rounds, that bar is just a touch further away, but that helps the athletes catch some time to breathe.
Will Morad trying to move up into the top 3 as well, as Lazar Jukic is starting to creep up as well, but Victor Hoffer is still your leader. Hoffer all by himself on those snatches as he is in round number 6.
Get up, Victor. I don't go there, right? Stay tall, stay at the bar. Hands on your knees if you need to, but minimize the distance and the work that your body has to do to get back to work. Body language is key here in the latter part of this event, and we're going to see it. The guys in the back, again, are watching. How long is he resting? What's his method? What are we going to need to do to better our time against him? And now Jay Crouch closing in.
And Jay Crouch is now 7 reps back. Hoffer. Lazar Jukic is on round 6, as is Travis Mayer. There goes Tudor Magda, who's fallen back a little bit. Victor Hoffer continues to lead through 144 of the 240 scored repetitions.
Jukic executing muscle snatches still up until this point. This is similar to what we saw Spiegel doing, touching the bar, just extending the hip rapidly and turning his arms over. It's simple. Again, this keeps the heart rate down, but what's the cost? The hamstrings, the glutes, the low back, they tend to get fired up from those muscle snatches.
Victor Hoffer's back on the rings on the left side of your screen. Jay Crouch now in 2nd place ahead of Lazar Jukic. Tudor Magda's fallen down into 6th place in the heat, and Magda also on his haunches on the left side as he works his way through his 6th set of 12 power snatches. Hoffer is done with round 7 of the handstand push-ups. And hold off Jay Crouch. Crouch in lane 7 now, just hopping down from the rings and moving to the wall for his handstand push-ups. Jay Crouch now with 1 rep remaining, and he is done. Crouch has a chance to shave into this lead here.
Yeah, and I really like, again, we're watching body language. I like the way his looks. He built a little bit of intensity, intentionally kind of went into a trot to go to the barbell. Jay, as we watch him cycle to the right of your screen, he has to give the bar a little bit more of the business. He's giving that bar a little bit more hip extension. It's a rapid extension of the hip and a slight jump every rep to get it up there. So his pauses between sets are a little bit more, as we notice the velocity that he builds with that barbell can tax the body in a little bit of a different way than a more slow and controlled way to get it overhead.
Jay Crouch coming off an 8th place finish at the games back in August. This is his first appearance at the Rogue Invitational. And he's just about done with round 7. Victor Hoffer's at the rings, but Jay Crouch is starting to creep up. Lazar Jukic is in 3rd, and he's dangerous as well. Jukic is also heading back to the rings, where Victor Hoffer has just finished his 8th set of 4.
Yeah, Lazar has a tremendous work capacity and has certainly improved his overall performance when it comes to traditional CrossFit movements. So the longer this event goes, the closer Lazar will have an opportunity to continue to close the gap.
Hoffer blitzes through another set of handstand push-ups and heads back to the barbell as Jay Crouch is now on the handstand push-ups. $19-minute time cap here, past the 12-minute mark. Crouch is done easily with that set. Hoffer breaking at the 185 rep mark. He's got 7 left. Here comes Crouch.
And Victor took about a 10-second reprieve there, break between this picking up the bar here for this next set.
3 remaining for Hoffer in this round.
And that's what you want. Jay needs to be picking up the bar sooner. We'll continue to close the gap here.
Lazar Jukic is also onto the barbell as well in 3rd place in the heat. Victor Hoffer is done. So far, Victor Hoffer holding off Jay Crouch and Lazar Jukic in the latter part of this event. 2 rounds remain. Jay Crouch now done with round 8. Tudor Magda, meanwhile, who is battling with Victor Hoffer for the lead. Magda there in the red shirt. He's now back in 6th place. He's got 180 reps under his belt. He's still in round number 8 now.
Again, it looks like he got himself in a little bit of trouble trying to run a race that maybe he wasn't prepared to run, right? It's a very natural thing. It's not uncommon, particularly for younger athletes. Tudor is one of the stronger athletes in this field when it comes to pound for pound, weightlifting, different ways to express external loading. But when it comes to building an engine and building up volume, it's something that he's certainly working tirelessly at. And this is another learning experience for a young athlete like Tudor.
Hoffer back to the barbell, getting ready to lap the man that he was once fighting for first place here in the heat. Jay Crouch is now walking back to the barbell. So Hoffer takes a look over his shoulder to see where Crouch is. And getting right back to work is Victor Hoffer.
He's got about 20 seconds on Jay right now. But we certainly see the fatigue setting in for Hoffer as he goes to that kneeling position between every set of 4 that he executes. And you'll notice he's building a lot of fatigue in his legs because he hinges more at the waist and rounds his back more than he did when he started this event. And that just shows that he doesn't want to drop his hips. His legs are blown up, but unfortunately that's going to build more fatigue in his erectors. And it's just going to blow you up in a different way. So we'll see. He's only got 1 more set of 12 left, so Victor's just got to hold on.
Hoffer into his 10th and final round. Jay Crouch and Lazar Jukic fighting for 2nd place, and Crouch has a 3-rep lead on the man to his left. Will Morad, in the upper left-hand corner, sits in 4th place in the heat. As Crouch is now into round 10. Hoffer no problem with those final 4 ring muscle-ups, ditches the grips because he's not going to need those anymore, and now on to his final set of 8 handstand push-ups. No rep. Continues to work. 2 remaining and now 1. And Hoffer unbroken again. Jay Crouch is on the rings. Crouch moving to the handstand push-ups. Hoffer taking a look over his shoulder as he's walking down the field to see where Crouch is. Hoffer to work on his final set of 12. Five reps left for Hoffer. Here comes Crouch to the barbell. Crouch on the far side of the floor. Now, bottom right-hand part of your screen. We'll see if he hangs on here, tries to put a little pressure on Hoffer, but I think Crouch is going to run out of time. Victor Hoffer is done, and Victor Hoffer will take heat number 1. 16:36.35 seconds for the young Frenchman. Jay Crouch is now in. 13 seconds back of Victor Hoffer. Now Lazar Jukic looking to be the next man to come across the finish line. He has 1 rep remaining, and Jukic is in. Less than 2 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. Jukic at 17:10.65 seconds. Will Morad, who's on the barbell. Black shorts. Final reps for Will. Will Morad is done. His 3rd appearance here at the Rogue Invitational. Best finish was 14th in 2021. Morad at 17:38.37 seconds, and now Travis Mayer is just about finished. Mayer is in. Dallin Pepper is now your leader on the field. Pepper with 10 reps remaining. Garrett Clark is in round 9 next to Pepper, so Clark still has a full round remaining here. Pepper on his final rep, and he is done. Dallin Pepper will get in inside the 19-minute time cap. Tudor Magda now has 12 snatches remaining as Garrett Clark wraps up round 9. So Magda falling well back of the pack after being neck and neck with Victor Hoffer in the early parts of this event. Bailey Martin is in lane 5. He's still in round 9. So Magda, final seconds here, see if he can do it. One more rep. Doesn't look like he's going to get across the finish line, but Magda will complete all the reps. That could be big for him in a tie-break scenario. But it's Victor Hoffer, 16:36.35 seconds.
Yeah, Victor knew he had to seize the moment here with this event. I'm sure that he saw this event listed when it got announced and was like, okay, that's the one. I got to go get this one. I've got to reach the peak of my performance here. And he did just that. He paced it very well early on. He ran his own race. He knew that gymnastics were something that's a strong suit of his. As we watch him work smoothly through the ring muscle-ups, those were no problem. Not in any portion of this event. Same with the handstand push-ups, unbroken every round. Even when he got a no rep, he was able to adjust his position, show the judge that what she wanted to see or what she needed to see, and he still kept that set unbroken. And then, of course, he handled business where he needed to on the snatch, breaking them up, very similar to what we saw Tia do, and finish all the way, giving the crowd a little bit of love with the chest pump through the finish line.
Victor Hoffer, the Rogue Invitational rookie, with an impressive performance in heat number 1, 16:36.35 seconds, looking for his best finish of the competition. So far, that was a 5th place in event number 2. Might be able to best that here with an impressive time. Jake Crouch tried to put some pressure on Hoffer and overtake him for first, just ran out of time. 16:49.47 is Crouch and Hoffer the only 2 men to go sub-17 on that event. 1 heat is down. 1 remains here for the men in event 4, 10th inning. Is presented by Crocs. Here are your overall standings, and that man is your overall leader, Roman Krennikov, who's coming off an event win to put himself on top of the overall leaderboard by 20 points over Jeff Adler. Pat Vellner is tied with Adler in points, but because Adler has an event win in Texas Heavy, Adler gets the tiebreak. Chandler Smith looking to finish on the podium at the Rogue Invitational for the 2nd straight year. He sits in 4th place. He's only 10 points back of Vellner and Adler. And then Brent Fikowski in 5th with 210 points. He is very much alive, as is Yellow Hosta and Noah Olson. Your lane assignments, overall leader Roman Krennikov will be in lane number 6. And Adrian, he has some momentum right now.
Oh yeah, Roman has done exactly what he has needed to do thus far in the competition. There were questions coming in. Is he healthy? How's he responded? What's the foot like? What's his training volume like? Well, I'm going to tell you right now, Roman Krennikov is showing all of us he is healthy and he is ready to contend for the top of the podium here at the Rogue Invitational.
Heat 2 is underway. 10 rounds of those 4 ring muscle-ups, the 8 handstand push-ups, and the 12 power snatches at 95 pounds for the men. Take a look at Ricky Garrard running to the rings. Ricky coming in 9th place overall. Has an event win in event 2, but took an 18th last night in the circus.
Yeah, I'll tell you, even as we kick this thing off, and we know these ring muscle-ups, again, for all 10 of these competitors are going to be a no problem, no deal-breaking movement. But when I kick up there on that first round, my whole cue to myself in my mind is, how can I do these as easy as possible? How can I keep my heart rate as low as possible? It's the same with the handstand push-ups. You want to stay cool and composed early, treat the transitions the way that you need to, so that then you know that this barbell will be a lot of the dictating pacer for the remainder of the event.
Noah Olson and Ricky Garrard on the right side of the screen were the first 2 men to the barbell, along with Bjorgvin Carl Gudmundsson. He's on the far side of the field in lane 2. 12 reps here. 240 reps total in this event, 24 reps per round. Noah Olson, your early leader, Pat Vellner and Ricky Garrard right behind him. Adler and Krennikov are neck and neck. Chandler Smith walking back to the rings to start round 2, and Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson.
We talked about how important transitions are, and we saw that even from Victor Hoffer early in the last event, where 1 second here and there, getting to the rings 1 or 2 seconds early, getting to the handstand push-up 1 or 2 seconds early really add up when we talk about any event that's going to accumulate 10 rounds total.
Roman Krennikov, once again coming off that event win last night, has yet to have a finish outside of the top 10. He and Jeff Adler, the only 2 men who have every result of 10th or better. And they each have an event win. Adler to the barbell. There's your leader right now in the heat, Noah Olson. Olson coming in 7th place overall.
Noah, an athlete who I really like for all 3 of these movements. The question mark with Noah is, again, his choice of tempo. He tends to come out a little bit hot, a little bit sporadic, likes to lead the charge, but then where does that leave him? Right around that 4 to 6 round mark. We'll be checking in to see exactly where he's at that point.
Pat Vellner, Noah Olson done at the same time. They're walking back to the rings to start round number 3. Jeff Adler has moved into a 3rd place battle with Ricky Garrard. Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson is done. Now Chandler Smith making the walk back. We are now into round number 3. Time to beat is from Victor Hoffer from heat number 1, 16 minutes, 36.35 seconds.
I'll say one of the things too, Sean, to consider is that distance matters, especially early in this event. Noah's one of the shorter statured athletes. He's got short arms. He's got a short overall body range. So when we think about a handstand push-up, boy, he's on and off those 8 reps very quickly. When we think about a snatch going ground to all the way overhead, think about his stature. It reduces the distance that the load has to travel, and that really matters particularly early when speed is of the essence. Now, again, later, as it turns into more of an aerobic-based test, that's when it starts to become less of a dictating factor. So early on, a lot of times we see shorter, faster athletes having great success, and then later on we start to see the consistency and their overall pacing and conditioning be the biggest separator.
Pat Vellner continues to lead along with Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson and Noah Olson. Those guys are rep for rep. As Vellner's got the barbell down, Olson is done, and Gudmundsson is just about done as well. You see the narrow grip that Adler's taken here.
Yeah, and I almost wonder, Sean, that he's taking that narrow grip because his hands are a little beat up from the work that they did yesterday. But also, we tend to have a more stable shoulder position when our hands are more narrow. So this could be something where he's thinking down the line with the way that all 3 of these movements kind of interfere with the upper body and with the shoulder specifically.
Roman Krennikov there in lane 6 now, walking back to start round number 4. Falling off the lead pace is our overall leader, Roman Krennikov, coming into the day with a 20-point cushion over Jeff Adler. Pat Vellner tied with Adler in points, and he and Olson continue to lead. Quick break and a kick right back up for Vellner as Olson is to the barbell.
Noah looking very smooth, making no contact with his body on the way up on those linked together snatches, taking a brief pause, hands back on the bar, hook grip intact, and he's off. Really hinging at the hips as well, sending his butt back, shoulders down, almost dropping his chest completely towards the floor. Again, all 3 of these men making work, BKG doing a similar thing. These guys all move a heavy bar very different, but you gotta understand they practice barbell snatching. BKG we see not touching the bar with his body as well, and then rebending his knees just before that bar reaches his forehead. I categorize this style of movement as a snake style snatch. It just tends to help you save a little bit of energy. It keeps you smooth, your feet don't gotta leave the ground, and you can push right under the load.
Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson 8th place overall right now with 190 points. He's tied with Noah Olson in points, but Olson has the tiebreak because of the better finish. Pat Vellner and Noah Olson continue to fight for the lead here. 16:36.35 seconds, the top time from heat 1. And these guys are approaching the halfway point of this event. 240 total scored repetitions. They're each in round number 5. Olsen with a faster pace than Vellner on those handstand push-ups. Olsen back to the barbell for the final time on this platform.
So here we go, we're into round 5. Noah holding his pace. Seems to have come out with a good groove. He's keeping good tempo at the barbell. This is what you want to see. Good positive body language still up to this point. A couple deep breaths, it's very consistent. He's building rhythm with the barbell, and because that's where we spend the most time in this event, that is extremely important for a good outcome.
Roman Krennikov and Jeff Adler came in 1 and 2 in the overall standings respectively. Adler right now sits in 4th place. He's on the barbell. He is on pace with the leaders. Roman Krennikov is falling back. Krennikov right now is in 8th place in the heat. Adler has to make up just 20 points on Roman Krennikov. There are 5 points between each result in this event. First place gets 100, second place gets 95, third gets 90.
And Sean, just watching Adler's body posture and his language, I don't like how much duress he's showing at this point, and in regards to what that means for the outcome for him. His hands are so narrow at this point that he's making that bar travel a substantially longer distance to lock it out overhead, even if it's to save his grip. I'm not sure what has brought that choice to him, but I'm sure that's going to play a factor in this event.
There is Chandler Smith, who's in 4th place overall, 215 points. Smith right now in a fight with Adler for 4th place in the heat. And Chandler has an event coming up later on in that 1 rep max deadlift that he can do some serious damage.
Yeah, we see Chandler making a good swinging action, and he has a very similar technique for the ring muscle up that we saw from Ariel Lowen earlier. A bit of a chicken wing, favors the left side, then goes through the right side. A lot of times we would note that as a fault in regards to a point of performance. We want to see athletes come through smoothly, both arms at the same time. But I'll tell you what, Chandler Smith's done enough ring muscle ups in practice. He understands the way he needs to move to optimize the outcome. These athletes tend to have exceptional movement patterns and do things in a unique way in order to have a high level of achievement.
Adler coming off the wall as Chandler Smith looking to close out his set. He's got 1 remaining. Adler's done. Olsen and Vellner continue to fight for the lead here. As Olsen is now done with round number 6. Time to beat is in the upper right-hand part of your screen. That belongs to Victor Hoffer. And at last check, Olsen and Vellner were slightly behind that pace. Olsen into round number 7 along with Pat Vellner, your 2 leaders here.
We're looking at another athlete in Noah Olsen that's never seen a muscle up that he didn't like. He can go big and he can go long on rings and regular rig bar muscle up. So this is something that I'm sure he was chomping at the bit to see these 3 movements paired together in the form of 2 gymnastics, the ring muscle up, the handstand push-up. As we notice, his hip drive is quick, he's efficient, and he's accurate with those heels to the wall.
Noah Olsen starting to separate himself from Pat Vellner. Jorgen Carl Gudmundsson looking to overtake Vellner for 2nd place in the heat. Olsen back to the barbell. Close out round 7.
Moving 95 pounds like a champ, straight up and down. The bar path is a straight line. He's reducing the distance traveled there. Again, still same solid momentum and rhythm with picking up the bar after it dies out on the floor.
Vellner back on the barbell, and since finishing 13th in the opening event, Pat Vellner has a 2nd and a 3rd.
And right now he finds himself in perfect striking position to stay and continue to stay right at the heels of Noah.
Olsen with now 1 more rep, and he's done. And into round 8.
We see BKG making a move on Pat Vellner. Right out of lane 2. He picked up that bar just a hair sooner than Pat did for his 3rd and final set, but BKG still has a few more reps left in this round.
There's Roman Krennikov, who is now a full round behind the leaders. So Roman Krennikov coming in with a 20-point lead over Jeff Adler and Pat Vellner. Depending on how this shakes out, Pat Vellner might find himself atop the overall standings here. .5 minutes gone by, 19-minute time cap.
Even though we're only 4 scores in after this event finishes, Sean, I don't think anyone that pays close attention to the sport would have a hard time saying that Pat Vellner could find himself at the top of the podium, not only at this point, but all the way through this weekend, as all the events that have been announced, you know, they seem to really favor his capacity, his ability to attack, and where he has strengths and weaknesses aligned. It aligns well for Pat.
Vellner is done with that set of handstand push-ups. He's the only former champion of this event in the field. He won in 2020. Noah Olson has also done extremely well during his career at the Rogue Invitational. This is his 4th appearance. He's never been outside the top 10, and his best finish was the year that Vellner won. That was 3rd in 2020. Noah Olson, meanwhile, has picked up the pace. He is ahead of where Hoffer was at this point in the event. Pat Vellner continuing to work his way through his set of 12 snatches to close out round number 8. So Vellner has finished 2nd at the Invitational twice and 4th to go along with that championship.
Yeah, great history there for Pat. And we just watched Noah jump up. He was on the rings at about 12:45. So he's looking to establish at least a 20, perhaps a 25-second lead on Pat Vellner as he's just entering the same round as Noah here into round 9.
Olson continues to look like he did the very first time he kicked up on that handstand push-up wall. Just a minor inconvenience for him as he moves back to the barbell here in round number 9. So Olson, if he continues this pace, he's going to look at an event win. Pat Vellner, meanwhile, might be looking at the overall lead if he can stay behind Olson in this heat. Doesn't want to surrender any ground to Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson, who's lurking there in 3rd place. Gudmundsson at the top of your screen now, getting to his handstand push-ups in round number 9. Vellner's done, and he'll head back to the barbell. Olson has 4 reps remaining in this set. You saw Vellner looking over his right shoulder to see where Bjorgvin was. Bjorgvin seeing what Olson and Vellner are doing. Olson's done. He's now into his 10th and final round. 16:36.35 seconds. That's the top time here. Victor Hoffer did that in heat number 1, and Olson is threatening to defeat that. Pat Vellner, meanwhile, is into his final couple of reps on his 9th set of barbell snatches. Final rep for Olson on the rings. He is done. He'll move back to the handstand push-ups. He's had no problem with this movement. And there goes Noah Olson. Easy 8 reps for him, and now 12 snatches between Noah Olson and an event win here at the Rogue Invitational. Jeff Adler, meanwhile, is on the left side. He's in 4th place, well ahead of Roman Krennikov, the man he's chasing in the overall standings. But he's behind Vellner, who still sits in 2nd place in the heat, although Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson looks like he's overtaken Vellner for 2nd on that set of handstand push-ups. Meanwhile, Noah Olson getting set to finish up. He's got a couple of reps left, doesn't need to be in a hurry. He has plenty of time to win this event. That's going to do it for Noah Olson. And Noah Olson taking a little time to celebrate. And he will win 10th inning. 100 points for Noah.
You love to see a great execution by Noah there.
Here comes Bjorven Carl Gudmundsson, so a late charge by Gudmundsson gets him in second place. That'll be worth 95 points as Victor Hoffer's time is now the third best, and Vellner is gonna have to hurry to get that. Vellner's done, he's gotta hurry up, and it doesn't look like he's gonna make it. 1637.45, so Vellner will take fourth place in the event. Now we have to wait and see where Adler and Krennikov wind up. 2 minutes remain, and Vellner only had to make up 20 points on Roman Krennikov to overtake him for the lead. Now Jeff Adler is going back to the barbell for the final time. Krennikov, meanwhile, is in round number 9.
Yeah, and this is where Jeff's got to really hammer down on the barbell, understanding, of course, those other times are now playing a role in dictating his outcome. It's not just the guys to the left and to the right of him.
We also have times from the prior heat that are going to factor in here, so Roman Krennikov may not be our overall leader after this event. Adler is now in. Minute 15 remain before we hit the time cap. Adler in at 17:42.41 seconds. Brent Fikowski and Chandler Smith are in a race. Fikowski's going to win that. He's in. Chandler Smith coming across now, right behind Brent Fikowski. Less than a minute to go. Ricky Garrard will be the next man to finish, and he is done. All of this is great for Pat Vellner. Roman Krennikov is closing out round 9.
Talk about how far they have to make that load travel, Sean. And Roman's got to make it travel a great distance. Him and Yelahosta being some of the taller athletes in the field.
The 3 of the biggest guys in the competition are still out on the field. Krennikov along with Jason Hopper and Yelahosta. We have 15 seconds to go now before we hit the time cap. 5 to go. And it's Noah Olson who's going to pick up the event win, looking to move up the overall standings. He came into this event in 7th place overall and could crack the top 5 courtesy of that performance.
Noah Olson, a class act, a fan favorite. What a tremendous career we've seen from him so far. I talked to him even before the competition started, and he was chomping at the bit to get out there for this particular event. 3 traditional CrossFit movements in the form of a ring muscle-up, handstand push-up, and a power snatch, and he executed to the highest level. We knew the ring muscle-ups would not be anything for him. This is a man that has done 30 and more unbroken on a set of rings before. And the handstand push-ups, he really executes at an extremely high level. Not far for him to lock out with his arm position, but he does a great job of being graceful with his lower body and efficient. And then what we like to see was that he broke up the reps early and often. He mimicked what Tia Claire Toomey did in the last heat to have great success. And he gives the crowd a tremendous amount of not just love, but also energy as he gives us a good flex to finish.
First career event win at the Rogue Invitational for Noah Olson, and he is with Kiki Dixon.
Noah, you retired as an individual, but here we are. What happened?
My friend Christine the other day said we could probably frame this as an encore. I don't know if you guys wanted more, but I'm here one last time, last hurrah before switching over to teams.
You look like you were having so much fun on the competition floor. What did you love about this particular event?
That's what I'm trying to do all weekend because this is kind of a bonus for me. I just want to enjoy it all, have a lot of fun, take advantage of the events that I can do well on, and just played my game there. It worked out in my favor, and I'm a pretty happy puppy.
Congratulations on your first event Rogue win.
Woo. I'll take it. Let's go. Woo!
Noah Olson with his event win here in 10th inning, taking some time to show some appreciation for the fans and looking to move up the overall standing. 16:10.60 seconds is the winning time. Bjorven Carl Gudmundsson with that late charge overtakes Pat Vellner. He'll finish second and put 95 points in his pocket. And Victor Hoffer gets his best finish so far of the competition out of heat number 1. And Pat Vellner looks to be the new overall leader heading into the next event. We'll have to wait for the official results. And for those official results, and to keep up to date on everything going on with the Rogue Invitational, you can head to roguefitness.com/invitational. 10th inning is in the books. Action continues here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational as the legends are coming out next. So stay with us, everybody, as our coverage continues from Round Rock, Texas. The Legends are set for their second appearance here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational, as the men and women who put the sport of fitness on the map are set to do their thing here at Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas. Thanks for staying with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Adrian Conway. Kiki Dixon is down there on the competition floor. We have 6 rounds and teams of 2 of a hurdle run. The rope climb has been eliminated, and there's a sandbag lift in there as well. We'll figure this thing out as we go.
That's right, we will. A lot of audibles being called, but we're going to make it work, and it's going to be exciting nonetheless, because you know what? There's no points or scoreboard. These legends are still willing to die to beat each other, let me tell you.
So it's over, under, and then you have to pick up the sandbag. And it looks like a you go, I go format. So 3 sandbag lifts for the men at 150 pounds, and then 2 for the women.
Okay, and it's a traditional bag over shoulder toss, so we're getting some violent hip extension as they drive that thing up over their shoulder. They tag out and get the next person in their way.
There's Matt Chan, man who finished second at the CrossFit Games to Rich Froning back in 2012.
Matt, one of the early athletes that I really looked up to in the space. He was on level 1 seminar staff, had his nutrition dialed, one of the best teachers and inspirers that I ever got to be around. He's a firefighter, great team guy.
There's Tommy Hackenbrook, a man you're very familiar with, having competed with him on a team.
Yeah, it's always great to see Tommy. And he's down there now in Vegas, close to the Underdog Crew, where we see Carrie Pierce.
Carrie Pierce, a 6-time individual CrossFit Games competitor. And you mentioned it the last time that we saw her. When you see her, you think about 2 performances at the CrossFit Games, one being Mary and the other being Atlanta.
Yeah, just phenomenal capacity, especially anytime there were a gymnastics movement present for Carrie. She would always set the tone. She really set the bar for what athletes looked forward to being able to do in the sport.
There is Annie Sakamoto, who may not have to duck to get under that.
It's true.
That log. And again, just one of the nicest, best people on the planet. Have a pleasure being able to work with her quite a bit. And, still extremely fit, too.
Oh, gosh, yeah, we're so fortunate to be able to work with her, of course, when she allows herself to be available, because she might choose to just be competing out there at the CrossFit Games or on the Masters floor, wherever it is. But we do, when she chooses not to, get to have her in the booth.
Tanya Wagner, who is the 2009 fittest woman on earth. Remember talking to her about the prize purse and how it's increased when she won. She was so excited that she got enough prize money to buy a new refrigerator.
Times have changed. Times have changed.
Becca Boyd Miller, 10-time individual competitors, also been 5 times to the games as a Masters athlete.
15 times. So many times, Sean, that on my notes and information, it's hard for me to read all the years because they're so bunched together for her. It's amazing what she's been.
There's Miko Salo, who won the games in 2009. The last year that we were at the ranch.
Sisu, that's what I think of when I see Miko. Toughness, grit, hard work. The man that doesn't take his shirt off or lay down on the ground after workouts. I adopted both those things early in my CrossFit career. I lost the shirt off thing. I started peeling off right shortly after I started working out outside in the heat and made it to the CrossFit Games. But I'll tell you what, I did my best not to crash and burn over the finish line anytime.
And the first team has finished. There's Josh Bridges and Margot Alvarez are across. Matt Chan and Jason Kalipa, followed by Froning and Pierce. I believe that's Annie Sakamoto and Chris Spieler who finished as well. There's Miko Salo and Becca Boyd Miller coming across. Now Dan Bailey and Sam Briggs. Briggs, the 2013 fittest woman on earth. Dan Bailey, a crowd favorite.
I'm sure he's going to be performing quite a bit this weekend with the guitar and a microphone over there. the bullpen.
Hackenbrook and Sakamoto are done, and Everett and Wagner are in. Here's the thing, too, about most of these individuals. They walk into your gym, and they probably tune up your best person there. That's how fit they are.
Without a shadow of a doubt, they do. They've kept and sustained much of their fitness, as is very obvious when we watch them throw down and compete even together out there on the competition floor today.
Still plenty of stuff to come here as the legends once again take their customary group photo after an event. I think that's what they're lining up for. There it is. We're going to take a quick break. When our coverage continues, the Strongmen are back out for their 4th event of what has been an exciting competition so far. So don't go anywhere, anybody. The 2023 Rogue Invitational continues from Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas. Two events remain in the Strongman competition here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational, and we are breaking out one of the most iconic implements in Strongman. It's the Max Rep Log Lift presented by a Mayhem athlete, and that is what awaits the 9 men in the Strongman competition here in Round Rock, Texas. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Lawrence Chalet, and Laz, after we left the last event, we were talking about how close we expected things to get on top of the leaderboard, and that's exactly what has happened.
It's getting even closer. Mitch Hooper's lead is slowly being chipped away at. We've got an incredible battle now. 3 athletes tied in second place. 2 events left. Who knows what's going to happen?
And here are the overall standings. Mitch Hooper's lead is now down to 4 points as he sits atop the overall leaderboard. But after that, it is tight. 3 men tied at 20 points apiece. Evan Singleton, Tom Stoltman, and Mateusz Kiloszkowski. Alexei Novikov, the defending champion, on the outside looking in when it comes to a podium spot, but he is still very much alive for a spot inside the top 3. Event number 4, it's the Max Rep Log Lift.
360 pounds, as many repetitions as possible in 90 seconds.
Here is your start lift. Pretty simple challenge that awaits these athletes. Mitchell Hooper is going to get to go last. Maxime Boudreau will go first, so Hooper will know what he needs to do in order to hang on to that overall lead. And speaking of our overall leader, he spoke to Kiki Dixon prior to this event.
Mitch, you've got 2 events left. How often are you gaming the leaderboard?
Every event. You got to know what guys are capable of, and if you do, then you can reserve some energy and push where you need to. But from here on out, you know, it's going to be working as hard as I can. If I can pick up maximum points on the log, that's going to put me in a really good place for loading race. But these are two of my best events now, so we should be into a strong finish, but you can never count your chickens before they hatch.
And what are your expectations for this next event? Do you have a number in mind, or will you game it a bit?
Well, since I go last, I'll be able to see what everyone else does. You know, I think 8 would be a really good result here. I think 5 probably gets you in the top 3. If I'm in the top 3, I go into the last event with a lead. But I'd love to build my lead. It's at 4 right now. If that was 5 or 6, I'd be really comfortable going into the finish. So I'll try and do one more than the next guy. One thing to look out for is that if the log is in your lap, then you're allowed to complete the rep. Something that I haven't heard anyone talking about. So look for me to use that to my advantage as well.
All right, well, we'll see you out here shortly. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Maxime Boudreau is our first lifter here.
Maxime's a very good log lifter, so he's going to give us a good number, a good idea of what athletes are capable of. 10th place overall for Maxime so far today, but this is an event he can do very well at. And I say he can do very well at. We've got a number of athletes that I think are going to be very, very close on this event. 360-pound log, this is bread and butter for these guys. So they're going to need to be hitting high numbers. I think 7 to 10 reps is possible.
3 reps so far for Maxime Boudreau on that 360-pound implement. It's a little more than 163 kilos. Boudreau trying to get that crowd behind him at the concourse. Now, this was moved indoors for safety reasons because weather has put a ton of water out on the field. They wanted to make sure that the conditions were as ideal as possible for lifting this, and that's why it has been moved into the concourse. And like yesterday with the bull, what makes this cool is Boudreau is going for rep number 6. The fans are right there.
And he's going to be hearing that, and this will help him. You know, he's using the time well. You can see that step back between each rep. I think he might be done now, though. There we go. Just don't think Maxime's conditioning is quite where it needs to be yet. The strength's coming back. He's going to try one more rep. He's taking all the supportive gear off. You can see him breathing hard there. Has he got the power to do one more? Very, very good on the clean, and he does.
And he will get it inside that 1 minute and 30-second time cap for 7 good reps for Maxime Boudreau, acknowledging Trey Mitchell, who is here. Mitchell, who had to withdraw from the competition due to an injury he suffered yesterday. Good to see him still attending and cheering on his fellow competitors. What an effort for Maxime Boudreau. 7 good reps for him.
So interesting to see him take off all the supportive gear then and still come out and get that last rep. Maybe sometimes we rely a little too much on those things. Maxime, very good first athlete there.
Now let's talk keys of the event after we just watched Maxime Boudreau rip through those 7 reps.
So the obvious keys of this, you know, you need shoulder and tricep strength, strong legs, but the endurance is a factor. 90 seconds is a long time, and the athletes are going to have to make sure they strategically use that time to their advantage.
Let's take one more look at Maxime Boudreau's opening effort here.
Look how easy he cleaned the log up to the shoulders. I can promise you that's not an easy feat. He made it look much easier than most normal strongmen would. We have the best 10 in the world right now competing here.
This is an opportunity for Maxime Boudreau to score some big points. This is his 2nd invitational appearance. He was 7th last year, but his best finish was in that yoke log medley when he took 2nd place.
An interesting factor with the change of events is I think now it suits athletes a little bit slower, like Bobby Thompson or a Luke Stoltman, both huge log lifters. I think they're going to be happy with this change. Some of the athletes that are quicker, say a Kiliashkovsky or a Mitch Hooper, who we've seen do exceptionally well on these combined events when it's about speed. Definitely an advantage for the likes of Luke Stoltman here. Huge log lifter. He was pushing the 1 rep max world record for a long time. Log is starting to get back in shape. You just look at him, you know, you look at those arms, those shoulders, big, powerful legs. He's built to press.
Has the experience, good overhead pressing power, and that weakness, the deadlift. We got that out of the way in event number 1 in the Tower of Power when he finished in 8th place. He's got a 4th and a 9th since then. So looking to work his way up the overall standings. 12 points overall. Tied for 7th with Tom Evans.
So you know 7 reps is the target to beat.
Here goes Luke Stoltman. 1 rep is no problem.
So powerful. Very, very efficient and clean. That's a nice rep there. Now what he needs to do, look, the technique is really good. He does this little jump back that just sometimes on the heavier weights leaves the log in front of him, but he's got so much power, very effective clean. It's endurance now. 90 seconds, he needs to keep going. And we saw on the roller coaster that he started to fatigue as he went through. Needs to time this well. The power is there. That's 5 reps done already, looking strong. He's only at the 40-second mark.
Here's number 6 for Luke. And he will hit that. So now 1 away from tying Boudreau's mark of 7, and he has nearly half the time left.
Luke has all the power in the world overhead. He just needs to kind of keep cleaning that, get it up to the shoulders, use those big, powerful legs, strong triceps. Look how easy he's still making it look. That's 7 reps. There we go. Come on, let's get behind him.
Getting the crowd behind him. Now he has 20 seconds left. 7 reps, tied with Boudreau for the early lead. And this to put him in front outright. And that is good for Luke Stoltman.
Great lift there. Has he got time to attack it one more? As long as he lifts it to his lap, he gets to go for it. That's what Mitch Hooper was saying there in the interview with Kiki.
And he will get it, but unable to keep it there. But 8 good reps for Luke Stoltman. He takes the lead from Maxime Boudreau.
Luke looked very, very strong. Every single rep looked powerful. I mean, he blasts through. The first 40 seconds, he was so, so good. Look how easy he makes these reps look. "90 seconds, it's a long time to be cleaning that log. You feel it on your chest. You suddenly start to struggle to breathe, and when you kind of can't breathe, panic kicks in. 8 reps is good.
Really didn't seem to have any sort of fatigue factor. Slowed a little bit, but not like we saw on the roller coaster where he really started to struggle late in that window.
Yeah, and it's a confidence thing. You know, Luke is one of the best log lifters on the planet. He's been up near the world record a number of times. I'd say right now he's maybe 5% off his best on the log, but you can see it starting to come back. That confidence is growing again. Technique looking really strong.
Tom Evans will be the next man to go. Evans coming in tied for 7th with Luke Stoltman. Best finish was a 6th place in the Tower of Power to kick off this competition.
And I will point out something for people watching back home. These athletes were expecting a slightly different overhead event. So it was meant to be the Fingal's finger into the log. So in terms of training, they were working on 5 repetitions. When they have to start pushing up to that 7 to 8, it's a different type of energy system that you're using. So it's the ability to adapt on the day. Now, Thomas Evans, he's a very good presser himself. He's a fast, powerful athlete. Deadlift is out the way. He doesn't need to worry about that. Log lift, he's done very well in contests this year.
30 seconds.
It's just a very, very strong lineup of log lifters. I have to say that, you know, everyone I'm looking at on this list, I think we could see a number of guys on the 7 to 8 mark.
Evans is set, and he will try to chase down Luke Stoltman's mark of 8 good reps here. Judge is ready. Evans is ready. And we are underway.
Another athlete that you look at and you just think this man can press. Big, huge shoulders and arms. He's taking his time. Do we have the start or not?
We're going to reset.
Yeah. I wasn't sure what was happening there.
They had an issue with the official start, so Evans will reset. Evans making his first appearance here at the Rogue Invitational. Saw him compete back at the Arnold Strongman Classic. Had a really good showing there.
5th place at the Arnolds this year for Thomas Evans. Currently in 7th here, 12 points. The log definitely an event he will favor, though.
And now Tom Evans is set again. First rep is good.
Just needs to make sure he fixes that lockout securely. He just kind of almost tried to guess the referee's down signal. That's a better second rep. Looked much, much more solid. Good solid third rep as well. Feet are planted to the floor. Good positioning on the chest. Easy press.
Evans through 4, now 5 reps.
Got to the point he's not even using his legs now, just strict pressing that 5th rep. Steps back, gets some air in. Plenty of time still to keep chipping away at Boudreau's 7 and Stoltman's 8.
There's a couple opportunities left now, running out of time, but just to tie Boudreau.
That looked easier than the last rep. Has he got time for one more? Just trying to get that air in, clips the belt back in.
This to tie for the lead.
And he gets it.
Good for Evans.
8 repetitions for Thomas Evans, 8 repetitions for Luke Stoltman. It's taken everything out of him. Maxime Boudreau just behind those 2 on 7. Boy, Thomas Evans has given absolutely everything there. And he wants to know the number.
Let's take another look at it. And you're right, it looked like he flirted with a no rep there on that first one, but was able to lock it out and get credit for it. And after that, he got things dialed in.
Yeah, he got into a good rhythm after that. Just like I said at the start before, he's not trained for that many repetitions for this particular contest, expecting the event to be a little bit different. I think that's why we're seeing these guys gassing so much towards the end. 8 reps is a fantastic number on a 360-pound log. Doing the full reps where they have to clean every single rep from the floor, it becomes a full body movement as well, and that takes it out of your cardiovascular system just as much.
Coming up next is the American Nightmare, Bobby Thompson, and he has been waiting to get his hands on this thing.
This is an event that he will be looking forward to. You know, the last 2 events, the pulling and pushing events, not what he's about. He is about deadlifting, pressing movements, squatting. When it comes to power in the gym, this man is an absolute beast.
Thompson already has a first place finish under his belt. He tied Trey Mitchell for first in the Tower of Power with 8 good reps. But since then, he's gone 10th and then 8th. So looking to get back on track here in the max rep log lift.
Yeah, and he will feel confident about this one. Very, very good log lifter. We saw him perform exceptionally well on the log lift at the Arnold, which was even heavier than this one. Going to have to make sure that conditioning is in point, and that's an area he's improved a lot. His body weight is down on the past, feels just as strong but fitter than ever before.
Overhead pressing power, we all know how good he is at that. He can deadlift. We saw that in the Tower of Power. In the sled pull, that's out of the way.
The weakest events are done for Bobby now. Now he needs to kind of, you know, it's a tough task to get 9 reps is really what he's going to be looking at in his head. That's a lot of repetitions with a 360-pound log, but I certainly expect him to be pushing hard to try and beat the 8 reps that we've seen so far. And all these guys going out early are putting pressure on the leaders as well, because these are big numbers that we're seeing early on.
Here goes Bobby Thompson. Right back to work for rep number 2.
You often see the athletes struggle the most on the first rep, where they're kind of just getting a feel for the equipment, and then suddenly they get into a nice rhythm. 3 reps so far for Bobby. A little bit slower in terms of pace. Got a solid 4th rep. Only 30 seconds gone so far. Still got plenty of time to keep chipping away.
There's number 5, 2 reps away from Boudreau. And not even halfway through the allotted time. 6 is good for Bobby Thompson.
40 seconds to go. In his head, he has to be thinking, I need 8 reps minimum. Anything less is going to be disappointing for Bobby. That's 7 to equal with Maxime Boudreau. He needs one more. He's
Less
got
than
the
30
time.
seconds to go. And now he's going to take a break. And again, if you just get it into your lap, you can complete the rep. This to tie for the lead.
Needs to use a leg drive.
And there it is for Bobby Thompson.
Gets a good lockout. He is happy with 8 reps as well.
And the crowd loves that. Bobby Thompson is done. He will tie Luke Stoltman and Tom Evans at 8 reps.
3 athletes so far on 8, and I can honestly see a couple more hitting 8 as well. If anyone out there can hit 9 from the remaining athletes, that is going to be massive in terms of the leaderboard.
Why is this guy so good with this thing?
Leverage. He's just got he's got shorter arms, which kind of just advantageous in this type of event. And he loves pressing. And when you love an event, you train it. You know, there's certain lifters out there, they're very good at one thing, and they just want to do it again and again. And Bobby loves a press. He's worked hard to bring other areas of his game to a high elite level. But he's been a huge log presser for a long, long time. The current American log lift record holder.
Now defending champion Alexei Novikov is getting set. Novikov currently sits in 5th place overall, but he's only 3 points behind the 3 men who are tied for 2nd, and he's 7 points back of Mitchell Hooper for the lead.
Now, Novikov, just an incredible all-round athlete, but a real strength for Novikov is the dumbbell. The SEER dumbbell we've seen at the Rogue before. This is a slightly different overhead. Requires a little bit more tricep and shoulder power, whereas the dumbbell, much more technical, much more leg drive orientated. And he's coming back from an elbow injury, so this event could be a factor for him this year. 7 reps is the minimum that we've seen so far. That is a tough target. A fully fit Novikov, I'd expect to hit it, but 90, 85% Novikov, this might be an issue. As you said earlier, he's only 3 points behind the chasing pack in 2nd place, but he really can't afford to drop points to them at this stage of the contest.
His best finish so far was a 4th in the Tower of Power. He took 7th in the Iron Bull, and then earlier today in the Rogue Coaster, he was 5th.
The current champion do a little lift. 360 pounds. Look at that, 8, 8, 8, and 7. That's an intimidating number to look at for the next athlete to go.
1 rep down for the defending Rogue Invitational champion.
Good solid rep. Not rushing, using the time well. And from talking to him before the contest, he's not really been hitting these kind of numbers for big reps in the gym. His training has been more rehab-based, building back that strength. Looking solid here. It's 4 reps, no problem at all at the 40-second mark.
This is about where Bobby Thompson was at this point. Novikov's a little bit behind that pace, but still plenty of time. Now halfway through the 90-second window. Five good reps now for Alexei Novikov.
He's definitely got 1 more. It's whether he's got enough time to get 2 or 3.
30 seconds remain.
His pace has slowed down massively in the last 20 to 30 seconds. Look out.
He will gut through that, so 6 good for Alexei Novikov, 15 seconds to go.
He has time, but I'm just not sure that the tricep strength is quite there now to lock out another rep. This will be a lot of effort to just be in last place. He's left it there.
5 reps for Alexei Novikov.
5 reps.
We'll take one more look at it in that effort. With that, he's going to have to smash the final event and get some help in order to repeat as champion.
He started off really well. Technique, as we'd expect from Novikov, looking really, really good. But just that brute strength isn't quite where he wants it to be yet. And you just saw the triceps start to struggle as we went through.
That was the last one that he just was able to lock out. And Alexei Novikov will step away with 5 good reps. He did make another attempt at the log, but as you said, he just didn't have enough time or strength left in the body to get
these
that
athletes
completed.
know, they pick it up, but they know if they're capable or not.
And now Mateusz Kieloszkowski, who's on a 2-event win streak, and he has a chance to win this one as well.
He's just a fantastic all-round performer. I mean, the amount of events he is elite at, just the elite of the elite. It's just that deadlift that holds him back. And we talk about the weakness. Even if he was a mid-table, in terms of points on the deadlift, he'd be winning almost every contest that he does. Still, even now, he's only 4 points behind the leader. And if he can get 9 reps here, he's going to put himself in contention to win this title. That's got to be the number that's in his head.
That explosive overhead power will serve him well here in this event. He's, like I said, he's got a 2-event win streak. We've seen this guy maul a log in the past.
Watch him to one motion. That's something you've seen a lot in the past, where he doesn't stop at the shoulders. He'll pull the log into the lap and just drive straight from the lap straight to lockout. He's one of the fitter athletes as well. It's a much quicker way of lifting, but it is very, very hard to do, especially as the log gets heavier and heavier.
And once again, we have moved this event into the concourse like the Iron Bull yesterday because of the moisture on the field. It was determined that this would be the best way to create the safest environment possible for these athletes to complete this event.
This is bread and butter for these strongmen, and that's why we're seeing such good numbers. It's an event they're very well trained in, experienced with.
Here goes Mateusz. This shouldn't stop long on his shoulders.
Okay, he didn't do what I would expect there, so that shows the confidence isn't quite back in the tricep yet. But still, very easy first rep. Just protecting himself a little bit on the clean there. Not as aggressive and explosive as we've seen in the past. Being very methodical, cleaning up to the shoulder, not rushing. That's 3 reps. His pace is slower than most of the leaders so far. But he might be just trying to make sure he uses that time limit effectively.
4th rep is good.
That was more explosive than the last one. That moved well.
And now 45 seconds remain for Mateusz Kieloszkowski through 4 good reps. Looking to tie Alexei Novikov at 5.
Another easy press. 30 seconds left.
Needs 3 to tie for the lead.
I just think he's going a little bit too slow. He's making the reps look comfortable. A little bit off balance there, but still pressing-wise, not too bad at all. He's really kind of limited himself in terms of numbers now. He's probably got about time to get 1 more rep.
This looks to be his last attempt.
And again, easy
there is
press.
7 for Kieloszkowski. He can get back on this. If he gets in his lap, he can do it. So he's right back on it.
He's timed that well.
This to tie, and he won't be able to get it.
He's going to be disappointed in himself with that, because that there potentially has put him out of contention for the whole competition, particularly with 3 athletes on the 8 reps. Knowing that Evan Singleton has to come, and he's a great log lifter. Mitch Hooper, also a very good log lifter. He won't be pleased with that.
And the technique looked great, but I think it was the pacing.
The pacing, I think that's just a confidence thing. You know, coming back from injuries, it does affect that mental side just as much as your physical. He was very, very slow and methodical, but every single press up until that last one moved well.
Mateusz Kieloszkowski with 7 good reps. And we still have
Tom Stoltman.
A couple people to go here. Tom Stoltman, we have Evan Singleton and Mitchell Hooper.
Yeah, and they will all be looking, all 3 of those will be looking at this, not worrying so much about the likes of Bobby Thompson and Luke Stoltman, but they will be looking at Kieloszkowski and thinking, I need to get ahead of that.
Crew doing a good job of getting the lifting area situated. And then Tom Stoltman will take his turn on that 360-pound log.
So Tom Stoltman's progress on the log over the last few years has been absolutely amazing. His shoulder power and pressing power in general just seems to improve all the time. We've seen Luke Stoltman manage to do 8 reps just last week. Tom Stoltman beat Luke and he beat Mitch on the log in contest. So he's got to be feeling confident going into this one.
He's great at lifting and moving odd objects. Has that overhead pressing power.
He's you know, one of those biggest strengths is when he's confident, he almost kind of believes he can do anything. And we're seeing he's just kind of building that confidence up event after event in this comp. That last, the arm over arm, you started to see that kind of twink in his eye that he believes he can win this. He knows if he can take the win on the log, he is right back in contention. The pressure will be on going into the final event later on this afternoon.
He's coming off a second place finish in the Rogue Coaster, now trying to chase down his brother Luke. Those 8 reps. That is no problem for Tom Stoltman, and gets right back to work.
Very little leg drive, just a little pop, using those big triceps and shoulders just to look how easy he sends it overhead. And the pace is fast. 3 reps already at 20 seconds.
4 reps are good for Tom Stoltman. Halfway there with still a minute to go.
This is good. This is very, very impressive. You just think, not just the fact that he's lifting 360 pounds, but Tom has to lift it so much further than anyone else as well. And to be going at this pace, extremely impressive.
He's only halfway through his allotted time. He's at 7 reps. Now this to tie for the lead.
This is fantastic lifting.
8 reps good for Tom Stoltman. He gets 1 more. He's going to be in first place, trying to get the crowd behind him. This for the outright lead, and he still has 30 seconds to go, and that is 9 for Tom Stoltman.
He's got to push for 1 more. Put the pressure on the next guys. He's got 15 seconds to do 1 more rep. Double figures on the 360-pound log. Make it happen. And that was easy as well.
Good, and that looked as good as the first.
You can see what he's showing now, why he is regarded as one of the absolute best in the world when he's in form. Tom Stoltman, 10 repetitions on the log lift.
10 reps for Tom Stoltman. 360 pounds, a little more than 163 kilos, and made that thing look like a tinker toy.
Unbelievable pressing. You think how high he's lifting each of those reps, just the speed he went through them. Anyone that makes an excuse that being tall makes it hard to press, look at Tom Stoltman. 10 repetitions, currently the leader in the log rep for max repetitions.
Looking to claim second place overall all by himself and maybe put some more pressure on Mitchell Hooper for the top spot. Evan Singleton and Hooper have yet to go, but this is even impressive and looks fast in slow motion.
Well, Evan and Mitch are going to be feeling the pressure because they know really to stay with Tom, they need 9 reps. If they tie that 8 reps, a lot of those athletes are going to split points. Tom is going to shoot himself up into the lead. So there is a huge amount of pressure now on the remaining 2 athletes.
Well, Evan Singleton will be the next man out. The T-Rex coming off back-to-back 3rd place finishes after a 7th place to start the competition in the Tower of Power. 20 points, one of 3 men with 20 points, along with Tom Stoltman and Mateusz Kieloszkowski.
Big difference with Evan between this year and previous years. I mean, you can see the intensity in his eyes. You really can. But in the past, he'd be screaming and shouting and burning up that energy. Right now, it is all focused on the event. Very fast and explosive, well-rounded athlete. Log lift is one of his favorite lifts. The weakness for this contest was the deadlift. That's out the way.
30 seconds.
Now it's time to put the pressure on and fight for a podium.
Tom Stoltman has thrown down the gauntlet with that 10-rep performance of Evan Singleton. Like you said, Laz, he's got to get 9 reps to...
In his head, he'll feel like, I need to beat that. Because he's going into this event tied with Tom. Tom's very, very good at loading sandbags. He's going to feel like he's got to put in a huge number on this.
Here goes Evan Singleton.
It wasn't the best first rep in the world, but can he kind of correct that, get himself into a good rhythm?
We saw that with the Tower of Power. We kind
There
of
you go.
struggled on
That's
that
better.
first rep,
That's
found
better.
the groove, and now he's done the same thing here with the log. He's through 2.
It's very common that we see that. They just kind of get a feel for that log on the first one. Suddenly, you can almost think they're struggling, and then they just get used to the implement that they're using. But he's nowhere near as quick as Tom was at this stage.
There's 4 for Evan Singleton. In less than a minute to go. Five reps, good.
He's looking powerful. The standard has been so high on this log lifting competition that you're going to feel that pressure. But 8 reps is a huge, huge target to hit. That's got to be the first target for Evan. Then you worry about Tom.
I don't think he was given that one because he's still at 5. So that is a lot of effort. That's a costly no rep for Singleton.
Time's running out. He really needs this.
No, not going to get it. So Singleton now stuck at 5. He's got 10 seconds left, and he's going to call it. But that's going to shake things up on top of the overall leaderboard.
Absolutely. I mean, Tom Stoltman is showing why he is one of the 2-time winner of the World's Strongest Man, second place at Rogue Invitational 2021. He is putting the pressure on all the top athletes. Evan felt the pressure there. Kiliashkovsky has felt the pressure.
That first rep wasn't as smooth as the second one. Really looked to kind of find his rhythm here on rep number 2.
Yeah, I've got to be honest. I was expecting better from Evan. He's a good log lifter. But that's this happens in sport when athletes are putting in amazing performances like we saw from Tom Stoltman there with that 10 reps. You feel it, and you maybe try a little bit too hard. You feel like you're going to kind of push your pace a little bit too much, and then it throws out what you're capable of. It's going to be interesting to see how Mitch Hooper copes because he's going to be feeling that pressure as well. Tom Stoltman has done everything he needs to do.
He just couldn't lock out that last attempt. And now Mitchell Hooper will be the last man out. He's your overall leader with 24 points. Hasn't won an event, but hasn't finished lower than 4th. Extremely consistent so far here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational.
And I mean, Mitch will be thinking, I need to get second place. He doesn't need to beat Tom because he has a few points lead. But what he can't do is tie on those athletes that have 8 because he will suddenly drop that lead very, very quickly. Very, very good tactician. Very strong all over, explosive, powerful. No Atlas Stones in this competition, which he'll be happy about. Probably the one event that's cost him the most points in the last year. Again, like I said earlier, Mitch lost to Tom on the log last weekend in a contest in Glasgow. He tied with Luke Stoltman, so in his head he'll be thinking 8's possible. But really, to keep that pressure on Tom, he needs to split the Stoltmans and get between them with 9 reps.
There's your chance of Moose. Out there, Mitchell Hooper's nickname.
A lot of people think they're booing him when they're saying that. He's chalking up everything, doesn't want any slippage.
To tie Tom Stoltman, he's going to take 11 to win this whole thing. And we'll see where Mitchell Hooper winds up here. First rep is good. Right back to working rep number 2.
Second rep. So we know Mitch has the engine. He's a very fit athlete. He's not quite as strong as Tom overhead, so he's going to have to really use the time.
4 reps down. Here's 5. And that will count for Hooper. 1 minute remains. He's going to take a break.
It's a good start. 35 seconds. 5 reps so far. He knows what he needs to do. You'll feel those muscles burning up a little bit, so he just steps back, tries to get some air in. Gets the 6th rep. Very, very important that he gets 2 more, really.
7 is good. Now he has a chance to tie for second place right now with 8 good reps.
30 seconds left, and that's come away from him. He needs to make sure he keeps that lock tight into his throat.
and able to struggle through that. I believe he got credit for it. He does, now tied with 3 other men for 8 reps. He has 15 seconds remaining.
You know, we saw in an interview with Kiki, he said as long as he has the log on his lap before the 1 minute 30 is up, he gets to go for it. So he's using that time to his advantage, waiting to the last minute. Now, has he got the power to do this?
This will be the final rep for Mitch Hooper. Will count if he gets it.
He's going to have to really hit this perfectly if he wants to get it.
And Hooper has
he
it.
gets the down signal.
Huge at the buzzer for Mitch Hooper to put him in second place in the event.
9 repetitions. You can see how important that was for him. You don't often see that kind of reaction from Mitch Hooper. He knew that Tom Stoltman put every bit of pressure on him. If he only got 8 there, it wouldn't have been good enough, because Tom is exceptionally good at this last event that we have coming today.
Pacing that perfectly, and as you said, he told Kiki Dixon earlier, look for me to use that to my advantage as far as getting it into his lap and having some extra time, and he planned that out absolutely perfectly.
He's a very clever athlete. He uses everything to his advantage. Technically not as good as Tom on the press, not as strong in the shoulders. And Tom, you know, he was unbelievable with that 10 reps. But Mitch knew how important that 9th was. Used the clock to his advantage.
And it is not often where we see an athlete fail a rep on a log, able to re-rack it and then hit the second one.
Absolutely. We've got an exciting finish, though. Tom Stoltman has dragged himself back into this contest. Wow.
The 10 reps for Tom Stoltman is going to win this thing. It'll be his first win of the competition. He'll earn 10 points for that. He will carve 1 point off of Mitchell Hooper's lead heading into the final event. But Mitchell Hooper picks up his second place finish of the competition. But Tom Stoltman, he is your winner, and he is with Kiki Dixon.
Tom, you have had incredible performances with the log, not only at this competition, but in past competitions as well. What has that done for your confidence?
Yeah, I mean, I knew that I was one of the best in the world at reps, and statically I needed to get it up, and I knew today that 10 reps would win, and I think 160 is very light for us, and I knew I have the conditioning and the power to get 10 reps, and that's what I did. I knew, other people would have dropped a few points, so I just concentrated on myself, got 10 reps, and I was happy with that. So.
This is obviously a heavy log, not the heaviest you've lifted, but for reps, there was that endurance element. What cues were you taking from your body to let you know, hey, I'm ready to rock and roll again?
I mean, let's just go all out for a minute and a half. That's all you're lifting for. So, the most I've ever done is 9 at 150, and that was a world record back a year or two ago. So just to do 10 at 160 is good. And, I've woken up a bit now. Unfortunately, we dropped one event, which I could have maybe caught the lead, but now I'm just trying to fight to see podium. But yeah, let's do this. So I'm happy now. So.
Thanks so much, and congratulations.
Thank you very much, cheers.
10 massive reps for Tom Stoltman to pick up the event win. Mitchell Hooper, that says 8. We counted 9. We'll have to wait for the official result on that, because that could change some things.
That will change a lot. If they took a rep away, yeah, that's going to really give Tom that chance to get right back in to this competition and make it extremely close going into this last event.
Bobby Thompson, Tom Evans, and Luke Stoltman all got 8 reps as well. Mateusz Kieliszkowski ties Maxime Boudreau with 7. The one event remains in the Strongman competition here. For all the results and to keep up to date on everything going on with the Rogue Invitational, you can go to roguefitness.com/invitational. Stay with us, everybody. Action continues here on day 3 of the 2023 Rogue Invitational. From Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas, the Duel 3 is ahead. Saturday rolls on at the Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas, as our coverage of the 2023 Rogue Invitational continues, and we are set for the third time, the duel, presented by Go Ruck. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Adrian Conway. We got Kiki Dixon down there on the field. And Adrian, Tia is back in front, and these athletes are running out of time to catch her.
It's true, Sean. We are 4 events into 9 scores that we know we can anticipate, but let me tell you, the separation has increased. Tia has found her way back to the top. She's now 60 points ahead of Laura Horvath with a 315, and Tia having a 375. So it's one of those things where, even though there's lots of events left, can you continue to close the gap on someone who's as well-rounded as Tia?
We saw a 65-point swing between the last event and this one, as Tia trailed by 5. She now leads by 60. The top 5 women in the overall standings will get a bye in the duel into round number 2. Here is your event description for what awaits here, and it's pretty straightforward. Just do the work and get across the finish line.
It is simple. It is not easy because you're trying to do it at a threshold speed. This is a sprint the entire time. They're going to go over log, under log, and over the final log. They are going to sprint across the competition floor. They've got 3 sandbags that they're going to input into the teeter, and as they enter that final sandbag, they're sprinting across the finish line. It's going to be a blur.
150 pounds on each of those bags. Now, originally there was a rope climb that was planned to be part of this event, but because of the unpredictable weather, they decided to get rid of that for safety reasons. And now it's just a pretty straightforward race to the finish line, and those are the bags that they need to load into that apparatus before they cross the finish line. Once again, top 5 athletes getting a bye into round number 2. We will run 3 heats of 5, and the top 10 times from those 3 heats will advance. Let's talk about keys to this, Adrian.
Yeah, I think the keys here for a lot of these competitors are going to be, they've got to be willing to just go fast and take chances. Over, under, and over that log is going to be something that you've got to pay particular attention to because it's how you start the event. Then, of course, you're going to open it up with a sprint, and when you get to the bag, you've got to scoop and go. The cue that I'm going to give to a lot of these athletes is going to be lap and immediately extend, which means they need to extend their hip and get that thing right into the teeter as quickly as they can. It's not light. They're going to have to do it with focus and accuracy, but it's got to happen quick.
And as we have seen in other events in the past where the bags vary in weight, there's some strategy there, but that doesn't happen here. They're all 150 pounds for the women. Got to get all 3 into the teeter. There's a look at the third base dugout where the athletes are gathering, getting ready for the opening heat here. Again, 3 heats of 5 to start this thing off, and the top 10 times advance into round number 2. Now, sometimes a bye can be an advantage, but in the past, sometimes the athletes getting that bye would have liked to have gotten one kind of practice run in before it's for all the marbles.
No, it's very true. It's certainly an advantage when you consider work to be done, right? The athletes get to sit out some reps. They don't have to take the same type of intensity or the same type of volume that the rest of the field has to. They earn that. However, the difficulty there is that they must take mental reps only of the complete first wave of this event, which means they don't get to touch the bag. They don't get to experience going up and over and under the logs. And so with that being said, the athletes that will take the field for round 2 have a touch of an advantage on the practice that they've been able to go through.
And as that teeter is loaded, it will tip towards the athlete. Once the third bag has been loaded, then they can sprint across the finish line.
Yeah, they don't have to wait for it to tilt or teeter necessarily, but it will definitely do that, and all they got to do is get that bag in there to sprint across the finish line.
The unloaded weight on that teeter is 1,125 pounds. It's about 510 kilos.
It's a big rig.
Bags are 150 pounds each, 68 kilos. The men, when we see them out on the field, those bags will go up to 200 pounds.
Yeah, and the women are having a familiarity with a load like this. We've seen it come into play at the semifinal level last year as athletes made their way to the CrossFit Games. They had to carry it. It was a bear hug that they had to utilize for 3 rounds. Then, of course, at the CrossFit Games, they had to squat with it on their body, up and down, up and down. And now it's that lap to however tall you need it to be, which for these women is 44 inches to get it over and into the teeter for them to have a successful rep. So, you know, you got to think there's a bit of an advantage there for the taller, longer limbed athletes that when they lap it and get it to their chest or belly height, that's naturally a little higher than 44 inches. And for the shorter athletes, they'll have to do a bit of a more of an oomph and more of a hip drive into it to get a little higher and into the teeter securely.
We're going to take a quick break. When we return, the Duel 3 begins here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. We apologize for the delay as we work through some technical difficulties down on the field. Because of that, they have taken the athletes back to the warm-up area. We will resume our coverage, and the Duel 3 will get going at 2:45 local time. That's a little less than 30 minutes from now. Once again, technical difficulties on the field have caused a delay here. We will be back with action at 2:45 for the Duel 3. Thanks for staying with us, everybody. We are set to start the Duel 3. I'm Sean Woodland alongside former Affiliate Cup champion Adrian Conway. We got Kiki Dixon down on the competition field. The Duel 3, what are the keys here, Adrian?
Oh man, this is going to be an amazing event. They're going to go up and over the log and over the log, and then of course they're going to get an opportunity to put the sandbags into that teeter for time. The keys here are to go fast and take chances. They've got to be willing to be aggressive, especially early in this race, to establish a time that's going to allow them to advance forward. And then as they get to the bag, they've got to scoop and go. We're going to see from a lot of the athletes are going to lap it and extend the hips rapidly to try to drop it into that teeter as quickly as they can. Not a lot of time for fumbling around.
Here are the overall standings coming into this event. Tia Toomey trailed by 5 points heading into the 10th inning. She now leads by 60. 375 points after the event win in the 10th inning. Laura Horvath drops to second. Emma Lawson has moved up to third, and it's Emma Carey and Gabby Magawa. The top 5 women in the standings will get a bye into round number 2. Second page of standings is all of these women will be on the field here in round number 1. The top 10 times will advance into round 2 to join the 5 athletes who got a bye. And once again, we apologize for the technical difficulties. There's been some Wi-Fi issues here at Dell Diamond. We're working through that. We have that sorted out, and now the athletes who will be in the opening heat are set to take the field. First 5 women out. Shelby Neal, Danny Spiegel, Paige Powers, Kyra Milligan, and Karin Freyova. Paige Powers has a chance to do some damage here.
Yeah, I really think she does, Sean. I think that she's an athlete that we've had our eye on throughout the course of this weekend, kind of waiting for her to allow us to notice and feel her presence. I think this is an event where she'll have an opportunity. Not that she's played a bunch of field sports. She kind of grew up with the swimming and diving background, but she is strong and she is fast. And we know that she's got some experience building momentum this year through winning Wodapalooza. So she knows what it takes to come out on top in a particular event like this.
3, 2, 1, go! And here we go.
Over, under, over, and then 3 bags into the teeter. Danny Spiegel is way out front. She's going to be the first woman to the 3 150-pound sandbags. Now here comes Neal, Powers, Milligan, and Freyova. Spiegel's got 2 in. Final bag for Spiegel. She's got to touch that box. Her time will end right around 24 seconds. We'll see who comes in second. It's going to be Paige Powers, followed by Neal and then Freyova. That was close between the 2 of them. Pardon me, Milligan and then Freyova coming across the finish. Danny Spiegel wins that heat, top 10 times moving on, and she was way out front early.
Sean, she had a clean run right out the gate. What I loved most about that is the aggressive way that she attacked that log. From the moment that she approached that thing, it was like gangbusters. That's exactly what we talked about, though. We talked about that being important. Go fast and take chances early. The over, under, over is going to decide how fast you can open up and turn to sprint across the field, which gave her a huge advantage once she got to the bag.
The official times are being kept on the field. And again, the top 10 times from this opening round will move on. First of 3 heats, and it's Danny Spiegel, right around 24 seconds, who has the top time. Let's take one more look as Spiegel was the first through the logs and had no problem with those bags.
Yeah, and Spiegel's on the far side of our field, so it's going to be hard to get a shot of her. As you see her dashing away from the remaining 4 athletes that are just eating her dust as she makes her way across the floor. She got to the sandbag a whole 2 seconds ahead of everyone, and we knew she would have no problem with the 150-pound sandbag getting it over that 44-inch teeter there, and she's all smiles all the way through the finish. That is a great time to establish a start.
1 heat down, 2 to go in this opening round. Again, the top 5 athletes in the overall standings get a bye into round number 2. Now, originally, there was supposed to be a rope climb in this event after the over, under, over. Because of the chaotic weather, they decided to lose that portion of the event. There is Danny Spiegel comes in to this event in 17th place overall. And a third place finish in the circus to close out day number 2. Then started this morning with a 20th and 10th inning. Heat 2, Rolf, Brandon, Gazan, Semenza, and Elena Karatala Sanahuya will be the next 5 women out. We know Alex Gazan is someone who has little trouble with heavy implements. If she can get to those bags early in this heat, she has a chance to advance.
She does. I think she's got a great chance to have a really, really strong time to start this event here. Of course, all these ladies in their mind are thinking, hey, I've got to make sure I'm a top 10 time. And we could perhaps see all 5 of these women advance, right? So it's not just about the left to the right. You've got to maximize whatever you can do when you can do it. I think this is a great chance to see how well Alex Gazan gets to seize the moment in a very short sprint-based event like this one.
30 seconds.
Which she's going to have her work cut out for her against this lineup here. Danielle Brandon, we know, has a track and field background as well, coming out of Sac State. So she's not in unfamiliar territory when she gets to turn and sprint and perhaps even go over a hurdle or 2.
Representing the Fighting Hornets, the Sacramento State University. Danielle Brandon in 12th place overall with 185 points. Her best finish was a 7th in Texas Heavy.
3, 2, 1, go.
Second heat is underway, and Karatala Sanahuya got a bit of a jump there on the start. Paige Semenza got hung up a little bit coming over the log. Danielle Brandon first the bag along with Alex Gazan. They both have the first bag in. Emily Rolfe loaded her first bag in. Final bag for Brandon and Gazan, and it's going to be Gazan and Brandon, followed by Paige Semenza. Rolfe and Sanahuya across at the same time as well. We will wait for the official times. The second heat is done with 1 heat remaining. Top 10 times moving on. And it looks like Alex Gazan edged out Danielle Brandon to the finish.
Yeah, that was a photo finish, we'll say the least. I saw who I had my eyes on, though, was Paige Semenza. She started quickly up and over the hurdle, and it took a nasty spill as she chose to literally hurdle over those things. And she was still able to close the distance on Alex and Danielle, even as she made up the ground to allow herself not to finish too far behind the leader. Danielle looked like she was the first one to the bags, but I think Alex got her and edged her out on the way to the box.
So unofficially for Gazan, 25.8 seconds. Danielle Brandon, 26.01. Looks like Danny Spiegel still has the top time, but Paige Semenza going over that log like she was on a line change back at Ohio State. And got hung up, and hopefully she's okay with 1 heat remaining now. And here are the times. Paige Semenza takes 3rd in that heat. Elena Karatala Sanahuya just under 30 seconds, and Emily Rolfe at 30.24 seconds.
Now, for me, from a gaming perspective, I'm thinking if I'm Paige Semenza, that strategy was paying off until she took the spill. So on the next time she gets an opportunity to take the floor, does she run it back? Does she still take that same type of risk and go over the log with 2 feet at the same time, kind of using that sidearm as a hurdle, or do you kind of roll over the top of the log, which we've seen most of the athletes do up until this point? But right before she took that spill, she was in a great position.
So 1 heat remains in this opening round. Laura Horvath, who is currently in 2nd place in the overall standing, so she gets a bye into round number 2. Here are the athletes in this final heat. Manon Enganez will be in lane number 1. Lowen is next to her, followed by Lauren Fisher, Christine Kohlenbrander, and Bethany Flores.
Christine Kohlenbrander is an athlete that I got my eye out here in this particular heat. She's athletic and she's strong. She makes no doubt when it comes to picking obstacles up from the ground. We'll see her, of course, get an opportunity to do that later this evening with the deadlift, but I think she's going to make really fast work of the sandbag off the floor and into the teeter. So I'll be interested to see how she sets that up coming over these logs.
Bethany Flores leading the athletes out to the field, 10th place overall, has 3 finishes inside the top 10. Her best was a 6th in Texas Heavy on Thursday, and there is Christine Kohlenbrander, currently in 8th place overall, coming off a 6th place finish in 10th inning earlier today. So far, Danny Spiegel unofficially has the top time, right around 24 seconds.
3, 2, 1, go!
We are underway. All the athletes getting over the first log, under the second, and over the third. And in lane 5, Bethany Flores on the outside. In the middle of the field is Lauren Fisher. She was the first of the bag. Flores is going to be the last woman to get her first bag in. It's going to be tight in the middle of the floor between Lowen, Fisher, and Kohlenbrander is going to be first. Lowen is second. Manon Anganese looks to be third. Fisher was fourth, and Bethany Flores now coming across in fifth. Lauren Fisher getting hung up a little bit on the bag allowed Manon Anganese to overtake her. Christine Kohlenbrander takes that heat and looks to advance to round number 2.
And it's been interesting too, Sean, what we've seen so far. It's not necessarily that you got to be the first one to the bag, but you got to be close, right? If you're not there close to the person that's leading the way, you're not going to have an opportunity to close the gap. And what we saw here was just that from Christine Kohlenbrander, is that she wasn't the first over the logs. She wasn't the first to put her hands on the sandbags, as we see, of course, Lauren Fisher being athlete number 1 to get there. But what can happen is that you start to hip those sandbags, and not all of the transitions end up being so clean, which is what we saw here from fumbling from Lauren Fisher, which allowed her the opportunity to kind of lose that lead that she had initially going into sandbags, and Christine Kohlenbrander captured that moment right when she needed to take that heat win.
First round is done. We'll wait for the scores to be tabulated. Bethany Flores is going to be in trouble at 32.38 seconds. Christine Kohlenbrander and Ariel Lowen look to be safe, as they are the top 2 in that third opening heat. Manon Anganese puts up a time at 27.22 seconds, and now they will figure out who the 10 athletes are who will join the 5 athletes who got a bye in round 2. We will wait for the official results as we get the field set for round number 2. We'll take a quick break. When we return, round 2 of the Duel 3. We are back here in Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas. Cuts have been made, and we are getting the field set for round number 2. The 5 athletes who got the bye at the top there for heat number 1. See Alex Kazan, Christine Kohlenbrander, Danny Spiegel, and Ariel Lowen, along with Danielle Brandon, will be in heat number 3. Paige Semenza, despite that wipeout, is going to make it into round 2. Manon Anganese, Lauren Fisher will be there as well. And now for the final 2. Paige Powers makes it. And Emily Rolfe. There are your 15 women who are advancing into round number 2. Gabby McGowan looks on. She will be in heat number 1. She was one of the 5 athletes who got the bye into round number 2. 5th place overall is McGowan. But after a 2nd place finish in Texas Heavy, she's finished 8th, 6th, and then 11th in 10th inning. And we did have one athlete who was disqualified in round 1, and we saw it happen. Elena Karatala-Sanahuya on the right side of your screen for a false start. You can see she got off early, and she was disqualified from round number 1. Bottom right of your screen, one more look at it. You can see the jump that she got ahead of the go. And that cost her a chance to move on to round number 2.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You hate to see it, but also, hey, the rules are there for a reason, and you can't create unfair advantage. One and done.
We're getting ready to start round number 2. 15 athletes remain. The top 10 times, once again, will move on.
So these top 5 have yet to experience this. The question is, what did they learn by watching those first 3 heats go? The first lesson is don't leave early, Sean. That's the first one.
That will cost you.
Keep that hand on that marker. And then after that, I would really hope that they have been able to understand and frame the importance of a clean run at the bags. Yes, you want to be fast there, but if you fumble one of those 3, it really opens the door for all kinds of time for athletes to make up on you or close the gap, or for you to get too far behind to be able to advance.
Emma Lawson is behind Gabby McGowan. Lawson currently sits in 3rd place overall. Tia Toomey, Laura Horvath, and Emma Carey also in the first heat in round number 2.
One of the most difficult parts of being corralled this way, other than, of course, always constantly for about an hour and a half straight looking your competitors square in the eyes, is that you're pretty static there. And then you know you have to take the field to be fast, to be explosive, and to be deadly accurate. And that is a difficult task, to stand still, be stagnant, and then all of a sudden be asked to move as fast as possible through space. It's a skill that these athletes hopefully had plenty of opportunities to refine and practice in their training, but it's a skill that's learned through experience.
Emma Lawson in 3rd place overall, but she has been extremely consistent so far in this competition. She and Tia Toomey are the only 2 athletes without a finish outside the top 10.
And that's what you like to see. That's what you want to see from champions in this sport, is that if you can minimize your appearances outside of the top 10, it's going to set you up for opportunities to win.
And Emma Lawson will be working out of lane number 4 right next to Tia Toomey, Laura Horvath in lane 2. And then it's Carey and McGowan on the opposite ends of the field. And there is Tia Toomey, has 2 event wins under her belt so far. 375 total points, a 60-point cushion on Laura Horvath coming into this event.
3, 2, 1, go!
Heat 1 is underway. Over, under, over. Emma Carey getting a little bit hung up on that second log. Laura Horvath looks to be the first woman to the bags, followed by Toomey, Lawson, and McGowan. 150-pound bag. They got to get it over that 45-inch lip. Horvath has 2. Tia has 2. McGowan's on her 3rd bag. Horvath is going to win this heat convincingly. Lawson's going to be 2nd, McGowan, and then Toomey. And now here comes Emma Carey. Laura Horvath taking heat number 1 of round 2 in convincing fashion. Lawson and McGowan getting in ahead of Tia Toomey, but we still have 2 heats to go. Top 10 times remain.
Fast overall heat there. Laura really seized the opportunity, and it wasn't even early that she started fast. It was the way that she finished. Up and over the logs, what we saw initially was Tia had a great attack. She went up and over very cleanly. She led with her lead leg immediately over the log, and that gave her success to have a couple steps on Laura. But Laura closed the gap, passed her on the sprint, and then she seized every moment as she has a tremendously fast ability to get the bags into the teeter, and she sprints through the finish, beating the other women by seconds.
Laura Horvath looks to be safe and advance into round number 3. The question is, where will Tia Toomey's time sort there, as she is 4th place in the heat? These are all unofficial. Horvath 25.25 seconds, followed by Lawson McGow at Toomey at 27.43. So keep that number in mind, as once again, the top 10 times remain in contention. Those are the times that will move on to round number 3. And Emma Carey at 29.78 seconds is 5th.
And we see several different recovery strategies taking place. Bethany Flores with the feet kicked up, flushing some of that blood away from her legs so they don't get too heavy. Got Christine Cullen-Brander going through the old traditional track warm-up, the leg swing. Hopefully some of the folks tuning in with us are familiar with that in their warm-ups and or prep work for their training on a day-in and day-out basis.
Getting set for the second heat here in round number 2. The athletes have lined up there in the third base dugout. They'll be making their way out onto the field here in just a moment. But this is the first that we have really seen the sun on a consistent basis here at the Rogue Invitational. So that shade certainly coming in handy, as it is hot and humid down there on the field.
All right, folks, here we go, making their way out.
Yeah, especially with all that rain we've gotten all weekend. When the sun comes out, it gets pretty brutal.
There is Paige Powers, who had a solid run in round number 1 to get herself here into round number 2. Needs to start scoring some points, though. 16th place overall coming into this event. And she has had a really great year. Won Wadapalooza back in January, and then finished in a top 10 spot at the CrossFit Games for her best career finish as an individual. Is Manon Angonez, who is out on the field as well. Paige Semenza, Lauren Fisher, and then Emily Rolfe in lane 5.
And I'm interested to see what kind of up and over we see from Semenza. She's the one that took a spill in the first run, but it was a fast means to get over the log. Is she willing to put up that same kind of risk here in heat 2?
3, 2, 1, go.
Heat 2 of 3 is underway. And Semenza clears it, and Semenza is going to be the first woman to the bags, followed by Manon Angonez, Lauren Fisher, Emily Rolfe, and Paige Powers right now in 5th. Angonez slips as Powers is on her second bag. Fisher is on her second bag. Powers with one more bag to go, along with Paige Semenza. Semenza's in, and she will win. Fisher, Angonez, Rolfe, and then Paige Powers.
Hey, Semenza knew she was onto something. She just needed to nail it, and she dialed it in on that one. A little bit more cautious on her second over with the log there, but wow, that strategy really paid off. She is explosive, field sport athlete, hockey as a background, played many sports, and she's flexing it and showing it off here during this event.
Just like going over the boards, and she clears it this time. Swings those 2 feet around, up and over on that third log. You can see her right there in the middle. And that approach paid off. We'll see if anybody tries to duplicate that now here in heat number 3.
That'd certainly be something I'd watch. And the beauty is that she really sees the opportunity with the bags as well. It wasn't that she had a lead and then let up on it at all. She seized the moment, kept the lead, kept her foot on the gas pedal, and dialed in that accuracy all the way through the finish line.
Paige Semenza takes her heat and looks to move into round number 3. Top 10 times advancing from here. Semenza coming off an 18th place finish at the CrossFit Games back in August. This is her first appearance at the Rogue Invitational.
got to tell you, with Spiegel's initial time, I can't wait to watch her go again to see how she shot out of those logs so quickly.
She had a great run there in round number 1. 25.40 seconds, just misses unofficially Laura Horvath's top time of 25.25. Lauren Fisher and Manon Anganet separated by just 0.4 of a second. Paige Powers gets in inside the 30-second mark, and Emily Rolfe at 30.24 will be in trouble with 1 heat remaining here. The third and final heat. There is the master board in the third base dugout where they're tallying all the results. Ariel Lowen and Christine Kohlenbrander, Danny Spiegel, Alex Gazan, and Danielle Brandon getting some final instructions from the judges here. It looks like the field is reset. Now the athletes will take their position to start this third and final round.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Round 2, 3 athletes earn their way to.
And these women have had a chance to take a run at this event already, and Spiegel was the one in her particular heat that came out on top with a fast time in the 26-second range. So we know that she's definitely got what it takes to enter into that 25-second domain. We wonder if she's going to take any of the lessons that she's learned or change her strategy at all going into this run here in round 2.
And Danny Spiegel coming off a 20th place finish in 10th inning earlier today, looking to get back on track here in the duel 3. Final round of round 2. Athletes are set. We'll keep an eye on Danny Spiegel right there in lane 3, pardon me. We are underway. Spiegel up and over, no problem. Slides under, and Spiegel once again looking to open up a lead here. Christine Kohlenbrander and Ariel Lowen fighting for second. Alex Gazan and Danielle Brandon will be 4th and 5th to the bags. Kohlenbrander taking the lead, though, on the bags with Ariel Lowen. She's a little faster than Spiegel right now. Spiegel has caught up. Danny Spiegel on her final bag. Danny Spiegel in almost at the same time as Lowen. You got Kohlenbrander, Gazan, and then Brandon are in. We will wait for the official result because it was close between Danny Spiegel and Ariel Lowen.
Oh, man, anything can happen in 25 seconds, Sean. Anything. I'll tell you what. Spiegel shot out like a cannonball on the other side of those logs and got the lead early, but had a little bit of a fumble there on that first log, or that first bag.
And unofficially, it is a razor-thin margin between Danny Spiegel and Ariel Lowen. Spiegel at 24.45, Lowen at 24.47. 2/100ths of a second. That's basically a blink of an eye.
Oh, yeah. I don't even know if it's a full blink. It's there quick.
One more look at how close it is. Spiegel and Lowen, man. Kohlenbrander, then Gazan, and then it's Danielle Brandon on the far side of the field. Just take another look at just how close this was.
And there's a bit of strategy there, Sean. Spiegel makes contact early on the box versus Lowen lifts her hand and makes contact dead in the center. That is literally what decided. Ariel almost had more of her body across the finish line, but she wasn't making contact as early with the box. That savviness and awareness to make the earliest contact possible is where it paid off. Wow.
We have to wish Ariel Lowen a happy birthday today, and looking like as a present she's going to advance into that third round, but we'll wait for the top 10 times to be tabulated. Danny Spiegel, that's the fastest time we've seen, 24.45 seconds. Lowen, the second fastest time we've seen unofficially at 24.47. Kohlenbrander, Gazan, and Brandon. There's a good chance all 5 of these women might find themselves in the final round.
That was they were cooking.
And remember, Tia Toomey's time of 27.43 seconds. Laura Horvath looks to be safe. She was at 25.25 unofficially. So they're already, that's 6 athletes who were faster than Toomey. And you have Paige Semenza, who won her heat. She'll probably be in the mix. That's 7. this could really be a big opportunity for Laura Horvath to chew into that 60-point lead that Tia Toomey has right now atop the overall standings. Ten women advancing to the next round. 5 move on after that, and then we will have the best 2 go head-to-head for the event win. Danny Spiegel talking things over with Kyra Milligan and Paige Powers. And Tia Toomey, much like we saw the last time she was at the CrossFit Games in an elimination event. Think back to the event we had with the single unders and how she got tripped up there, forced her to move on. She could be safe. She's going to be right on the bubble with that time at 27.43 seconds.
Yeah, and this is some of the most, or the more anxious moments that athletes will experience. The hurry up and wait side of things where scores are tabulated, things are made official, and you just hope. You hope that you punch your ticket and make it through. And typically, Tia's not really akin to this type of situation. She's not used to it. She's not used to being on the cusp. So even as we reference that time in history, it's a rare occurrence for her that she's on the bubble this way.
Looks like they're putting the names up now for the 10 women who will move on to round 3. Spiegel, Lowen, and Horvath, no surprise there. Colin Brander's in as well. And Paige Semenza.
Oh, he was fast.
Suzanne and Brandon. Two spots left. And final name, Manon Anganese. Tia Toomey not advancing. This is a huge opportunity now for Laura Horvath. Trails Toomey by 60 points in the overall standings. The best Toomey can do is 11th.
Yep.
And that's where you talk about the bye maybe not being an advantage, because I am guaranteeing you if Toomey got another chance, she'd be faster on her second try.
Completely. Yeah, and this is where, we have that mantra of it pays to be a winner, and it does in most cases. In this case, you got to rest, but does it create a disadvantage to you not to have that extra rep, not that extra practice? And as we saw Tia there, it was a slight glitch, a slight fumble there, that bag that cost her a second or two, and that's enough to keep her out of the top 10.
We'll take a quick break. When we come back, round 3 of the Dual 3 as our coverage continues at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. started with 20, we're down to 10 as we move into round number 3 here of the Duel 3 at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. And Tia Toomey is going to finish in 12th place, not making it into round 3. Now that would be good enough for 45 points. So if Laura Horvath wins this event, she will cut 55 points off of that 60-point deficit. Toomey can still hang on to the overall lead. First of 2 heats for this 3rd round, making their way out to the field. Manon Anganese, Lauren Fisher, Alex Gazan, Emma Lawson, and Danielle Brandon. And this is also a big opportunity for Emma Lawson, sitting in 3rd place. She has a chance if she can advance, and Laura Horvath does not. Lawson could find herself in 2nd place overall. Trails Laura Horvath by 10 points for 2nd place. And again, she has been extremely consistent. The only other woman other than Tia Toomey, well, now Toomey is going to have a finish outside the top 10, so Lawson has a chance to be the only woman with no finishes outside of the top 10. Here are your lane assignments for this opening heat in round 3.
3, 2, 1, go!
No problem on the first log. Everyone under the second. Lawson getting hung up in the back a little bit as Danielle Brandon, who is out front. Manon Anganez is going to be second to the bags, followed by Fisher and Gazan, and now Lawson just getting there on the left side of your screen. First bag in. Second bag in for Brandon, Gazan, and Fisher. Third bag in for Gazan, and it's going to be a race to the finish. Gazan, Brandon, Anganez, Lawson, then Fisher. Top 5 women advancing. Alice Gazan and Danielle Brandon were neck and neck to the finish.
It was close. It looked like Danielle might have tapped that box first. Let's see the times here.
We saw a finish between Danielle Spiegel and Ariel Lowen in the prior round. That was just 2/100ths of a second, but it was Danielle Brandon who got out to that lead early. In the back there was Emma Lawson, who got hung up, but she was able to make up some ground.
Yeah, great navigation of the bags by Danielle there, even a quick shuffle to get to the last bag, and then it looked like her hand made contact just before Alex.
One more look, and it does look like Danielle Brandon edges out Alex Gazan. Anganez is going to finish 3rd, and then it was close between Lawson and Fisher, with Lawson getting there just before Fisher. Unofficial results right now. Brandon 24.55 seconds. 11/100ths of a second ahead of Alex Gazan. Manon Anganez will take 3rd. Emma Lawson and Lauren Fisher.
Yeah, and it was obvious early. Emma, I don't know if she made a bit of a different approach to that first log, but she gave a little bit of a hop step. And she made contact early with her lead leg. It definitely caught her off guard and made her pause as she came over that log, which of course put her behind early.
24.55 seconds. You beat that, you're guaranteed a spot in the group of 5. Only 5 women are advancing into round 4. And then after that, it's the top 2 going head to head for the win. Women in the final heat, they're in the 3rd base dugout, waiting to get sent out onto the field. Paige Menza will lead the way, followed by Laura Horvath, Danny Spiegel, Ariel Lowen, and Christine Kohlenbrander.
All right, this is exciting here. We get to see what some of the fastest times so far taking the field together are going to produce. Is anyone going to dare to mimic Paige Semenza's hurdle over the log? Is anyone going to try that? Are they going to switch up? They're going to go with what they've known? We'll see how this plays out. There's a good chance that Semenza and Spiegel will be the first to the bags, but what will happen there is the question. Will Horvath be able to overtake them? Will she find a way to have a lead?
And in that last heat, only 3 seconds separated Danielle Brandon from Lauren Fisher. No room for a mistake here.
No,
in this round.
Athletes have to have complete tunnel vision. No matter what's going on around you, focus on the work ahead. Be where you're at.
There's Laura Horvath, who's looking to carve a significant amount of points off of Tia Toomey's 60-point lead for the top spot in the overall standings. Horvath will be in lane number 4.
10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go! All right, folks, here we go.
We're underway. Paige Paige Semenza up and over, no problem. Up and over again, that other log, no problem. She's about neck and neck, a little bit ahead now of Dani Spiegel. Semenza to the bag first. First bag loaded for her. First bag loaded for Spiegel and Horvath. All the athletes on their second bag. Semenza on her third bag. Spiegel's going to win the heat. Semenza got hung up on the lip. Horvath is second, Semenza third, and then it was tight between Lowen and Kohlenbrander.
Couldn't script it any more exciting, let me tell you, from up here. Oh my goodness. These women are moving up and over those logs. That sprint is awesome. Spiegel can open up when she gets open space in front of her. She does a great job getting after it, driving her elbows back, knees up. She covers ground very well, as does Semenza.
Spiegel was the second woman to the bags, and she was neck and neck with Paige Semenza. Semenza got that final bag hung up on the lip of that teeter, but really efficient was Semenza around those logs. And she was the first woman to get her hands just ahead of Dani Spiegel on those bags. And this is where Spiegel does the damage.
Yeah, she does. She's so consistent here, Sean. And then watch what she does when she taps the box. Just a slight, nope, right there on the front of the box. She doesn't even hit the top. And so if this rule is to make contact, she's doing it in just the right place as early as possible. That's what you want to do to trip that time and make sure that you get your time across the line.
Dani Spiegel will find herself in the final round. She had the fastest time unofficially that we have seen, 22.1 seconds. Laura Horvath looking to advance as well at 23.18. Paige Semenza, she was also faster than Danielle Brandon's winning time. Ariel Lowen and Christine Kohlenbrander. So it looks like Kohlenbrander 1/10 of a second behind Lowen, and that's going to be enough to possibly knock her out of the final round, because Danielle Brandon's time of 24.55 would slide in there in 4th place, but we'll wait for the official results. So 1/10 of a second is what might be keeping Kohlenbrander from that next round of 5.
Well, and this brings it up again, Sean. We talked about, is it an advantage, is it a disadvantage? We see times continually getting faster. These athletes get reps, they get to adapt, they understand, they can dial in their accuracy. They're a bit more composed from that first initial run where, of course, we got a little rust on, we're anxious, we're nervous. But now they're out there hitting a bit of a flow state. These are, of course, the fastest athletes in the field now as we dwindle down to the top 10. But as we get into the top 5, man, I'd imagine that these times are just going to continually to be shaved down faster and faster.
Round 4 coming up next here, so stay with us, everybody, as our coverage continues from the Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas, of the 2023 Rogue Invitational.
We will find out who that is.
The final 5 names have been put up there for round number 4, with the top 2 advancing. It's Kazan, Brandon, Semenza, Horvath, and Dani Spiegel.
Fast times, lots of points available here for these 5 women. Gotta seize the moment. Laura Horvath is chomping at the bit for that top spot.
Laura Horvath now with a chance to put some room between her and Emma Lawson for 2nd place. Horvath came into this event with a 10-point lead on Lawson 4 second and continues to shave points off of Tia Toomey's 60-point lead. Toomey coming in with 375 points, Horvath at 315, and now the worst that Laura Horvath can do is 5th. That would be good enough for 80 points. Toomey is finishing in 12th. If Horvath finishes in 5th, she would reduce that deficit by 35 points. Top 2 women from this heat will go head-to-head in one final race for the win.
And the advantage now that we've gotten down to 5 is that it's truly a left-to-right race. Yeah, we're still racing the clock, but we know amongst the 5, like, yo, I just got to get top 2. Got to get top 2, so got to do the thing fast enough to be in the top 2, understand from left to right. I can't force anything, but I also can't afford to make any mistakes.
They're getting the order set in the dugout before they walk the athletes out to the field. This is going to be great for Alex Gazan, who comes in 11th place overall. She'll look to crack the top 10 after this. Paige Semenza as well, 13th place overall. Danielle Brandon in 12th. So 3 women who came into this event outside the top 10. Danny Spiegel as well, so 4 women. Spiegel right now in 17th place. All with a chance to pick up some very valuable points here in the latter parts of this event.
It's going to be exciting to watch everyone's different styles. Over, under, over. Take the floor here. I got to say, I like, from a consistency standpoint, I like what we've seen from Danny Spiegel so far. The most consistent to get in and out of the logs, the fastest, and still be consistent on the bags, as we know that she can create even more separation there at times.
Now, round 4. 5 athletes remain, making their way out onto the field, led by Alex Gazan, Paige Semenza, Danny Spiegel, Laura Horvath, and Danielle Brandon. Semenza's really been the best when it comes to the logs, but it's been Danny Spiegel, like you said, who's done the work on the bags that has made the difference for her.
Yeah, I'd say Semenza has the most athletic approach. She takes a fast, aggressive approach to the log, a little hop step, and then she literally just hurdles it almost with 2 feet at once, using her hand as like a kickstand. But the elevation and separation that she creates from that first log buys her extra time in the air, and where Spiegel stays low and turns over, that's where she gets those feet to the ground quicker, and that's ultimately what trajected her out in front of Semenza on that final log in the last round that we saw. So we'll see how this plays out.
Spiegel will be in the middle of the field right next to Paige Semenza.
3, 2, 1, go! And here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Round 4 is underway. Spiegel up and over. She's neck and neck with Paige Semenza. Danielle Brandon in 3rd, followed by Horvath and Gazan. First bag in for Semenza and Spiegel. Second bag in for Spiegel. Second bag in for Semenza. Spiegel's done. Danny Spiegel advanced. And now a race between Horvath and Semenza. And that could be big for Laura Horvath. She may have gotten there just ahead of Semenza.
I gotta say, I agree with you, Sean. I think she made it by a hair. It looked like she had the advantage there, Laura.
Just from our vantage point, that's the way it looked, but we'll wait for the official results. But Laura Horvath, that is huge for her, as she has a chance now to pick up at least 95 points. 22.95 seconds. She does get in ahead unofficially of Paige Semenza. So it's going to be Horvath and Spiegel head-to-head for the win. At the very worst for Laura Horvath, as you look at the finish here, Danny Spiegel winning once again. But at the very least for Laura Horvath, you can see how close it was. She will trail Tia Toomey by just 10 points going into the next event. There are your unofficial times. Danny Spiegel once again.
Wow.
And you mentioned it, continuing to get faster here. 21.80 seconds. Laura Horvath just under the 23-second mark, followed closely by Semenza, and then Gazan edging out Danielle Brandon by 3/100ths of a second.
Yeah, it's really interesting, but we see this at the affiliate level. We see this at the elite CrossFit level, but man, we're adaptable. We're adaptable humans, and that's what the training methodology designs us to be. We get exposure to something, and just a few touches on it allows us to learn and improve very quickly. And that's what we're seeing from even the elite women right here that are out there on the field, is that they get to experience something, and when they get a chance to run it back, they're going to do it that much better.
Paige Semenza is going to wind up with her best finish of the competition so far. 3rd place for her. There are your final two. Danny Spiegel taking on Laura Horvath for 100 points in the win in the dual 3.
In the business, going head-to-head in round number 5.
Laura Horvath looking to pick up an event win here along with Danny Spiegel. Horvath won event 3 to close out last night's competition in Circus. And Danny Spiegel in 17th place overall. With this win, she can really rocket herself up the overall standings. Her best finish so far, a 3rd place, also in the Circus on Friday night.
Yeah, and Danny Spiegel being one of those athletes that she knows when it comes to being as well-rounded as possible, she's got some holes, and that's for certain. She wouldn't deny that. But there's also a unique understanding that athletes have to take when they compete at an elite level to continue to train your strengths at a high level so that when the opportunity presents itself, you can nab the 100 points when it's out there. This, of course, being one of those chances for Danny Spiegel.
We'll step away for a quick second. When we return, Spiegel versus Horvath for the event win in the dual 3. We are set for the final head-to-head matchup between Danny Spiegel and Laura Horvath for the event win here in the Duel 3. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with former Affiliate Cup champion Adrian Conway. Kiki Dixon is down on the field as Laura Horvath and Danny Spiegel head out to run this thing back one more time.
It's about to be live. Round 5, about to go down right here, Dell Diamond.
Plenty of practice up until now. They both know what it's like. They both know where they got to make their hay. Both of these women have shown great promise with the sandbag. Both of them winning particular heats so far at that apparatus. The question will be maybe who gets there first.
In the last heat, Danny Spiegel was out front with Paige Semenza. The two of them have really been the best at navigating these logs.
Yep. It's just about seizing the moment when she gets there. It's a different kind of pressure when it's just two.
Three, two, one, go.
Here we go, Spiegel versus Horvath for the win. Spiegel is out front. Danny Spiegel looking to get to the sandbags first. She will. Horvath is there. They get the first bag in. It's neck and neck. Second bag is in. Spiegel has a slight lead. Third bag is in. This one's going to come down to the finish, and I think it was Danny Spiegel. It looked like Danny Spiegel, but we will wait. But that was about as close as you can get.
Oh, man. I almost pulled a muscle jumping around.
21.75 seconds for Spiegel, 21.83 seconds for Laura Horvath. So Spiegel's going to pick up the event win. Laura Horvath, the good news for her is she'll pick up 95 points, and she will only trail Tia Toomey by 10 heading into the next event.
Hey, Spiegel knew what she had to do, and she's been doing it every time she takes the floor for this particular event. She's up and over those logs. She's first to the sandbags. Now, there was a slight hesitation here at sandbag 1. I don't know what it was, but Laura closed the gap, and then here, the whole entire event, Spiegel's been tapping just the front of that box, and it's allowed her to have a slight edge and advantage over that final split second over the field.
What a finish for Danny Spiegel and Laura Horvath. But Danny Spiegel, she was extremely consistent throughout and picks up 100 points, looking to move into the top 10 in the overall standings. And Danny and Laura Horvath are with Kiki Dixon.
Danny, congratulations on your event win. You had some serious finesse out there. Where did you learn to slide like that?
It was just instinct. I was just running away from these girls.
It worked for you. You were very consistent. Laura, this event has different rounds, repeated rounds. What adjustments were you making on the fly as you went round to round?
I didn't do any adjustments. I just raced to the level of my competitors. Every time my heat was faster, I just went faster.
And what was it like to go head-to-head with Danny?
It was awesome. It was really good, fun.
Danny, in between the rounds, you looked so comfortable, confident. What was it about this event that you feel gave you the advantage and confidence like that?
They didn't strap a ruck to me.
Sandbag.
What was that?
She also loves the sandbag.
Love me a sandbag, yeah.
One more time.
Love me a sandbag.
She loves the sandbag. It showed. Congratulations, and thank you so much, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
First event win of this competition for Danny Spiegel, and she will look to really move herself up the overall standings. Laura Horvath with that second place finish carves 50 points off of Tia Toomey's lead. Heading into the final event of the day, which is that 1 rep max deadlift. Danny Spiegel, followed by Horvath Semenza, her best finish of the competition. She picks up 90 points, finishing third, followed by Alex Kazan and Danielle Brandon. Tia Toomey takes 12th in the event. Her first finish outside of the top 10. Emma Lawson now, the only athlete who has yet to finish outside of the top 10 in any event. Gabby Magawa takes 11th. There is Toomey in 12th. And then Elena Caratalasanahuya down in 20th. Again, she was disqualified for a false start in round 1. Here are your updated overall standings. Tia Toomey continues to lead, but now Laura Horvath just 10 points back. Emma Lawson sits in 3rd. Gabby Magawa now 30 points behind her. And it's Emma Carey in 5th. Danny Spiegel moves from 17th up to 13th. Paige Semenza knocking on the door of the top 10, as is Danielle Brandon. And event 5 is done for the women. Close finishes all over the place in the dual 3. Danny Spiegel, Laura Horvath going head to head, and it was a photo finish as Danny Spiegel picks up the event win in 100 points. Laura Horvath, though, carves into Tia Toomey's lead, now just 10 points back of the 3-time Rogue Invitational champion. Women are done. Men coming up next. Stay with us here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. The men are set to take on the Duel 3 presented by GoRuck here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. Glad you're with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Adrian Conway. Kiki Dixon is down on the field. This one's all about just getting the work done, Adrian.
Yeah, there's not a lot of gray area here at all. These guys are going to sprint as fast as they can. They're going to go over, under, then over a log, sprint across the field to 3 sandbags, which you're going to remove from the ground into the teeter and cross the finish line as fast as they can. And those bags are 200 pounds each.
4 men will be on the field for this opening heat. Again, the top 5 men in the overall standings get a bye into round number 2. Garrett Clark, Dallin Pepper, Bailey Martin, and Tudor Magda to lead things off.
2, 1, go.
And here we go. Dallin Pepper has some trouble getting over the log on the final part. He takes a spill. It's Bailey Martin and Tudor Magda, the first 2 men to the bags. Martin's already got 2 in there. Lugs the 3rd one up and over, and Bailey Martin's going to take heat 1. Dallin Pepper with a nice recovery. He's going to get 2nd. Magda, and then it's Clark in 4th.
Yeah, and I expected this from the men. I knew that we would see a lot more of that Paige Semenza style approach in regards to aggressiveness up and over the log versus the one leg over with the spin that we saw a lot from the women. And we saw Pepper take a spill, just like we saw Semenza on her first run. Luckily, he's strong enough to regather himself on the bags and make up some ground to still get second in that heap. Don't know if that time's going to be good enough to advance, but he made it happen.
One more look, and keep an eye in lane 2 on Dallin Pepper. Great recovery for him. This is where he ran into some trouble. Took a spill off of that third log as Bailey Martin gets to the bags first, but then it was Dallin Pepper who made quick work of the bags to get in second place behind Martin.
Great clean run there for Bailey to kick off this event. It's got to be a great feeling.
Next 5 men getting set to make their way out onto the field. So Martin at 23.17 seconds, top 10 times moving on to round number 2. Pepper at 24.40, and then it's Magda and Clark. So overall standings coming into this event. How about Noah Olson, who moved from 7th to 2nd, courtesy of his event win in 10th inning. Now with 290 points, Pat Vellner's your overall leader. Adler tied with Olson in points. Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson into the top 5, and Roman Krennikov now sits in 5th, just 10 points up on Brent Fikowski. So Vellner, Olson, Adler, and Gudmundsson, along with Krennikov, all getting a bye into round 2. We just saw Clark, Magda, Pepper, and Martin go. And spots 15 through 11 will be up next.
Talk about a shuffle. That was quite the shuffle there after this morning's event.
And Noah Olson picks up his first Rogue Invitational win in the prior event. And now just sits 20 points back of Pat Vellner for the top spot in the overall standings. And as we saw with the women, this event can really shake up the standings.
Yeah, it really can, with no room for error here with how fast these runs are. Got to keep our eye out on Jason Hopper. Football background, played a year at Clemson as a walk-on. I don't think he's in foreign territory when he sees a bunch of open grass out in front of him, Sean.
Not at all. 14th place overall is Jason Hopper with 190 points. Best finish was a 4th in the circus on Friday night. Here are your lane assignments. Hopper will be on the left side of your screen, top of your screen from this angle in lane 1. Morad Hosta, Hoffer, and then Lazar Jukic at the bottom in lane 5. .17 seconds. That's the fastest time we've seen so far from Bailey Martin.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
We are underway, and that was close for Will Morad in lane 2. Let's see if he got off a little bit ahead of the buzzer there. Morad is going to be the first man to the bag, followed by Hosta and Hopper. Hopper has the bag in. Jukic has his first bag up and over. Hosta has 2 bags already loaded. Hosta on his 3rd and final bag. And it's going to be Hosta and Hopper, followed by Morad. Hopper and Jukic forgot to touch the box, but they're still going to give him a time.
Hopper did too. Hopper ran right by the thing. I don't know if he touched it. I don't know what's going to happen, but equally his judge was telling him to go back, and he had to tap the box.
We'll see what that does. So a mental error for both Hopper and Jukic, not touching the box. See how that affects their time.
They said we had a chip.
We have 1 heat left in this opening round.
Man, and this one was close all the way out. Victor Hopper, I don't know, he pretty much did a somersault over that log. I don't know how he got back on his feet and started running, but it was really close all the way to the bags. And then we saw Yella Hosta. He had an amazing ability to go from ground right to the perfect height, right at the right time. And you see there at the top of your screen, Hopper runs right past the box, looks at it, looks at his judge. He's like, what's up? What's going on? He has to run back and make the touch. And that is going to be costly for him.
And then Jukic runs across as well, and I don't think he went back to touch it. So here are your heat results. Jason Hopper right now at 22.35 seconds, followed by Hosta, just a tenth of a second behind him. Morad in third, and then Hoffer and Jukic all above the 25-second mark. So if that stays, Hopper and Hosta will now have the two top times, with Bailey Martin's mark of 23.17 seconds sliding into third. Top 10 times do move on.
Well, let's just take out the guesswork and touch the box next time, fellas. Okay? That's that stresses me out up here in the box, even watching it happen. You would hate to see an athlete not rewarded for their effort and for their execution. It's clear that Hopper had the fastest time in that heat, but you definitely want to make sure that you're beyond reproach there and do what is asked of you and make sure that you're doing that in the future.
Next 5 men out will be Travis Mayer, Jay Crouch, Brent Fikowski, Chandler Smith, and Ricky Garrard. And Garrard with those sleeves on, looking to help himself get a good grip on that sandbag.
Yeah, that's an interesting technique. I've used that. I've seen athletes use that, especially with rough and tumble type exercises. You know, they're covering their arms when they're going to do a lot of reps. This is just 3. But you know why? Ricky's expecting to do a lot of sandbag cleans in this. He wants to get it up into that apparatus as many times as he can because he wants to stick around. And Ricky's got a great chance with a field sport background. He's played a lot of rugby. We know Ricky likes to take chances and to go fast in almost every event that he gets an opportunity to do so. So he's definitely someone to watch in this, and he'll be out there in lane 1.
I think he also wore those sleeves in 2022 in the sandbag ladder. He did pretty well in that event. Garrard will be in lane 1, next to Chandler Smith. Brent Fikowski in the middle of the field, and it's Crouch and Travis Mayer here in this third and final heat in round 1. All the men on the field right now inside the top 10 in the overall standings.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
Mayer up and over, no problem. And it's Garrard in lane 1. He is in the lead. Garrard looking to be the first man to the bags, followed closely by Fikowski, Crouch, and Mayer. Chandler Smith struggling with his first bag. Garrard's already got 2 in. Garrard is on his final bag, as is Travis Mayer, and it's going to be Travis Mayer ahead of Garrard, followed by Crouch and Fikowski, and here comes Chandler Smith.
Another tight race there. Travis really making fast work of those bags. Wasn't the first to them, but made a very clean run to get all 3 right into the teeter very quickly. Go ahead, Sean.
No, just say signing a scorecard, and it was the work that he did early on, really clean up and over those logs to stay somewhat even with Garrard getting to the bags.
Yeah, he's an explosive athlete, and we know this. He can run, he can jump, he can cover distance fast, but he's pretty much neck and neck. And into this point, watch what he does here to scoop and lap the bag quickly. And then he's aggressively throwing it down, not waiting for it to drop, so that he can turn and get right back to that next bag. And it really paid off for him, edging out Ricky Garrard to that box.
Travis Mayer looking to stay alive, top 10 times, moving on to round number 2. And we will get our first look in that round at the top 5 men in the overall standings.
Even as I watched Ricky on that last heat, it was, you see the times here.
21.97 for Travis Mayer. I believe that's the fastest time we've seen. Ricky Garrard at 22.77 seconds. Crouch is in third, and then Brent Fikowski at 23.75. Chandler Smith is going to be in trouble. He may not advance to the next round. Take a quick break. When we return, we'll have the 15 men who are in round number 2 as our coverage of the 2023 Rogue Invitational continues. We are set for round 2 for the men in the dual 3. As we know, the 10 men who will join the top 5 in the overall standings, who will advance to this portion of the event. Travis Mayer is one of them. Jason Hopper is going to get in as well. Yellow Hosta. Ricky Garrard moves on. And Bailey Martin, they will be in Heat 3. Heat number 2 will have Jay Crouch. Brent Fikowski advances as well. Dallin Pepper, with a nice recovery, gets himself into Heat 2, followed by Will Morad, and the final man advancing, Tudor Magda. 3 more heats, top 10 move on to round 3. The overall leaders will be out on the field. This is the first time, remember, that they have gotten to go through this course. During the break, we saw Vellner and Adler out there running a little bit, trying to get their hands on the sandbag, and you really liked what you saw from Jeff Adler.
I really did. I liked the way that he was approaching the bag and really just touching it. What you're going to see from a lot of these athletes as they approach the bag is they give it a little bit of a scoop very low to the ground to get their fingers secure under the bag. Jeff almost had an approach where he was just bear hugging that thing and ripping it off the floor. We'll see if that pays off for him or if he actually uses that strategy here in this heat. 200
pounds, 90 kilos on those 3 bags, and they have to get it over that 48-inch lip. It's about 1.2 meters that they have to lift that bag up and over. We're set for Heat 1.
1, go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, athletes. Up and over this one.
Pat Vellner's going to be the first man over that 3rd log, and Vellner, as Adler takes a spill. So Adler now back in 5th place. Vellner to the bag first. First one is in. Gudmundsson has his first in. Krennikov and Olsen as well. Now Adler has his first loaded. Vellner on his 3rd bag. And Pat Vellner is done. And Vellner wins, followed by Gudmundsson, Adler. Krennikov's going to come in, and now Noah Olsen is 5th.
All under 30 seconds.
Boy, they really like to try to do that hurdle over the log. And let me tell you, we've seen a lot of butts hit the ground pretty hard today. They're going to have some sore derrieres from taking that spill. That's a long way to drop.
23.27 seconds for Vellner to win his heat. He is the overall leader after finishing 13th in Texas Heavy. He has a 2nd, a 3rd, and a 4th under his belt.
Yeah, and Pat really cruised here early. His strategy of hurdling this log is very effective. He minimally clears it. He doesn't jump high and egregiously clear it with a lot of room under his legs. He barely skims over it, and that's the trick in any hurdle type of action. And here he makes very fast work of these 200-pound sandbags. He's got a little bit of a hesitation there on bag 3. I guarantee he'll even clean that up and make that faster as we progress through these rounds.
Pat Vellner looking to move on to round number 3, 23.27 seconds. Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson in ahead of Jeff Adler. Roman Krennikov's going to finish in 4th in that heat, and Noah Olsen at 28.21 seconds finishes 5th.
Adler did a great job recovering there, Sean. His spill was a big one, yet he found himself making his way back to those bags, and of course he did what we assumed he would once he got there. He did those very quickly, getting them up into the teeter, but boy, that could have been costly. We'll see, of course, how that time stands as the other men finish this round out.
2 more heats to go, top 10 times moving on. Then we'll cut the field to 5, and then it's a head-to-head battle between 2 athletes for the event win.
It's funny to watch the men in the dugout versus the women. There's a lot more like unsettled movement, jumping, plyometrics, stretch in, kick in, right? Like they're just, they can't sit down and be still. The women were just composed, hanging out.
A lot of nervous energy down there.
No doubt.
So next 5 men, Tudor Magda, Dallin Pepper, Bailey Martin, Will Morad, and Brent Fikowski.
And from this heat, we saw Pepper being that first athlete of the first heat when we started this event that took that initial spill. Now, I'm assuming with a run under his belt, again, this is the advantage of not having to sit out, is that he had some slop take place and he has an opportunity to clean it up. Whatever that mistake was coming over that third log, you've got to assume now he'll have dialed in and possibly be able to show us one of the faster times or faster runs through this particular event.
And despite that error on the logs, he still finished second in his heat. The bag's not a problem for Dallin Pepper. If he can get through those logs cleanly, he's got a chance to put up a top time here. He will be in lane number 4. It's Morad, Fikowski, Crouch, Pepper, and Magda here in heat 2 of 3. 23.27 seconds from Pat Vellner. That's the fastest time that we have seen.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
We are underway, and Dallin Pepper approaching that final log. He's over cleanly. It's Will Morad this time who takes the spill. Fikowski, first man to the bags. First one is in for him. Bailey Martin in lane 3, struggling a little bit as Fikowski's going to get in ahead of Pepper and Magda.
Wow.
Sorry, that's Jay Crouch who's there. Apologies to Jay Crouch. 22.02 seconds for Fikowski unofficially.
And he was impressive over those logs, and I got to say, Pepper was 4th to the bags, and again, still finished 2nd overall in that heat.
Brent Fikowski looking like he might have the top time here.
We hit the log? Oh, man.
And moving into round number 3.
We get a clean look here of everybody coming up and over. And Brent is clearly the leader coming over the logs. You see Pepper to the right of your screen, the black top, just barely getting to the sandbags 4th. Brent has a clean run to get him over. Doing a slight adjustment, but no hesitation, no pausing. Nothing that really costs him time, and then he is quick to the box, gives it a tap, and enjoys the sweet taste of victory.
Brent Fikowski looking to move on here. Fikowski in 6th place overall with 265 points. He's only 25 points back of Jeff Adler for 3rd. So one heat remains here in round number 3. We'll make that round 2. The top 10 men advance into round 3. There is Bailey Martin on the right side.
With Bailey Martin, Ricky Garrard, Jelle Hosta, Travis Mayer, and Jason Hopper. This could certainly, we're going to see some fast times coming out of this particular heat. These guys are all fast, all explosive. Jelle was not one of the first necessarily to the bags in his heat, but boy, he made fast work of getting those things into the teeter and across the finish line.
Jay Crouch talking things over with Brent Fikowski.
Brent probably saying something along the lines of, man, you should just be taller. Something like that to get that sandbag into the teeter a little faster.
Brent Fikowski, 22.02 seconds. That is now the top time that we have seen. Dallin Pepper also gets in ahead of Pat Vellner's mark. Tudor Magda at 23.41 seconds. Takes 3rd, followed by Crouch and Morad. Final heat, taking the field, led by Bailey Martin. Jelle Hosta next to him, and you mentioned Hosta before they got out here on the field, Adrian. If he can just get to those bags somewhere near the front, that's going to really bode well for him.
It will. He loves simple work. He loves grunt work, and this event encompasses those things. It's about having smooth over, under, over for him right here to start this race.
Hosta will be in lane number 4.
10 seconds.
We are set for the 3rd and final heat in round 2.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go. Hosta with a little bit of a late start. Travis Mayer and Jason Hopper along with Bailey Martin to be the first men in the bags. Martin and Garrard both there. Here comes Hosta. First bag in for Martin and Garrard. Second bag's in. Third bag's in now for Travis Mayer, and this is going to be close. I have no idea on this one.
I'm completely lost with you, brother.
What a race between those 5 men. And we'll wait for that to get sorted out from the timers.
Wow.
That's probably the closest heat we have seen between the men and the women so far from top to bottom.
Man, I can't wait to see these times because that was a fast run.
It looks like Mayer won with a time of 21.8 seconds. If that is true, that's the fastest time we've seen. So one more look at it here.
Wow, like you said, Sean, Yella had a bit of a late jump off the starting block, a little hesitation there. Martin and Travis, first ones to the bag. Or I'm sorry, that was Ricky that was one of the first ones to the bag. And Travis Mayer made up some great time here in his transitions in the middle of the screen there in the middle lane. And he punched it right across that finish line.
And it looks like it was Travis Mayer. Here's a better look at it. Oh, man.
So good. And he took a little victory roll right there.
Mayer by maybe a split second over Hopper and Garrard, followed closely by Hosta and Martin. And we will wait and see how this one shakes out, but I cannot imagine there's more than a second separating everybody here. Top 10 times moving on. Here you go. 21.8 to win, and it's Hosta in 5th at 22.19 seconds. The 3 fastest times we've seen so far come out of that heat. Bailey Martin looks to advance as well, along with Hosta. Very good chance that all 5 of these men move on. Now that, who are going to be the other 5? Brent Fikowski at a time of 22.02. That looks pretty good, as does Vellner's 23.27, but still a lot needs to be sorted out. 10 men moving on here to round number 3. Take a quick break as they figure out who that will be when we return. Round 3 of the duel for the men here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. They are putting the names up of the 10 men who will move on to round number 3. Pat Vellner did make it, as did Brent Fikowski. Gudmundsson is in there. Ricky Garrard's going to go as well. Jason Hopper advancing. And Travis Mayer. So no Adler and no Krennikov. Now this is huge for Pat Vellner, as Olsen is not in there either.
Yep.
So Gudmundsson now the only man in the top 5 in the overall standings who is left. Vellner came in with a 20-point lead over Noah Olsen, and he has a chance to really widen that gap here. Olsen's going to take 15th. Adler's going to take 11th. Adler at 290 points will add 55 to that total. So Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson only trailed Adler by 5. Gudmundsson could wind up in a top 2 position here. And Brent Fikowski could find himself in the top 3.
Yep. Yeah, and BKG doing BKG things, just a silent assassin, finding his way into the top 10 very consistently. And that's just what we've seen him do for the last 10 years.
After
one of the most consistent athletes.
It's incredible just how consistent that guy is. After a 12th place finish in Texas Heavy for Gudmundsson, he's in the gray shorts and stretching out back there. He has a 7th, a 6th, and a 2nd. Let's take one more look at that last heat that we saw. This is the closest heat we've seen in any of the competitions so far, men and women.
Yeah, they served it up just like we thought they would. We knew this would be an extremely fast heat based on their previous runs and times. All of the men making a pretty clean run, over, under, over with the logs. And then literally it was just rep for rep here. Who was going to find ways to shave time back to the next sandbag was the biggest question. Are they throwing? Are they pushing? Are they shuffling to get back? And then this photo finish.
And less than a second separating first from 5th. Travis Mayer in the white shirt is the guy who won the heat. Hopper and Gerard were that close as Mayer makes the touch. I mean, it is a blink of an eye there between him and Hopper. Ten men remain. We'll have 2 heats, and then we'll take the top 5 times into round 4. And once again, the first round bye really not paying off as 3 of the 5 athletes who got a bye have been eliminated. First heat getting ready. We mentioned Jeff Adler. He came into the day in 2nd place, tied with Pat Vellner in points. Coming into this event, he now sits in 3rd, and he's going to take an 11th. And this could be why. He is there on the right side, falling over that 3rd log. And as close as these heats are, you have something like that happen, it's hard to make that time up.
No, it is. It's very hard. And you see that right there on the right of your screen. He's very fortunate that he didn't actually get his arm caught behind him the way he came down. So not only, of course, is he taking an 11th place due to that slip and fall, but also he's fortunate to not have caught that right arm behind him and have further damage. But the thing to consider is that he had the bye. And did that cost him? Did it make him feel a little rusty? Did he not have that practice round? But him not advancing forward or having a clean run, this could be simply just that lack of exposure, lack of practice.
And Pat Vellner, once again, has a great opportunity here to widen his lead on top of the overall standings. 310 points coming in. He had a 20-point lead on Noah Olsen, who hasn't advanced as well. He was up 20 points also on Adler. He's not in. Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson now is the biggest threat to Pat Vellner's lead. It's Gudmundsson, Vellner, Hosta, Pepper all look like they're getting set along with Tudor Magda for this first of 2 heats.
And we know up into this point, all of these men can post a good time. It comes down to who's going to seize the moment. Who's going to seize the moment, who's not going to fumble the bag, who's not going to try to do something new and exciting over the log. Good, clean run is all you need for the opportunity to advance.
Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson making his 4th appearance here at the Rogue Invitational. He was 6th last year, 4th in 2021, 2nd in 2020.
And just one of those athletes, Sean, that doesn't tend to get that love and respect that some of us that have been around the sport for a long time really understand that he deserves. And it's because he's not so flashy. He's just very consistent. And that's what allows you to be a top athlete for a decade like he's been in our sport, is consistency. Doesn't win anything from an event standpoint very often, but he is constantly towards the top.
Here are your lane assignments. It's Magda, Pepper, Hosta, Vellner, and then Bjorven Carl Gudmundsson in lane 5. First of 2 heats here in round 3. Top 5 times advance.
10 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
First heat underway. Once again, it's Pat Vellner, first man to clear the 3rd log, but in lane number 1, Tudor Magda, the dead sprint's going to catch up with Vellner. Vellner with the first bag in, along with Magda and Gudmundsson, all 5 men on their 2nd bag. Vellner onto the 3rd bag, as is Yellow Hosta. Hosta's going to be the first man done. Hosta's in first, followed by Vellner, Pepper, and Magda, and I think it was Gudmundsson in 5th, but that one was close. 21.30 seconds for Hosta. Vellner a half second behind him, followed by Pepper, and it was Magda, and then Gudmundsson in 5th.
Hosta is just so fast with those bags. He's rangy. He can put those arms right around those things from a center distance between him and the teeter.
Yellow Hosta looking to move into the top 10 in the overall standings. He's only 5 points back of Travis Mayer for 10th place.
And Pat was fast over those logs there on that round. So was Tudor. We see Hosta here about 3rd to the bags, but then he just has this unique ability to get them up and over that barricade faster than everyone else. He pushes away from each sandbag to get them right back, and then he used it to traject him around the finish line.
21.30 seconds for Yellow Hosta. That's going to be tough to beat. And he looks to move on to round number 4, but 1 heat remains here in round 3. Bjorven Carl Gudmundsson, that's going to be big for Pat Vellner. That's a time that may not advance from Gudmundsson. Vellner looking good at a sub-22 mark.
Yeah, Sean, with the times that we've seen these men post so far, 24 seconds, unless something glaring out of the blue happens to one of these athletes on their run, it's unlikely that he'll advance. So yeah, Pat's going to be sitting in a pretty good position.
Vellner and Pepper talking some things over as we are getting ready for the 2nd and final heat here in round 3. So it's Hosta at 21.30. Just keep these times in the back of your mind as we watch this next heat. Vellner at 21.86 and Dallin Pepper at 22.58. So all 3 of those men faster than 23 seconds. Let's take one more look at that last heat. And Pat Vellner, despite the fact that he got the bye, it looks like he figured out these logs very quickly.
Yeah, he did, and he's got some experience with objects like this, of course, through his years of competing at the CrossFit Games. And then he's consistent at the bags. His transition work isn't quite as fast as Yellow, but it allows him to stay within striking distance, and it's a clean run, and that's what you look for most. I'll tell you, he had a touch of a hang-up on that 2nd bag, getting it over the lip of the teeter, and if he can clean that up, he's going to be right there stride for stride with Yellow in these future races.
And as we've seen, stuff like that makes a huge difference. In that 1 heat we saw in the prior round was less than the 2nd separating 1st from 5th. You have a little bobble on that bag, it can cost you. So Bailey Martin leading the way out here, followed by Ricky Garrard, Travis Mayer, Brent Fikowski, and Jason Hopper all on the field. And there is Brent Fikowski, who could find himself inside the top 3 after this event if he has a strong showing here.
That's right, and he was fast in the over in the last portion of the event that he was in, or the race, or I'm sorry, the heat that he was in. So it's all about can he seize the moment at the bags.
3, 2, 1,
Second final heat here in round 3 is underway, and it is dead even to the bags. Travis Mayer is towards the back, but Fikowski, Hopper, Garrard, and Martin all getting to the bag at the same time. This is going to be another close one. Hopper has the second bag, Hopper has the third bag. Garrard gets hung up. Garrard got hung up, and it's Hopper who's going to win. Garrard's going to take fourth, followed by Martin, and Ricky Garrard got hung up on his third bag, and that cost him. It looks like he was going to race to the finish with Hopper, but it cleared the way for Hopper to win that heat. 20.52 seconds. Travis Mayer at 21.18. Hopper and Mayer both faster than the top 3 times from that prior heat. Fikowski looks like he's going to stay alive. Not sure Garrard, Martin, or Dallin Pepper are going to advance, but we'll see as this gets sorted out. But keep an eye on Ricky Garrard. He had a great run until he got to the third and final bag.
He did. It was neck and neck completely all the way through for the top 4 athletes. Mayer bringing in the tail end, of course, and then somehow he was able to close a ton of ground on these athletes here at the bag. And Ricky looked good. It looked clean even up into this point.
And then a bobble from Bailey Martin as well.
And that's what gets you. You got to see it all the way through, up and over the lip of that teeter.
Here's your heat winner, Jason Hopper. No problem with those 3 200-pound bags, 90 kilos for him, and a heat win. And now you'll see the bobble from Ricky Garrard there in lane 4. This will be on his third bag. Martin has a problem on bag number 2. This is where Garrard loses some valuable time right there, trying to work it over the lip. Jason Hopper should find himself moving on to the final round of 5 before we have that head-to-head battle.
Yeah, and that's one of those mistakes there that Ricky's gonna be frustrated with for a while. But that's the uniqueness to an event like this too, is that you've got to stay focused all the way through the finish line. Like most races, especially ones that are short in duration, there's a unique skill there that exists with getting that sandbag into that teeter and making sure that it's high enough every time. Because we've seen many times where the race has actually been won or lost right there at the sandbags. So the last thing that you want to do is spend too much time pushing it over. But also, if you come up short like Ricky did, he's got to pin his body against it to try to save it so it doesn't land all the way back on the ground. Somehow he was able to do that, still cross the finish line.
Hopper working on that right hamstring a little bit. They've tightened up a little bit on him.
Yep, and a reminder to everybody that's watching, we've been battling the rain here, but it is hot and muggy. So these athletes are trying to stay on top of their hydration, stay loose as they wait there in the dugout. Again, all of these are skills and things that come with exposure, but you're being asked to move as fast and as violently as you can through space in the race, and then sit down and relax for a few minutes and then dust it off and repeat.
We're waiting for 5 men. Hopper, he's going to go. We knew that would happen with that best time. Mayer is advancing, so 3 spots left. Hosta is in. Fikowski is in. And Pat Vellner, that is big for Vellner. Vellner and Fikowski both moving along with Hosta, Hopper, and Mayer.
Now Pat probably saying something to Yellow Hosta as in, slow down just a little bit on this next one. Over and under the logs for me. I need to make sure I get to the bags before you.
The Brent Fikowski comes in 6th place overall with 265 points. He was only 25 points out of a spot inside the top 3, and the 3 men in front of him in the overall standings, make that the 4 men in front of him, they are all out. Vellner's the only guy left, and he's the overall leader. Vellner's going to widen his lead heading into the 1 rep max deadlift tonight, and that's an event he should do very well at as well.
Yeah, I like that event for Pat. He's got a very strong deadlift and a very great history when it appears, and is a substantial influence in any event. You see most of the athletes dousing their whole body in chalk. Yellow Hosta all over his belly, Brent all over his arms. Any friction you can create with that sandbag so that it sticks to you in any kind of way to get it up and over, they're going to do it.
It's like me getting ready to run a 200.
Just chalk all over.
You know, never hurts.
Especially if it's intervals during the rest, you know what I mean? Like, or just between rounds, you know, you need some time. You might as well do something.
Need my chalk.
There it is. Pat's making sure he gets it between his chest hairs.
Let's take a look at Pat Vellner's last run. He put up a time of 21.86 seconds to get himself in. And he's really doing a fantastic job of getting over and under those first 3 logs. He's right in the middle of your screen.
Yeah, he's smooth, and again, he minimizes the distance that he has to jump. He keeps his hip low to the log, lifts his legs just enough over the top.
This is his first attempt here. You saw Adler wipe out in the back.
Clean run for Pat. He's been clean on the bags for the most part. He had a little bit of a hesitation on one of the second bags in one of his runs, but other than that, he's been very clean, and I think that's really where, and that's the hesitation there. That was his third bag. But other than that, he's been very clean there and seizing the moment. So combining that with the way he's over, under, and over those logs, that's why he's sitting in the position that he is now in the top 5.
And then he improved on that time in his second run, 21.86 seconds. Now here he is in the 5 athletes that remain. He will be leading Hosta, Hopper, Mayer, and Fikowski out onto the field.
You got to assume based on performance, all eyes on Pat as the leader, but your favorite has to be Jason Hopper. Every time he's crossed that finish line, he's pretty much won the heat that he's present in. So hopefully that right hamstring isn't tightened up on too much and he's ready to do it again.
Yellow Hosta is also extremely dangerous if he can get to those bags anywhere towards the front of the pack here. Top 2 men move on from this heat.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go. Hopper and Vellner, followed by Fikowski, Hosta, and Mayer. First bag is in. Hosta on his third bag along with Hopper. It's going to be Hopper, and it looks like Vellner may have beat out Fikowski. Fikowski at the far side, I don't know. That's going to be close. Fikowski sold out for that finish, and it is going to be Fikowski. Brent Fikowski just edging out Pat Vellner by 2/10 of a second. So it's going to be Hopper against Fikowski in the final. Vellner's going to lock up a 3rd place finish, and that's going to be worth 90 points for Pat.
Wow, what an effort by Brent there. It looked like he was out of the discussion for top 2 for a split second, and he refused. He refused to be denied. That's what it looks like. Effort over everything. Truly a great example of that there by Brent.
Trying to keep an eye on the whole field during the finish. It looked, from our vantage point, that maybe Vellner got there first, but it's Fikowski with the effort at the end to get himself into the final round.
It was tight the whole way. Almost every athlete even had a clean run with their bags. Again, it's finding the space there.
And one more look, you could see Fikowski go sliding in ahead of Vellner.
And it just wasn't even close. Hopper dusted everybody in this top 5.
There's Fikowski just making the slide. There is a timer on their foot. Man, that is close. But Brent Fikowski with a great effort at the end. is going to go head-to-head with Jason Hopper. Now, the good news for Vellner is he didn't have to win this event because all the guys immediately behind him have been out for a while. So he should have an even 400 points heading into the 1-rep max deadlift. And now the question is, how big will his lead be atop the overall standings? Brent Fikowski is looking to move into maybe as high as second place, depending on how he can do here. And Jason Hopper, he came into this event looking for his name on the leaderboard in 14th place overall. So Hopper, he could really rocket up the standings as well.
It's a great look above here as the athletes are over, under, over. Hopper's clean all the way through down the center of your screen, and then he never slows down on these bags. He has a great way to remain aggressive as he literally throws them in and pushes the bag away from his body into the teeter. It almost trajects him forward to the next bag. Smooth finish there.
And that finish between Fikowski and Vellner was just so close.
It really was, and that's one of the reasons we refer to Brent as the professor, right? Like, he has the awareness in almost every moment how to create advantage for himself. And in that particular moment, it was, hey, if my foot's going to be what trips this time for me, I'm going to send it across the finish line. Also, by the way, as I slide across, I'm tapping the front of the box with my hand. It was a beautiful thing to watch.
2 men remain. It's going to be Hopper versus Fikowski for the event win and 100 points. The overall standings coming in, once again, had Pat Vellner atop the overall leaderboard, and he did not have much of a lead on Noah Olson, but that is going to get a lot bigger courtesy of what looks to be a third-place finish in this event for Vellner. He'll add 90 points to his total and move up to 400. Brent Fikowski at 265, he's still alive, and he has a chance to maybe move up as high as second place. And Jason Hopper, he can really put himself in great position heading into the 1-rep max deadlift tonight.
Yeah, which also should be a good lift for Jason.
14th place overall. He'd add 100 points to that total if he can pick up the event win here and outduel Brent Fikowski. Still have a couple minutes before Hopper and Fikowski make their way out onto the field for the final round.
Yeah, and we start thinking about the accumulation of work that these athletes have already gone through. About to wrap up the dual 3 here, event 5. And this morning they did 120 power snatches at 95 and 65 pounds. Now they've sprinted their tail off several times up and down this field. And then tonight, if their low back wasn't warm enough already, we're going to go ahead and put some heavy weights out there on the platform and have them pick it up and see how heavy they can go.
So recovery is going to be key, especially for Brent Fikowski and Jason Hopper. Hopper earlier, again, was grabbing at that right hamstring. Brent Fikowski choosing just to sit in silence next to Travis Mayer as Hopper's talking things over with Dallin Pepper, Jeff Adler, and Patrick Vellner.
Yeah, and Brent got up a little gingerly after he took that slide. He paused for a long second there, kind of stood there. His judge was like, "You good?" He was like, "Oh, I'm all right."
Well, last night you could get away with sliding across the finish. There was still a little bit of moisture out there that would allow you to kind of hydroplane across.
That's true.
You're kind of sticking to that surface out there now. There hasn't been a whole lot of rain today. There was some last night. There was a little bit in the afternoon. But for the most part, the weather's been pretty good here. Again, hot and humid. But we haven't had the torrential downpours that we've seen the past couple of days here in Round Rock, Texas. There's Ricky Garrard as well. Ricky Garrard, he was inside the top 10 coming into this event, 9th place overall. And I mentioned in that slide, Adrian, here's what it looked like as he sold out to get himself into this final round.
Just a little intensity there.
Getting the signal from the first base coach to hit the deck there as he crosses home plate.
And he got it. He was like, "Hey, yeah, I'm gonna celebrate. I know I got him. I know I inched him out." And I bet if we rewound and went back, he'd do the same thing again.
He may have to, as he's going to take on Jason Hopper for the event win. We'll take a quick break. When we return, final round, Hopper versus Fikowski in the dual 3. We are set for the showdown between Brent Fikowski and Jason Hopper. One final race for 100 points.
Here we go, here we go, here we go.
Jason Hopper has been extremely consistent throughout this event. Beat Fikowski in the last heat. We'll see if he can duplicate that here in the final and pick up the event win.
Yeah, from what we've seen from Jason is that, you know, the biggest mistake he's had is not touching that box on the first time through and having to hustle back to make contact with it. Other than that, he has had a clean run every time. Handled the sandbags the same way he needed to. Over, under, over. Clean and smooth.
3, 2, 1, go!
Hopper versus Fikowski for the win here. Neck and neck with Hopper slightly in front as they get to the bags. First one is in. Second one is in. And now the third, and it's going to be Hopper just ahead of Brent Fikowski. 100 points and an event win for Jason Hopper. 19.94 seconds.
Well, we said it wasn't foreign territory for him to be out on a field of open grass and maybe an obstacle or two. It's familiar territory for a college football player, and he was able to capitalize on the dual 3.
Former receiver from Clemson, just running a bunch of go routes out there, and he is going right to the top and picks up his first win of this competition. And Jason Hopper now looks to move into the top 10. One more look.
What a clean run for both athletes all the way through. I mean, literally neck and neck, almost synchronization taking place out there on the field. Jason there created a little bit of a separation with an extra burst for about 5 to 10 yards more aggressively. He throttled it down to approach the sandbags, and then that turn and go that he's got away from the sandbags, uses that final one to traject him right across the finish line. A little chest pound, and he said, that's my jam, baby.
You can't get much closer than that through the logs, but it was a sprint where Hopper was able to open up a little bit of a distance, and that probably made the difference here in this race.
Yeah, that was the acceleration and space that he needed. He used, of course, that's an athletic background experience thing that he was familiar with. He knew he could create separation there, and he did.
4th career Rogue Invitational event win for Jason Hopper, and he and Brent Fikowski are with Kiki Dixon.
Jason, congratulations on your event win. What an exciting event. Walk me through that last run.
Oh, it's such a great event. Rogue puts on an amazing event for sure. It's an adrenaline rush, honestly. No time to really think. Rely on execution, rely on your training, and just send it.
Jason just sent it. You're known to be very calculated. Where was the balance of calculation and just full send?
Yeah, the first round, kind of getting my bearings, learned a few things, and I just tried to speed up one thing every round. I think my times got a little faster each round, but they were always a little slower than Hopper's. So.
You did get faster a little bit each round. What were the adjustments that you were making along the way?
Contact time on the sprint, I was lagging a bit, and then the one thing I noticed from Hopper was he would put the bag in and immediately bring his chest down to the bag, and I was taking my time getting down to the next bag. So that was one thing I was able to do to get into the final 2.
Brent was taking some cues from you. I saw you had a little conversation with Adler and Vellner there before this final run. What advice did they give you, and was it any help?
Yeah, I mean, every time I jumped over the log, I was jumping too high, and so there was like this dead time of me just floating, and I knew that was just wasting time. And so talking to Vellner about how I could just not miss the log by jumping, not high enough, but just get over just in time.
Well, congratulations. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Jason Hopper edges out Brent Fikowski, picks up his first event win of this competition, his 4th career win here at the Rogue Invitational, and looks to move his way up the overall standings. Came into this event in 14th place overall. Brent Fikowski will take 2nd. He'll pick up 95 points. He could be in the top 2 heading into tonight's 1-rep max deadlift. Pat Vellner, he will be your overall leader with a total of 400 points, and Travis Mayer takes 4th. That's his best finish of the competition.
We got quite the competition gearing up.
And here are the updated overall standings. And Fikowski does move into 2nd. 40 points back of Vellner. Bjorven Carl Gumison creeps up into 3rd. He's 5 points up on Jeff Adler. Noah Olson sits in 5th, and Roman Krennikov will drop down 1 spot from where he came into this event in 5th place. Travis Mayer now up in 7th. He's up 3 spots, and Jason Hopper, he goes from 14th up to 9th. The Duel 3 is done. Danny Spiegel for the women, Jason Hopper for the men. Plenty of action still to come here on a busy Saturday at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. To keep up to date on everything going on here in Round Rock, Texas, you can head to roguefitness.com/invitational. Coming up next, final event for the Strongmen. They go through the Duel as our coverage continues here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. The 2023 Rogue Invitational is brought to you by Rogue. Don't weaken. Beyond the whiteboard, fitness is a journey. And Tier, always in front. It's a duel to decide a champion. The final event of the Strongman competition here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational is set as our coverage continues here from Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas. The fifth and final event is the duel presented by Beyond the Whiteboard. Thanks for joining us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Lawrence Chalet, and Laz coming into this final event. Mitchell Hooper is atop the overall standings, but far from safe.
Absolutely. This is the type of event that anything can happen. Mitch and Tom went head-to-head on a very similar event last week, and there was 4 athletes between the two of them. Tom only needs 2 guys to get between them, so all still to fight for.
Here are the overall standings coming into this fifth and final event, and it is Mitchell Hooper, who has been extremely consistent throughout this entire competition, who occupies the top spot in the overall standings. But his lead has shrunk throughout the day. Now just 3 points over Tom Stoltman. Mateusz Kieliszkowski currently sits in third. He has some work to do to hang on to that spot, as he only leads Evan Singleton by 2 points. Bobby Thompson's still alive here for a spot on the podium, but he is going to need to get some help to get there. The duel is what awaits.
This is going to be a fast-paced event. 3 sandbags, 325 pounds, 350 pounds, and 375 pounds need to be loaded as fast as possible. Fast, exciting, but with the element of mistakes, anything can happen.
We are going to have 2 heats of athletes. The top time from those 2 heats will win the event. In the first heat, it's going to be Maxime Boudreau, Tom Evans, our defending champion, Alexei Novikov, and then Luke Stoltman. And then in heat number 2, the top 5 men in the overall standings. But Tom Stoltman will know exactly what he needs to do to try to jump ahead of Mitchell Hooper in the overall standings. Kiki Dixon spoke with Jerry Pritchett about this event earlier.
Jerry, we have quite the battle for first between Mitch Hooper and Tom Stoltman. How do you see this playing out and why?
I think on this event, I give a little bit of edge to Tom Stoltman. He's a very good stone loader. I think he's going to be a little faster off the ground with these bags, which will be big. And most of these guys are going to move about the same speed. So getting it up and going is going to be a huge advantage. But he really needs to win this, and he needs some of these other guys to get between him and Hooper for a chance to win. And we got another big battle from 3rd to 6th, but these guys are very tight. So this is going to, decide a lot of overall placings coming into this. Because we got big battles between Mateusz, Evan, and Novikov, and any of these guys could win this event. So, nobody can make any mistakes. They got to run this flawlessly.
Appreciate your insight. Thanks, Jerry.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Kiki. Laws, what are the keys to this event?
This is a real speed test. They need to be fast at lifting these off the floor. You might see some athletes with the shorter arms struggle a bit more getting these off quickly. Athletes with a big wingspan, such as Kieliszkowski and Tom Stoltman, they've got those long arms, big advantage on an event like this.
There are the sandbags that they need to load into that teeter. The first one is 325 pounds, about 147 kilos. The red bag, 350 pounds, about 158 kilos. And then the final bag, the green money bag, 375 pounds, 170 kilos. And all the athletes in this first heat are out there getting those things chalked up and getting ready to take on the first heat of the duel.
There's only 1.5 points between 4 athletes as well, battling in the mid-range from Luke Stoltman, Thomas Evans, Alexei Novikov, and Bobby Thompson in 5th place. They are still battling for prize money, for pride. They've got to work hard. Still lots on the line for all these athletes.
Alexei Novikov talking things over to Steve Slater, making sure he's clear on what the standards here are. There is Maxime Boudreau, who comes in 9th place overall. His best finish was a 5th in the Iron Bull. That took place yesterday. They will start on those mats with a hand on the pylon. Then they will proceed to load those 3 bags into the teeter, and they have to cross the finish line to finish the event.
Interesting factor that for a strongman competition, often it's just loading the implement. This time they've got to get across the line, same as the CrossFit athletes were doing earlier. Foot speed, just as important as strength on this one.
10 seconds.
We are set for the first of 2 heats.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1,
Stoltman getting a good jump there at the start.
They're all very close on this first bag. Luke slightly ahead.
Now to the 350-pound bag, 158 kilos, and it is Tom Evans and Maxime Boudreau who are the first one done with that now at 375.
Really close here between Thomas and Maxime.
Boudreau is in, and they're not going to make him cross the finish line. So that has changed as these floor out there, there's still some moisture on it, so I want to keep these guys safe. It looks like Maxime Boudreau is going to be the winner of that heat, and we'll wait for the official results and times. But a great effort from Maxime Boudreau.
Maxime sneaking in there really fast on that last load. He was very, very efficient on the pickup. Wasted little time getting the sandbag off the floor.
And Tom Evans saying he needs a drink. After that effort, I can see why, but a great race from Maxime Boudreau.
We'll bring you the time as soon as we can. You know the athletes in the next heat will have been looking at that. They've got to get a good idea of what they need to do. Maxime done himself a lot of favors there.
Now the crew is out there to reset the bags for the final heat. We'll wait on those times because, again, the fastest time from these two heats is going to win this event. Let's take one more look at it. Maxime Boudreau on the left side of your screen didn't get off to the best start, but it was how he finished that mattered here.
Luke Stoltman was actually the fastest on the first bag. Just a little bit slower getting away on that second one. You can see Thomas Evans in the lead, but look how quick Maxime is on this pickup. Real fast to the lap, no messing, and he loads straight away. Perfect execution there from the Canadian.
Close finish between Novikov and Stoltman for third place. Evans going to finish second in that heat. And we will reset for the final men here. Still waiting on times from that first heat. So an adjustment that has been made. Again, they do not have to cross the finish line.
We wanted to see them run, didn't we?
I really did want to see that race to the finish.
I know some people have suggested that the strongmen should have gone over and under as well.
I would love to have seen that. I think some of them just would have gone through. Why go around this when I can go straight through it and just save myself some time? The judges are still collecting the scorecards as now Mateusz Kieliszkowski, who is currently sitting in a podium position, gets his bags chalked up. And there's Mitch Hooper, our current leader, with 33 points, got a 3-point cushion on Tom Stoltman. And there is Tom. He's coming off an event win with those 10 impressive reps on the max log lift for reps.
Day two for Tom has been unbelievable. He really pulled himself back into this contest. And it's the evolution of Tom as an athlete. In the past, when he's had a bad start, he's often let that get on top of him and we don't see the best. In the last few shows, we've seen Tom keep crawling back and fighting hard. He's really evolving as an athlete. Not just talent in terms of strength and performance, but his head strength is getting better every single time we see him compete.
The key here for Mitch Hooper is just to try to win his heat.
Well, Mitch Hooper's
and then
in a great
hope that
position.
and hope that the guys in the other heat didn't beat him.
Yeah, he's got that 3-point lead, which is very big going into this, but he knows how strong and fast these other athletes are. So there's no guarantee. He needs to just focus on executing.
We are underway. Good start for Mitch Hooper there in the middle of the floor. Has that 325-pound bag up and loaded. First one back to the 350-pound bag.
Moving very fast. He knows as long as he stays ahead of Tom Stoltman, he can't be caught.
Now to the 375 bag. Hooper's got that up.
And
Hooper's
he's
got
done
it
it.
in, and he will win his heat just ahead, it looks like, of Tom Stoltman. So Mitch Hooper, depending on what happened in the prior heat, he did beat Tom Stoltman. That was key. Looking like he's going to win the whole thing here.
I think mathematically he has to have won there. Tom Stoltman was 3 points behind. No one else was close. I think the Arnold champion, World's Strongest Man winner, and now Rogue Invitational. He knows it. Look at that.
No, it is unofficial, but it's looking very good for Mitch Hooper, just edging out Tom Stoltman on that third and final bag.
Look at this. Very effective on every single bag. He knew exactly what he needed to do. As long as he stayed ahead of Tom Stoppman, there was no way he couldn't take the win. And look what it means to him.
And the impressive streak for Mitch Hooper continues here, as it looks like he's going to be on top of the podium. Hasn't finished lower than third since the world's strongest man in 2022 when he took 8th in his debut.
He really has had just such an incredible year. Starting off with that huge win at the Arnold's, went on to win World's Strongest Man, and now he is the 2023 Rogue Invitational champion. We'll give you full results once we have them.
But as we mentioned, and as you've been saying, just stay ahead of Tom Stoltman. That was really key, because no one else really, unless he just punted this one into the stands, no one really else had a chance of catching him. Tom Stoltman looking to finish second overall to Mitch Hooper, and he was extremely efficient on these and almost caught Hooper on that 375-pound, 170-kilo bag. It was that close.
It was close between them. I think Tom secured his second place. 2 times he's been second at the Rogue Invitational. 2-time World's Strongest Man winner. These two are creating such a rivalry in the sport right now. They go back and forth a number of times in different comps. I think we've got some exciting times ahead between the two. Good to see Kiliashkovsky back into some decent form as well. He's been plagued with injuries over the last few years, but it's always good seeing him back, taking 2 event wins this weekend. Evan Singleton, first time here at the Rogue Invitational, very, very good performance. Disappointed in himself there on screen, but he's done a fantastic job, proving that he deserved that invite, and I'm sure we'll see him again next year.
Looking for a top 5 finish here in this loaded field is certainly nothing to be upset about. It does look like Mitchell Hooper is going to be your champion. Mateusz Kiliashkovsky looks to finish on the podium, but we have to wait for the official results for that. Kiki Dixon.
I'm interested to see what Maxime's performance will do for how high that can drag him up the board.
And there's Kiki Dixon with Mitch Hooper.
Mitch, as we wait for these final scores to come in, go ahead and walk me through this final event.
It's really one where it's a make or break. If you fumble on a sandbag, you could easily go from first place in the event to 6th or 7th place in the event. I bet if you took split times from first bag and second bag across the whole field, they'd have been within 2 or 3 seconds of each other. An extra fumble on the heaviest bag it could cost you. So just about getting out there and executing. All of us are capable of doing that and doing that fast. So just lucky to be able to get out there and be able to execute properly.
And what was that mental checklist to make sure that you executed properly before this got underway?
Chalk, just all the chalk you can find.
Thanks so much, Mitch.
Thank you.
Mitch Hooper wins his heat. We'll see if he wins the event. But again, the key for him just staying ahead of Tom Stoltman, and he did that clearly, although it was close. And Mitch Hooper looking to stand on top of the podium here at the Rogue Invitational.
What he said there is exactly right. You know, all these athletes very capable at this event, but you have to apply and perform. He managed to do that. He's been extremely consistent. We see this all the time with Mitch. Worst performance of the day until we see the results of this, but I'm still convinced he's top 3 minimum on this event as well. 4th place in the roller coaster. Took a 3rd place in the Tower of Power. 2nd place on the Iron Bull. 2nd place on the log for reps. He's just so consistent. His strength is that he has no weakness.
Mitch Hooper having a very Mitchell Hooper type competition. Started in the Tower of Power, didn't win it, finished 3rd. He got 7 good reps. Then he got to the Iron Bull, and as you mentioned, Laz, another great finish. He took 2nd in that, even though he wasn't able to complete that 50-foot pull inside the time cap. Started off the competition this morning in the Rogue Coaster. Another top finish in the top 5. He took 4th. And then probably the performance of the day for him was in the max rep log lift, where he planned it perfectly and was able to get that 9th rep using the extra time that was allowed because he had it in his lap before the 90-second mark.
It was a tactic he planned to use beforehand. And to be fair, he'd read the rules properly. That was a big difference there. Athletes sometimes just expect things to be the same as normal. The rules were that if you lifted that log before the time had finished, you could finish the rep.
He called his shot before this event. He spoke with Kiki Dixon and he said, as long as I get it in the lap, the rep will count. Expect me to use that to my advantage, and he did. Didn't win the event, but finished second.
That was the confusion at the end of that event, because we saw one of the judges coming over, but the head referee, Carl Gillingham, who had his hand up, he knew the real rules, and he confirmed with us after that he did get the ninth rep.
And then here in the final event, he holds off Tom Stoltman, who made a late charge on that final 375-pound bag. And Mitch Hooper looking like he's going to take the event win, but we will wait for the official times because we still need to know what happened in the first heat.
You can see all the athletes wanting to see what's happening. Kilishkovsky wants to know if he's on that podium. Did Bobby Thompson do enough to stay in the top 5?
And an impressive performance from Mateusz because he got no points in the Tower of Power. Took it 0 and still finds a way to wind up maybe on the podium.
And that's the thing. He's so talented. And he's still not back to his best. That's the scary thing. He can still be better. And you see it when he finishes an event, he's never that happy. I'd be over the moon to be as good as he is on some of these events. But yeah, the deadlift is the one that costs him. 0 points on an event is always tough. That was the ruling.
Tom Stoltman, as you take a look at his brother Luke, is hoping to finish in second place overall. And he was fairly consistent as well. Started off the Tower of Power, 4 good reps, but that was good enough for 5th place. Took a 6th in the Iron Bull, and that's looking like it's going to be his worst finish of the weekend.
I would think so. Day 1 wasn't perfect for Tom, and you know, probably he would have walked away from day 1 a little disappointed. Day 2, he's come back absolutely on fire.
Just mauled the Rogue coaster, took 2nd place in that with a time of 33.08 seconds. Getting that thing to the top with a great effort.
Huge, powerful pulls. He really woke up today. He just looked like he meant business. Maybe a little fatigued on that day 1. He's had a good night's sleep and he's come back strong. And this performance here on the log, one of the performances of the weekend. Let's bear in mind, this man is 6'9". He has further to take that log than anyone else. Every single one of his reps was just perfectly executed. No question at all about who is the best presser in this contest.
10 total reps to pick up the event win, and that's what moved him into 2nd place overall. And we'll have to see where he finishes here in the duel, but most likely going to be a top finish. And another thing, this guy competed a week ago as well.
Yeah, 3 of the athletes competed just a week ago, as you said. But these guys are trained for this. You know, they recover. They do everything to make sure their bodies are ready. They come to fight. It's been another fantastic contest. Another battle between Mitch Hooper and Tom Stoltman. I think we're going to see many, many more of those over the next few years.
And good to see Trey Mitchell out there. He's on crutches. He suffered that injury yesterday, unfortunately, on the Iron Bull, but he's been out here cheering the athletes on. I know you talked to him. How's he doing?
Yeah, I had a chat with him earlier. Trey's just such a magnificent guy. You know, he's disappointed naturally. He came into this competition on fire in terms of his training, in terms of his prep. Unfortunately, these things happen in Strongman. Massively disappointed, but considering what's happened, he's upbeat. He wants to support the guys. He wants to be involved, and he will recover and he will be back.
We're going to step aside for just a second. When we return, we'll have more from the Strongman competition as we wrap things up here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. Back here at Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas, as we have just concluded the Strongman competition. They are still going over the official times as they want to make sure they get this absolutely correct. And when we have those results, we will try and bring them to you. But in the meantime, you can head to roguefitness.com/invitational for official standings and to keep up to date on everything going on here at Dell Diamond Stadium. Mitch Hooper looks to be the Rogue Invitational champion, but we're going to wait and find out before we make that official. 1 rep max deadlift coming up next for the CrossFit athletes as our coverage continues here in Texas. You're going to see a lot of cool stuff when you come to the Rogue Invitational, and one thing you're definitely going to see, big weights going up under the lights. 2 years ago, we had the barbell complex. Last year was Danny Spiegel wowing the crowd on the log press. This year, it's the max deadlift. It is event 6 here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational, and the women are ready to try to pull some big weights off the ground. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland alongside former Affiliate Cup champion Adrian Conway, and Kiki Dixon is down on the field. And Adrian, I mean, there is just nothing like a crowd and the lights and heavy weights.
It's really where magic happens, to be honest with you. And these athletes are going to need every ounce of that magic tonight, as they've been through quite a lot the first 2 days and into now the third day of competition, and they're going to be riding high on all the adrenaline that comes from this magical atmosphere here in event 6.
Here are the overall standings coming into this event, and it is Tia Toomey who remains atop the overall standings. But that 60-point lead that she had going into the duel is now down to 10 points over Laura Horvath. Emma Lawson sits in third. She's 30 points clear of Gabby McGowan for that final spot on the podium, and it's Emma Carey who rounds out the top 5. The max deadlift presented by Yeti. Pretty simple. Just lift big.
Just lift big, and all you have to do is pull the weight off the floor to fully extended legs at the top. The hips and knees and the shoulders need to be behind the load. Of course, the athletes are going to do that with both hands on the barbell. Any grip is appropriate, and feet must be within your hands.
So we will start with 4 lifting platforms, 4 groups of 5 athletes. The weights start at 305. This is going to run a lot like the log press did last year. You got Laura Horvath, Shelby Neal, Kyra Milligan, and Danny Spiegel, no problem at 305. The 4 of them will stay alive. Once we get down to 10 athletes, we'll move to the 2 center platforms, and when we get down to the final 5, we will move to that big platform there in the middle. Paige Powers, Elena Caratala, Emily Rolfe, and Paige Semenza will be up next.
3, 2, 1, lift.
Caratala is good. Powers is good. Rolfe will get her lift, and Paige Semenza gets through.
And Semenza, with the way that she executed that last event there in event 5, the speed, the power she was able to show us, we know that she is a hockey background as an athlete. She's going to be a strong puller from the floor. She's got a pretty strong listed deadlift at 395. Don't exactly know when the last time she pulled that was, but it still seems like there's plenty of room left to go for her.
3, 2, 1, lift.
Weight stays at 305 as we work our way through the first round. Roseanne Brandon, Melanie Inez, and Bethany Flores, no problem.
And Bethany Flores chose to not even take a rep. She just kind of raised her hand, waved at the crowd, understanding that the juice isn't worth the squeeze for her, and where she's at in her recovery from a back injury that she sustained just a little over a year ago, to not be able to quite be prepared to pull this load off the floor.
Watching that on Inez, missed that from Bethany Flores. Thanks for the update on that. We saw her, Bethany Flores, pass up on a back squat yesterday to reseat at the bar.
And that whole crew, I would say Ariel Lowen moving the bar the slowest. Christine Kohlenbrander picked that up like it was empty. That shows great promise for her as the weight gets heavier. One thing the audience will be able to look for and maybe have some dictators on where athletes will go with the deadlift is the speed that the barbell leaves the ground. As athletes take the slack out of the bar and create the tension in their posterior, what you want to see is that the bar travels to that lockout position fairly quickly. The longer that it takes to reach lockout, of course, the increased time under tension and the more difficulty the athletes will have to make it through this ladder.
Horvath, Lawson, and Carey, no problem. we will change the weight up to 315. 19 of the 20 women still alive, as Bethany Flores, as you mentioned. Adrian did make an attempt. There's Danny Spiegel coming off that event win in the dual 3.
Yeah, and Spiegel wasn't thrilled about the announcement of the deadlift. It wasn't something that she actually looked forward to doing a ton. It seemed like she would be excited. Everyone would naturally assume Danny Spiegel's got to be your favorite for the lift. And she's like, oh, you might be surprised. I don't know. Deadlift is probably my least favorite 100 max to do. So we'll see what she brings to the table. Now, she's got a listed deadlift at about 420. Again, I don't know when the last time she hit that 420 was. We don't often test the 100 max deadlift until it presents itself, or a unique cycle that these athletes might be going through in their training. But it's still a relevant number. We know that Danny is traditionally one of the strongest, if not the strongest athlete in the field.
Tia Toomey, your overall leader with 420 points, but took a 12th place finish in the duel and saw her lead shrink from 60 points to 10 over Laura Horvath. Let's talk about the keys to an event like this and this structure of a max rep lift.
Yeah, well, structure is everything, how it presents itself. I really love the structure that it's presented as it builds in load. But the number one focus is they've got to pull with speed. I mentioned this, the audience can watch this as we've got 4 lifters out there at once. You want to see how quickly that bar travels from that mid-shin position to the complete lockout. If there's a hitch or a pause at the knee, you're already understanding the athlete's starting to create some trouble and trying to find a way to navigate the knee to get it up to their hip. The other one is that they need to stay tight. People will understand this cue from a coaching perspective. If you've been training in an affiliate and you pick up a heavy load off the ground, we've got to brace the musculature around our spine. The more firm that we can create this unchanging block around our spine and our hips, the more advantageous we will be to making the power transfer from our legs to the barbell.
Weight now moves to 315. Karin Freyova, Shelby Neal, Kyra Milligan, and Danny Spiegel will be first out. Milligan is good, Spiegel's good, Shelby Neal's lift is good, and Karin Freyova is through.
You notice there, Shelby, again, she probably had the slowest lift of the 4, and it showed in regards to how much strain or stress that lift created for her there at 315.
3, 2, 1, rotate.
Up next, Paige Powers, Elena Caratala, Emily Rolfe, and Paige Semenza.
2, 1, lift.
All 4 women are good.
Those were solid lifts. Paige Powers actually had a better lift there at 315 than she did at 305, which is a very good sign. She might have needed to simply wake her body up, prime her central nervous system with that first lift, and be more sharp. Caratala and Emily Rolfe both had a slower lift, so those are athletes we've got to keep our eye on as we make our way back to 325 on the next round, as that could be a load that is closer to their threshold.
Next up, Danielle Brandon, Alex Kazan, and Manon Anganez. Bethany Flores would have been in the upper right-hand part of your screen. All 3 women good at 315.
Alex Kazan is one of the athletes that I would definitely have my eye on here. She's a strong puller. She's got longer upper body limbs. She's got longer arms, which helps her create very good leverage on the barbell from where it typically sits on athletes at the mid-shin position. And when you have that advantage from a limb length perspective, it allows you to create better leverage on the load.
3, 2, 1, lift.
Christine Kohlenbrander, Ariel Lowen, Lauren Fisher, and Gabby McGowan. They are all through.
That made easy work of that lift.
Now final round at 315. Top 4 women in the overall standings: Emma Carey, Emma Lawson, Laura Horvath, and Tia Toomey.
3, 2, 1.
4 of the top 5. Gabby McGowan comes in 4th place, and Carey sits in 5th.
3, 2, 1, lift. All right, let's take it down to the bar.
Carey's good, Toomey's good, Lawson and Horvath no problem. Now the weight moved to 325 pounds. Still 19 women alive here.
This movement pattern that the deadlift asks of us as athletes is categorized as a hinge. Sean, they've hinged a lot today. They did 120 power snatches. Yes, it was a lighter load, but at 65 pounds, it certainly added up over the accumulation of that volume during the 10th inning. And then even specifically for the athletes that advanced deep into event 5, the dual 3, they had to do 3 sandbags to the teeter at 150 pounds every clip. So they're certainly feeling it in their posterior chain, and this lift is only waking up those muscles one more time here before they wrap up the day.
Barbells have been loaded at 325 pounds, and we are set for round 3. Colleen Freyova, Shelby Neal, Kyra Milligan, and Danny Spiel to lead us off again. There's Kyra Milligan. Comes in 18th place overall. Her best finish was a 6th place in event 2. Milligan making her first appearance here as an individual at the Rogue Invitational. Replay of Toomey at 315.
T on her deadlift. Has a great setup, hips a little bit higher than other athletes in the setup and execution, but very smooth, very clean. Same with Laura Horvath here. She chooses to go the double overhand hook grip. And then we've got a mixed grip here from Lawson as well. Right hand over. You see the palm of her left hand where it's turned the opposite direction. These opposing forces help athletes hold on to that bar as it gets heavier and heavier, and of course, heavier.
Now we move to the third barbell, 325. Freyova, Neal, Milligan, and Spiegel. No problem with Milligan. Spiegel hit it. Neal is good. Freyova is good.
Yeah, good lift for Shelby Neal there. You know, she has a bit of a squattier setup compared to a lot of the other athletes. Her being shorter in stature, she drops her butt a little bit lower, bending at the knees. And so as she navigates the knee, she has to shift her hip forward to finish the lift. And that forced her deadlift to be a touch slower, Sean. But I'll tell you what, for the body weight listed that we see for Shelby Neal, she's getting into some pretty heavy and substantial loads already.
Now Paige Powers, Elena Caratala, Emily Rolfe, and Paige Semenza.
Keep her out, and Rolfe and Caratala, they struggled on the last bar. Looks like it's moving.
Rolfe is not going to get it.
And Caratala also missed it. Yep.
So 2 women out here. Elena Caratala, Sana Huya, so her best lift will be at 315, as will Emily Rolfe.
And again, with one of the keys being pull with speed, this is a great precursor to when an athlete is close to their threshold. It gets sticky, it gets slow, particularly around the knee. The next bar might be glued to the ground. Easy work for us.
Dan is good. No, Manganese is good. Danielle Brand. In the event the 2 athletes fail on the same bar, we had a tiebreaker earlier. It was a jerry can carry for time, 70 pounds in each hand. That time will be your tiebreak time.
And that lift there for Danielle Brandon, that's a pretty big lift for her from my understanding. She doesn't have a listed deadlift currently as a 1-rep max or all-time best, but she looked very pleased with being successful at 325.
Christine Kohlenbrander, Ariel Lowen, Lauren Fisher, and Gabby McGowan coming up next. Fisher's good.
Lots of room left for all of those women there.
Kohlenbrander, Lowen, Fisher, and McGowan all stay alive. Down to our final 4, Emma Carey, Emma Lawson, Laura Horvath, and Tia Toomey. Seconds in which to complete the lift.
3, 2, 1, lift.
women in this final round are good, and the weight will now move to 335. So we're down to 17 athletes as Elena Caratola and Emily Rolfe bow out in that round.
And Emma Carey had a bit of a struggle there on 325, getting it moved off the ground. Once she got it moving, once she broke that dead weight of the bar off the floor, it moved quite nicely, but it was definitely a fight for her to get it moving. So that'll be a weight here at 335 where we got to watch Emma Carey. That might have been her last successful deadlift. We'll see what she can do.
Crew is out changing the weights. The equipment crew here all weekend long has done a fantastic job keeping this competition rolling as they always do. Without our volunteers, these competitions do not happen. I want to thank everybody who's volunteered their time and come out here and work so hard in some pretty hot and humid weather to keep this competition going. Now we move to 335 pounds. Back to the top of the order. Freyova, Neal, Milligan, and Spiegel to lead us off here. $17 women still left. When we get down to 10, we'll move into the 2 middle platforms. When we get down to 5 women, that's when we head to the single big platform there at home plate.
That's right, and here's Elena. You'll notice that bar is just glued to the ground, and she knows that's it. I've met my match there for the night, and it's the same with Emily Rolfe. Folks, when you miss a deadlift, the best thing that can happen is it's just glued to the ground, and you live to deadlift another day. Tia, with her mixed grip, takes a split second to get that bar moving, but once it starts to go vertically, it's moving with great speed all the way to the top.
Now we are set for 335 pounds. Karin Freyova, Shelby Neal, Kyra Milligan, and Danny Spiegel stepping up.
Watching Shelby Neal specifically, that bar slowed down just a little bit on her last lift in the upper left-hand corner.
Milligan and Spiegel, no problem. Freyova's good. Shelby Neal fights through that.
She did a great job there.
All 4 women get through at 335. Paige Powers and Paige Semenza will be the next 2 up.
Both of these women looked very strong even at 325. They're waving at each other from all the way across the floor, as it probably seems a little awkward that there's about 30 yards between them.
Somehow the 2 athletes with the same first name wound up in the same group. Paige Powers and Paige Semenza. Powers is good. Semenza taking her time. She is set up and she hits her lifts.
Both strong lifts for both women there. Great body posture. Hips and shoulders rose together at the same rate till that barbell passed their knee, and then they extended the hip to stand tall. It's exactly what you see. You want to see. It's the way that we teach the deadlift to be executed. They look like there's still some room for them to continue to climb.
Brandon Gazan and Manon Anganez up next.
3, 2, 1,
Danielle Brandon, the one that we got to watch here at this particular weight.
No problem for Gazan. Anganez rips that off the floor. Here's Danielle Brandon. Brandon hits it.
And she's smiling again walking back, so she's pleased to continue to stay in the fight.
Danielle Brandon, 12th place overall, but coming off her best finish of the competition. She took 5th place in the duel. Now Christine Kohlenbrander, Ariel Lowen, Lauren Fisher, and Gabby McGowan back to the bar.
This is 5 pounds over the listed PR that Ariel Lowen has publicly.
Fisher's good. McGowan's good. Kohlenbrander.
They smoked it. Ariel looked really good at 335.
4 women advance. Now to the final round. Emma Carey, Emma Lawson, Laura Horvath, and Tia Toomey.
Emma Carey on the left, and what I would consider lane 1 is the one that struggled on the last bar the most of this grouping.
She'll be in the bottom left-hand part of your screen, Emma Carey.
Can she fight through this, get that bar up off the ground? She got it. Wow.
And Carey fights through that. Lawson, Horvath, and Toomey are good as well. Weight will now move to 345 pounds. Still 17 women alive here.
Tia's still moving that bar with great speed and also no belt. She's out there with no belt on, no bracing around her abdominal or her low back. It's very common to see most of, if not all of these athletes wearing some type of back support, and she's choosing not to wear one. And it could be something, just a simple decision. She has better awareness, better bracing ability in the hinge position to protect her spine without it there, versus other women are utilizing it as a catalyst to brace against.
Weight going up to 345. 17 women left.
Looks like we got to clean off a bar a little bit here.
We're getting to some weights now where people are starting to struggle a little bit here.
They are. The reps become a little slower, a little more grindy. If you notice, though, Danielle does a great job, again, keeping the relationship between her hips and shoulders the same until the bar passes her knees, and then she's able to extend her hips. There's a little hitch there, but she got the work done. Now, Emma, you'll watch, it almost takes a full second for her to get that bar to nudge, and as it does, it moves slowly. A few hitches to get it all the way to the upright position. What a fight by Emma Carey.
345 pounds on the barbell now. Back to the top of the order. Karine Freyova, Shelby Neal, Kyra Milligan, and Danny Spiegel back up. Still plenty of time before we reset here. There is Danny Spiegel talking things over with Paige Semenza. Spiegel managed to gain 4 spots in the overall standings. She moved up from 17th to 13th, courtesy of her event win in the duel.
And Sean, with her history, I mean, we could be right here on the brink of her winning back-to-back events at the Rogue Invitational.
Said she wasn't too excited about the deadlift, but she's still super strong, and we saw that in the duel, picking up those 150-pound sandbags and tossing those things around.
Maybe she just wanted the rest of the field to forget. You know, hey, don't worry about me. I don't like the deadlift. She's not fooling anybody.
Freyova, Neal, Milligan, and Spiegel at 345. That was no problem for either Milligan or Spiegel. Freyova threw that in. Shelby Neal continues to stay alive. That's a great fight from Shelby Neal. 19th place overall. Best finish was a 10th in event 2.
We talk about how important bracing is. That was the second key to success here. Stay tight. And athletes, it's really essential. The heavier the weight gets, the longer it takes them to stand. They've got to be able to sustain a static trunk, because that weight wants to go with gravity down to the floor.
Paige Semenza and Paige Powers. Powers on the left, she is good. Semenza on the right, who's taking her time to get started here. And Semenza hits her lift.
And Paige Semenza has done a great job at making every lift look the same thus far. I don't think the speed has changed, even though the weight has gone up. The earlier reps weren't particularly fast, but they haven't really slowed down at all.
Up next, Danielle Brandon, Alex Gazan, and Manon Anganez. Keep an eye on Danielle Brandon. Put up a good fight to get through 335. See what she can do with 345 pounds here. Anganez and Gazan are good, and now Brandon for her attempt. And Danielle Brandon will not be able to get through that. Brandon will be eliminated. Her best lift, 335 pounds. And we're down to 16 athletes.
And I think Danielle will be overall pleased with that. Maybe not in relation to the field. Of course, she's going to say, I got to get stronger, I got to be better. But in relation to where she's at in her strength journey, I think that's a step in the right direction.
Christine Kohlenbrander, Ariel Lowen, Lauren Fisher, and Gabby McGowa. Fisher is good. McGowa, Lowen, and Kohlenbrander all get through.
Gosh, think Colin Brander makes these weights look, it looks like she's about to power clean it. I'm gonna be honest. The speed the speed she builds off the floor, I'm like, oh, wow. You could probably just jump it to your shoulders.
Final 4 athletes coming up next. Emma Carey, Emma Lawson, Laura Horvath, and Tia Toomey. Watching Emma Carey here. On the left-hand part of your screen. She gets right to work. Toomey's good. Horvath is good. Carey missed the attempt. Emma Lawson is through, and Emma Carey has plenty of time here to make another attempt. 15 seconds left for Emma Carey. Crowd getting behind her.
She's gonna pull on the bar. It ain't happening today.
Not gonna happen for Emma Carey. So she will bow out. We're down to 15. Now we go to 355 pounds. Emma Carey came in 5th place overall. She was only 20 points up on Ariel Lowen, who was still alive here.
And that was a heck of a fight that she put up, Emma Carey, to get that last lift at 335. And when you do that, it just drains you of so much energy. Even if you think 345 is potentially there, it cost her so much to make that 335-pound lift that the fatigue just continues to add up, and it makes it tougher and tougher to go up through the ladder.
One more look at Emma Carey. Got it to budge, but just couldn't get it past the point to where she could really start to get to work. Meanwhile, Emma Lawson, she hit her lift at 345.
Yeah, and it looked good. She really moves well through the knee, and then there's a little bit of hesitation through the mid-thigh, but she is smooth off the ground.
No problem for Tia Toomey. "15 women remain. Moving up to our 6th round here at 355 pounds. Trayova, Neal, Milligan, and Spiegel up next. And Shelby Neal in the red top and black pants toward right center of your screen has been putting up really good fights here as these weights have gotten heavier. One of the smaller athletes in the field.
Yeah, if she keeps all things considered the same, I think she's got a great chance to stand this up.
Spiegel and Milligan continue to just tear through these barbells. Trayova's good. Neal's fighting her way through it, and she will have it. All 4 women in round 1, they stay alive at 355.
Great lift for Shelby Neal. I mean, 365 could be in there tonight if she's still feeling good.
Paige Powers and Paige Semenza up next.
Both these women still look strong on that last bar.
Powers getting it to move, and Paige Powers is through. Paige Semenza taking her time. She's yet to make an attempt. Here's attempt number 1 at 355 for Semenza, and that is good.
The Paiges live to deadlift another round. Paige Powers, it really slowed down tremendously for her. You noticed it took about a full second again. She engaged the bar, took the slack out. There was a pause. Then it started to go upward. That might be one of the last lifts we see her do tonight, just from the way that her body had to maneuver in order to make that lift successful.
Alex Gazan and Manona Anganay is up next at 355. Gazan mauls that. Anganay is as good as well. 8 women remain. Make that 7 women remain. 2 rounds left. Kohlenbrander, Lowen, Fisher, and McGowan will be up next. Lowen in the upper left-hand part of your screen. Kohlenbrander bottom left. McGowan bottom right. And Lauren Fisher top right. Fisher gets through. McGowan is good. Kohlenbrander and Lowen fails that rep, and she's going to call it. Ariel Lowen bows out. Her last successful lift, 345 pounds. Now we're down to 14. Final 3 women coming up next: Emma Lawson, Laura Horvath, and Tia Toomey. Here come Lawson, Horvath, and Toomey, stepping up to 355. Final round here at this weight. No problem for Toomey. Horvath is good. And Lawson is good.
Great lift for Lawson. Now Lawson, the way she executed that lift, again, it comes past her knee very smoothly, and then she struggles a little bit more at the lockout. It's something similar to what we saw Ariel Lowen do 2 bars ago, which led to her bowing out on this particular lift. So it's one of those things where Emma Lawson is going to have to continue to keep that speed that she has as the bar passes her knee in order to lock out if she wants to hit 365 on the next bar.
Moving up to 365 pounds now. 14 women remain.
And here was Ariel Lowen on the miss. Sean, she is like a fraction of a centimeter away from making this lift. If she gets that thing a little bit higher onto her thigh, she has got an opportunity to hitch back and stand it up. And then this is the difference between what Ariel did and Lawson did. Lawson has the same slowing there, but she was able to pull her shoulders behind the bar and shift her hips forward to reach that fully extended position. What a great finish there by Emma Lawson.
Now 14 women are left. When we get down to 10, again, we'll move into the 2 middle platforms. The final 5 will then lift on the 1 platform there on home plate at Dell Diamond Stadium. We move back to the top of the order. Karen Freyova, Shelby Neal, Kyra Milligan, and Danny Spiegel at 365 pounds. Danny Spiegel put on a show last year in that log press event. Hoping for a similar result tonight.
This is going to be one of those weights that's going to really start to create some separation from the strongest within this group, from those that are probably in PR territory. So there's going to be a significant amount of women that still continue on, but I think this bar and the next bar are going to be some big separators here in the group.
Freyova, Neal, Milligan, and Spiegel up first at 365 pounds. Milligan moving that easily, as is Danny Spiegel. Shelby Neal starting to struggle. She'll miss her first attempt. Freyova is through. See if Neal makes a second attempt. She's got about 15 seconds to go here. Crowd behind Shelby Neal, 365 second attempt. Not able to get it.
It's a nice Shelby, but she's pumped about her effort, and so are we. I mean, what a great showing for her all the way through that 355-pound barbell.
Now 13 women are left. Shelby Neal will leave with a last successful lift at 355 pounds. Great result for Shelby. Now it's Paige Powers and Paige Semenza. Powers with a no rep. Here's Semenza, takes that extra time to get set up, and Paige Semenza will have it. Second attempt for Powers. She's not going to get that to go, so now Powers is done. We're down to 12. Alex Kazan and Manila Anganese stepping up next to 365 pounds.
And everybody watching who has had the experience of building to a heavy deadlift, you know that feeling. One lift feels great and the next one just is glued to the ground.
No problem for Alex Kazan. Manila Anganese is good as well. Wow. Manila Anganese is a former Belgian champion in weightlifting at 69 kilos. Has her eyes on possibly qualifying for the 2024 Olympics.
Amazing.
Now we move to Christine Colenbrander, Lauren Fisher, and Gabby McGowa. 365 pounds here as we're down to 12 women. Fisher is good. Holenbrander and McGowan all getting through 365 pounds.
Lauren Fisher moved that 365 way faster than I expected, Sean. Like this is a great, if we want to talk about a pure strength test, this is a great one to come for Lauren Fisher specifically. She's a strong athlete, of course, but this is going to be one that really, really leans in her favor.
Final round, Emma Lawson, Laura Horvath, and Tia Toomey. Keep an eye on Emma Lawson as she really had to fight that last 355-pound barbell. Toomey and Horvath are good. Lawson.
That's the spot. She got to hit forward. She got it.
And will get it. Hitches her way through it, and Emma Lawson stays alive.
She might not even be sure how at that point. That flip of the hair and the smile. How'd I get that?
Somewhere Rob Kearney is smiling. That's the strongman athlete who, if you watch him deadlift, he does that same thing. He'll get his hips under, he hitches it up, and it is effective. And Emma Lawson uses it to move past 365 pounds.
And Toomey out there with the mixed grip, beltless, showing off that mom strength. Made it still look easy at 365 for her. Horvath double overhand hook grip. Not even one slightly difference about that compared to the 335 and 345 lighter weights. And then Emma Lawson makes great work through the knee, and then it hits a stick point, but she finds a way to get those hips extended at the top. The rep was good.
We go through 365 pounds, moving up to 375 pounds next. 12 women remain. See on the right side of your screen, the women who have been eliminated so far: Neal, Powers, Lowen, Brandon, Carey, Caratala, Rolfe, and Flores. Now things starting to get serious here. 375 pounds out there on the bar. 12 athletes remain. This could be the final round where we are lifting on all 4 platforms.
Yeah, this is where the rubber's going to meet the road for several of these ladies. We saw, a few bow out on the 365 bar, but now we're into some heavy territory. Freyova had a bit of a sticking point on that last lift. This will be big if she can make this one happen.
Freyova, Milligan, and Spiegel at 375. Spiegel, no problem. Milligan is through. Freyova not able to budge that. Now we are down to 11.
Just knows she kind of packs it in. She had plenty of time to make another attempt, but as an athlete, it's important to feel this out and have that awareness. Is it worth it? Is it not worth it? She knows that her body's probably tired. Her central nervous system is really fatigued, and it's better to come back and be ready to perform tomorrow.
Paige Semenza will be out there on her own now. Looking to get the crowd behind her here, 375 for Paige Semenza. A hockey player from Ohio State. And she shoots, she scores. Semenza gets through 375.
Great lift. She has certainly spent some time with power lifters or amidst other power lifters that specialize in the deadlift. From the way she sets her belt to the way she braces her midline, addresses the bar, pauses, takes her time. It's textbook.
Alex Kazan and Manon Anganese, and the two of them had no problem with those barbells.
Still warming up for those ladies.
Holenbrander, Fisher, and McGowan coming up next. Eleven women remain here.
Bar slowed down a little bit on that last lift at 365 for Gabby McGowan, so we'll see how well at 375 moves. I think she can still make it, but it's just going to take a little bit more out of her.
Fisher's good at 375. Brander's through, and McGowa stays alive. Move into the final round now. Emma Lawson, Laura Horvath, and Tia Toomey. And Emma Lawson really had to fight at 365. We'll see what she has left here for a lift at 375 pounds.
Don't expect her to make it through this round, but I know she's going to give it a good fight. She's going to get that bar off the ground. It's just all about what happens as she approaches the knee and gets it around there.
Here we go. Toomey's good. Horvath is good. Now Lawson. Take a second to get reset. Cinching up the belt. The crowd trying to urge her on here. So 375 for Lawson. And Emma Lawson's fighting it. And just can't get past the knees. That was really close.
Very close for her, Sean, it was. And you wonder, the way she addressed the bar, maybe it was a touch too early on the first attempt because she didn't even get as far as she did on that second. So had she prepped and primed just a little bit and not made the 2 attempts, just turned it into 1, she might have been fruitful, or at least closer.
I'm able to laugh about it, but man, that was close for Emma Lawson. If she got it above the knee, she could try and hitch that thing up.
Yeah, it's not common that we see a lot of athletes fail at that point in their deadlift, but it's certainly something that can happen. She puts a great effort. She's got a great setup. Hips and shoulders rise together up into that point, but she doesn't have the ability to finish a lift and shift her hips forward and pull those shoulders back. It's a sticking point. She can train this in her training and build through that plateau. Paige Semenza smooth all the way up from the ground. Great braced posture, and that's simply a textbook deadlift.
We are now down to 10 women, so we will move to the 2 inside platforms. And when we get down to 5, we move to the big platform, and that's when it really gets fun. Going to go up to 380 pounds next. Make 5-pound jumps from here on out until we have a winner. And again, in the event that 2 athletes are eliminated on the same barbell, their time in the jerry can carry for time is what will be used as a tie break. They had 2 70-pound jerry cans that they had to carry across the field earlier. That is their tie break time for this event. Athletes on the left still alive. Athletes on the right, they're the ones who've been eliminated. There's some good battles shaping up here now as we move to the 2 inside platforms. Milligan, Spiegel, and Anganese have all looked really good here, as has Lauren Fisher.
And we're already 7 singles into this event. So these athletes started their lifts at 305 and made their way all the way through 375. We're beginning our 8th lift.
380 pounds now on the barbell. Alex Gazan, Christine Colin-Brander, and Danny Spiegel. It's going to be Milligan and Spiegel up first. $380.
Texas big.
And we're getting there.
I don't imagine that either of these women are going to have a real problem with this weight based on what we saw from them in the earlier bars.
Here we go. Milligan and Spiegel belting up. $380 for each. Milligan is good. And Spiegel will make that.
Slight hitch there from Danny. A little bit of a pause at the bottom from Kyra, right? It looks like what we're starting to see is each athlete might have a little bit of a different sticking point when they reach that point, but both were successful there.
Paige Semenza and Alex Gazan up next.
know Alex is fast off the floor. 2 extension. Paige takes her time.
And Semenza's not even going to make an attempt. Kazan is through. Semenza bows out at 375. Should be good enough for a 10th place finish in this event.
Yeah, great performance there by Paige Semenza, and it's a beautiful thing to have athletes express this self-awareness where they just kind of know, hey, again, I'm throwing in the towel. I think this is a great example to CrossFitters across the world when we walk in with our ego to the affiliate and we want to do a 1 rep max deadlift. It's important to film yourself, have your coach nearby, let them know when your forms break them down, and shut it down. Live the deadlift another day. It's a fruitful lift. We just got to be healthy enough to do it all the time.
Menon Enganez and Christine Kohlenbrand. Kohlenbrand is good. Enganez is going to hitch that up, and that will count. Her judge telling her to, I think, lock out the hips there, and she was able to do it before the barbell came down.
Yeah, she did a great job finishing. It was slightly, she had a lockout on one side and not on the other. So she did a good job showing the judge what he needed to see there in that moment, but it certainly took a lot out of her because it extended the time for her to hold that weight in her hand. So that could be something that affects her here at the next weight.
Now Lauren Fisher and Gabby McGowa. Fisher rips that off the ground, and now McGowa at 380, not gonna get it. Crowd getting behind Gabby McGowa. She gets set up for one more attempt.
If she can get this past her knee, Sean, she can finish it.
McGowa not able to get it. Now we are down to 8 women. McGowa bows out at 375 as well, failing to lift 380. And now our 2 overall leaders here. Tia Toomey in first place, Laura Horvath in second. And both of them will make 380. 8 women are left. We move up to 385 pounds. 3, 2, 1. The weights get changed. Take a look at Menon Enganez.
Yeah, and you notice she puts up a tremendous fight to lock out. You notice her left side still lagging a little bit, and then she's got to lock that leg out in order to make it count. Judge gives her a down signal to cue her that the lift was good. Laura Horvath, on the other hand, lifts 380 the same way she lifts 305, fast.
Like you said, man, well, just kept going and power cleaned that thing because looked pretty light for Laura Horvath. So we are now down to 8 women as Semenza and McGowa both fail at 380. Milligan, Spiegel, Gazan, Enganez, Kohlenbrander, Fisher, Horvath, and Toomey all still alive. We move up to 385 pounds. Milligan and Spiegel will be the first 2 out. Kyra Milligan looking for her best finish of the competition, although she did take 6th place in event number 2. Since then, everything's been 15th or lower. She will definitely improve on that here in event 6.
And we've talked about this with Kyra earlier in this week, Sean, but we haven't had an opportunity to see her compete individually at a very high level much. But we saw her at the CrossFit Games last year on the CrossFit Mayhem team, and this is going to be a great experience for her. We know from the data that we've seen and from hearing from her coaches, any strength test is certainly something she looks forward to, so this is just an opportunity for her to really rack up some points against the field.
Milligan and Spiegel are ready. 385 on the bar. Milligan is good, and Spiegel is good as well. Alex Gazan will lift all by herself.
As easy as Laura Horvath made that last 380 lift. Alex Gazan made it look equally as easy. So I don't know that 385 will present any kind of problem to her up at this point either.
Alex Gazan in 9th place overall. After her event win in event 2, she came up with a 16th and a 17th. Got a 4th in the duel. That is no problem for Alex Gazan at 385. Christine Kohlenbrander and Manon Anganese are up next.
Manon Anganese is the one that we watched fight really hard for that 380. 385 is here, but it's got to be a much cleaner lift. She won't be able to have that same amount of time under tension and get away with having to take the pause to show her judge what they need to see at the top. So she's got to get there and get there smoothly.
385 for Anganese and Christine Kohlenbrander. Kohlenbrander is no good, and Anganese is no good. 2 more women have dropped out now.
Sean, I got to tell you, I'm surprised there to see Kohlenbrander bow out so soon. I mean, there wasn't even a hesitation at 380. There was not even a hitch there. So to see her bow out at that barbell tells me that she's really feeling it. The fatigue is built up for her.
Crowd behind Lauren Fisher, who's had a great competition so far. 8th place overall. Best finish was a 7th, as she is unable to get through 385 pounds. We're down to 5 women, so this is now the last time we'll be lifting 2 at a time. Horvath and Toomey up next, 385 pounds for the 2 of them.
Both have listed deadlifts of over 400 pounds.
Horvath and Toomey. Toomey coming into this event with a 10-point lead over Horvath. Horvath was able to carve 50 points off of Toomey's cushion during the duel, and both of them are good. 5 women remain, and we will move to the single platform. Kyra Milligan, Danny Spiegel, Alex Gazan, Laura Horvath, and Tia Toomey advancing to the 390-pound bar.
All right, now here's what we're seeing from Laura at 385. It's smooth once she gets it off the floor. No problem as the bar passes her knees. Tia equally has a great brace, and the bar moves quickly to her mid-thigh, and then there's a slight hitch there as she shifts her hips forward to get her shoulders behind the bar. That is the area that we're going to want to watch on her deadlift in the lifts to come, where the bar starts to slow, as it won't be off the floor. It will be as the bar passes her knees will start to be some of the precursing moments to whether the lift's going to happen or not.
Now down to the final 5 women, and we move to that home plate platform. Weight going up to 390. Milligan, Spiegel, Gazan, Horvath, and Toomey all still alive here. And this is where it gets fun.
This is.
Now we got one platform under the lights here at Dell Diamond Stadium. Packed house. Here we go.
The crowd will turn up for every lift now. Like, they know who they're watching, one person at a time. This is where it gets very electric, and that adrenaline boost actually adds another 10 levels to the experience when you're the athlete out there on the platform with something going on like this.
And of course, it's the last barbell, so you got to make it look cool. Wrapped in the Texas state flag here.
Wow. Rogue pulls all the stops, man. That is amazing. That's a great bar. Who gets to take that home?
Maybe the winner.
I thought I heard it was the commentary team.
I would, yeah. That's exactly what I heard.
Like, man, I could really use a nice deadlift bar.
Milligan chalking up that barbell, as she will be, it looks to be the first woman out. It'll be her, then Spiegel, then Gazan, then Horvath and Toomey. 390 now on the bar. Milligan takes center stage here. Getting herself focused. She has looked really good as these weights have gotten heavier.
She has looked really good, and this is the first time. Okay, there we see her break the ice with a little bit of a smile. But this is the most focused and most dialed in that she's been to address any barbell up into this point. So it tells me that we're getting up towards some of those weights that are threshold for Sean. I didn't have a listed 1RM, but I did see that she did 330 for 10 before.
That'll do. 390 for Milligan. And she will get it.
Wow.
Now Danny Spiegel stepping up to 390 pounds. Spiegel guaranteeing herself, another top 5 finish to follow up her win earlier today in the duel.
Danny's last lift started to slow right around that mid-thigh area. She gives the bar a couple hitches in order to lock it out. Takes a half second to get it off the floor, but that area of the lift is pretty clean for her up into this point. So let's see how she does at 390.
18th place, they're going to crack the top 10 here. And 390 will count for Danny Spiegel.
Worked her way through that sticking point nicely. She knows where it is. She probably knows of that area of weakness for herself. If she can get it past her knee, she knows she's got to finish the lift by pulling those shoulders back and hiking that hip forward.
Alex Gazan, third woman to attempt 390 pounds here. Oh, come on. That is too easy for Alex Gazan. Great lift. Might need to get some more weights out to home plate for Alex Gazan. That was impressive. Now Laura Horvath stepping up to 390 pounds as Tia Toomey looks on.
More with her laser focus we're very used to. And at 385, I gotta say, she moved it like it was 305. Just every bar has continued to look the same up until this point.
390, current fittest woman on earth. And that is good for Laura Horvath. Tia Toomey to close out this round at 390 pounds. Three-time Rogue Invitational champion, 6-time fittest woman on earth, first attempt at 390. And she has it. All 5 women advance to 395 pounds.
Great lift there by Tia. Again, 390 beltless. Flexing that strong core that she's continuing to build. Spiegel almost floated to her toes a little bit on that. If the next rep she can stay back in the midfoot and keep her heels down, it's going to help her a ton. I'm surprised she was able to recoup and save that. Laura Horvath consistent this entire time. 390 looking a touch slower than 385 though, so she's showing some of those humanistic traits. And then Tia Claire Toomey, mixed grip, a little hitch there at the mid-thigh to the lockout, but still high quality off the floor.
All 5 women staying alive through the 390-pound bar. And we move on to 395 pounds. And we're going to make 5-pound jumps until we have a winner here. Kyra Milligan will be up first. Milligan has guaranteed herself her best finish of the competition. The worst she can do is 5th here in this event. 395 for Milligan. And that is good for Kyra Milligan.
Amazing lift for her. She made that look the same as she did 390. I expected a little bit more slowing to happen as the bar passed her knee, but she did a fantastic job.
Now Danny Spiegel will be up next.
One of the big cues for me, Sean, and every athlete that I get an opportunity to work with, when you address the bar for a deadlift, is that you want to squeeze it as tight as you can. You want to make sure that no matter what grip you choose, that you're putting as much power into that bar as possible with your grip to make it sure.
Spiegel will hitch that up and is good. Danny Spiegel moving on.
And that was a better, more sound lift than her last attempt. So that's good. That's a good sign for Danny. She's still got some room left before she hits her threshold, and I think she was much better there at staying flat-footed throughout, even with that hitch in the middle. She didn't come to her toes as much.
Now Alex Kazan, who tore through the 390-pound barbell. Let's see what this one looks like at 395. And I'd say that looks just fine.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep, sure does.
Alex Kazan through 395 with no problem. Laura Horvath will be the next lifter. And even though that last lift slowed, as you mentioned, the form looked the same as it has throughout this event.
That's right. She pulls the bar off the floor, very sound. She addressed the bar, shins close to the bar, shoulders activated, keeps it close to her legs throughout the pull, hips and shoulders rise together, extends the hip at the top.
395 is good. Laura Horvath, and now Tia Toomey to close out this round at 395.
Tia executes this lift. You'll probably see a slight rounding of her upper back as before the bar starts to leave the ground here. But she's going to brace through her midline and through her mid-back to make sure that nothing changes there.
Crowd behind Tia Toomey, 395. And that is good. And all 5 women now move up to 400 pounds.
It's just a flex off here. Who can deadlift all night? That's what they keep walking back to the line to say. Hey, I can do this all night.
I'm sure the fans will have no problem with that. Everyone loves watching big weights going up under the lights. Let's start with Kyra Milligan, first woman out.
Yeah, and she's done a great job lift after lift, Sean. She's executing at a very high level. We know she was looking forward to the max lift, probably no matter what it was. And then Alex Kazan, the woman that we talked about at the start of this event. When we talk about anthropometrics, we're talking about limb length in relation to your torso, in relation to your leg length, and she's kind of built a deadlift. Tia Claire Toomey doing Tia Claire Toomey things, just being undeniable in regards to the way that she presents her fitness. No matter what the test is, she's going to be a threat to come out on top no matter what.
400 pounds now on the barbell. 5 women remain. And Kyra Milligan is set to kick things off here.
400 is one of those benchmark numbers, and if you've ever maxed out any lift, if you're watching, if you're listening, you know sometimes numbers get in your head. So it's like you might not know what's on there. You just go pick it up because you're naive.
Well, how many times you hear that when someone says, "Yeah, I didn't even know how much was on the bar, and I lifted it. It turned out to be a PR."
That's right. So not only is this a heavy weight, but you got to wonder, is 400 pounds one of those numbers for some of these women where they're like, "Oh, can I lift it?"
Kyra Milligan at 400.
She's got it. Stand it up.
Oh! So close for Milligan.
So close. What a great effort.
395 pounds is going to be her best lift. This will be her best finish of the competition. I thought she had it.
3, 2, 1, rotate. All right, here we go. Dixie Spiegel up next at 400 pounds.
Here's Danny Spiegel.
1, lift. All right, here we go.
400 pounds. 4 women left. And Spiegel is going to get that.
Sean, I think she's getting stronger. I think she's getting stronger. The last 3 bars have almost improved from what that 4th bar was.
Spiegel's through 400. Now Alex Gazan is coming up. These are the listed PRs for these top 3 women. Spiegel at 420, Toomey at 415, Horvath at 405. Alex Gazan at 400. No problem for Alex Gazan.
It's amazing.
Wow.
She does such a great job, Sean, of keeping the bar close to her legs, no matter where it is on its journey up. A lot of times athletes drive their hips up, the knee creeps back, and then the bar's hanging out in space. Alex does an amazing job at keeping her shoulders active, which means her lats pulled back and together to keep that bar really close to her spine. That's what keeps her safe, but also that's what keeps the weight traveling vertically.
Laura Horvath, 5 pounds under her listed PR.
1, lift. All right, folks, this is it. 400 pounds.
And she will make it. And again, the form looks the same. Maybe the speed doesn't,
That's right.
but the form certainly does.
That's right, and that's what you want to have no matter what. In order to keep yourself safe and continuing to perform at a very high level, you want to change as little as possible and just rely on sound mechanics, folks. Stick to the basics. Stick to the basics.
Now Toomey. Close things out here at 400 pounds. Tia Toomey will get it. 4 women left. We're going up to 405. This will be the 14th barbell that these women will attempt. As we move up to 405 pounds, 4 women remain. Spiegel, Gazan, Toomey, and Horvath.
Kyra putting up a great effort. That bar made it all the way past her knees into her thigh position, but she just couldn't reach extension at the very top. Chose to bow out. Great effort by her. Spiegel, on the other hand, pulling with almost more speed and ferocity at 400 pounds, and we saw her pull 395. And then Tia on this lift, a little slower off the floor, knows just at the right time, though, when to hitch forward to pull the bar back and keep it closer in order to finish and have success. Again, just a champ doing champ things.
405 now on the barbell. We have updated scores for the weight, and remember, women who bowed out at the same barbell, their time in the jerry can carry for time, that will be used as the tie break. Spiegel, Gazan, Horvath, and Toomey still lifting. The 14th round here, 14th barbell that they have lifted.
Yeah, it's not just the measure of strength here, folks. This is the measure of accumulated volume and fatigue that these women have endured all day long, but through the previous 14 lifts.
Keep the rest consistent here. Since this would have been Milligan's spot, the clock is going to start, but no one's going to lift.
Which is needed, I would say. I think that's a very very wise way to approach such an event. It really allows us to see the most from these athletes instead of shortening the time of recovery between lifts.
Danny Spiegel will be up first at 405.
2, 1, rotate. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, up next.
15 pounds away from her listed PR of 420. Danny Spiegel at 405. And she will get it. Alex Gazan will be up next. This would be a PR for Gazan. And she gets it, no problem.
Still looking very clean for Alex, very clean lifts all the way through the night. If that's truly a PR, very impressively done for her.
405 for Alex Gazan, that's a PR for her. And now, Laura Horvath at 405.
2, 1, rotate.
And she has it. Laura Horvath, 405, and now Tia Toomey is up next. Still 4 women remain. Toomey will be the last to go here at this weight.
It's just like we've said time and time again for Laura. Textbook technique, just a little bit slower than the lift before, but she stayed in the fight. She's doing a great job at it. Tia's got to bring some fight to this lift here.
Still under her listed PR of 415 pounds. Again, this is the 14th time that she has lifted in this event. 405 is not going to go for Toomey. She will take 4th. Now this is big for Horvath because Horvath can erase the remainder of that deficit and overtake Toomey for the top spot on the leaderboard. 3 women are left. Toomey will take 4th place. That should be good for 85 points.
Spiegel at 405, making it look no different than she did 390. The last 3 bars, I'm telling you, she's just getting stronger. She's finding a groove. Alex Gazan, again, killing it with the bar pad, keeping it close, tracing her legs with the bar each and every repetition. And then Laura Horvath, no change to her technique throughout, just a touch slower to get that weight moving every time. 405. Doesn't look like that's slowing her down.
And still going with that double overhand grip. As Danny Spiegel, Alex Gazan, and Laura Horvath are still alive here as we go up to 410 pounds.
Yeah, I really like the double overhand grip with the hook grip intact. It has some great carryover to the cleans and other lifts that we do from the floor in our methodology in the sport. You know, it also creates a little bit more of a symmetrical setup. When we turn one hand under supinate the grip, it tends to kind of drop that shoulder on that side. And we do a lot of pulling, we do a lot of hinging from the ground, so those reps add up. And when you think about keeping the body as symmetrical as possible, or as even as possible, it's something that a lot of athletes should consider.
Danny Spiegel kind of jumped the gun here. Again, they're trying to keep the rest the same round to round. This would be where Kyra Milligan, if she were still in, would be lifting. Now, Spiegel will step up to the 410-pound barbell here. .410 for Spiegel. And that will count.
Yeah, nope. I mean, wow. The way she's able to get through her hitch, how explosive the change of speed is from just below the knee to above the knee in order to surpass that weak portion of her is impressive. The one thing she's got to watch as the weight gets heavy is not getting out of control with the hitch. You can throw her forward a bit. Eventually lead to her missing a lift if she's not careful.
Now Alex Gazan continuing to make heavyweight look light. She's through 410.
Textbook form, rep after rep, continues to look the same. A little slower there on that pull. Very impressive by Alex.
Laura Horvath to close things out here at 410 pounds. And your defending Rogue Invitational champion will make that lift. Let's go up to 415.
Let's keep this party going. I'm here for the night, says Laura. Hey, and I'll tell you what, the beauty in that is that she literally cracked a smile, Sean, just as that bar sweeped past a point in her pull where it was clearly very familiar to her. Like she was like, hey, if I can just, come on, let me fight through this point. And she knew she had it locked up. That was fun.
Empty slot here on the barbell.
Spiegel, Gazan, and Horvath all good at 410.
And all different lifting techniques. Spiegel, a little bit of rounding in her upper back in the setup position. Great speed past the knee and then the little hitch at the thigh. Still gets it. Alex Gazan consistent off the floor from rep 1 all the way through rep 15 here, rep 16 here. And Laura Horvath, textbook, look at the smile break across her face. She almost couldn't hold it in there as the bar passed her knee. She knew she had it there. Great lift and execution. We live to lift another barbell tonight.
And we go into round 16. We're deep into the extra innings here. 415 being loaded onto that bar. Spiegel, Gazan, and Horvath, your final 3 women left. We still have the men to go, and they are just now walking out onto the field down the third base line. There's still plenty of big weights to go up here.
Plenty of big weights.
Spiegel and Gazan talking things over. Laura Horvath is getting belted up and getting ready here. Let's not lose track of the fact that Laura Horvath could take the overall lead. She had a 10-point deficit that she needed to make up on Toomey. As long as she finishes second or better here in this event, with Toomey finishing in 4th, they could be tied going into the final day.
Yep. So Tia's sitting back and she's hoping, from her perspective, hey, come on, Danny. Come on, Alex. Keep pulling through for me. Keep this bar getting heavier. Hopefully Laura bows out.
No lifter going is, again, keeping the rest consistent to keep things fair here. As Danny Spiegel is getting set up to make an attempt at 415 pounds. The 16th barbell that she will attempt.
3, 2, 1, grouping.
Here we go, Danny Spiegel, 415. Cinches up the belt.
Danny Spiegel looking to finish the work at 415.
And Danny Spiegel hitching it up, and it will count. 415 is good. I don't know why she said she wasn't looking forward to this, because she's doing extremely well.
Hey, listen, the deadlift might not be her favorite lift, but it is certainly still one of her strongest lifts. And we know that she's familiar with the spotlight and with that center stage down there at the Rogue Invitational on a Saturday night, so we're not surprised.
Alex Gazan trying to get the crowd behind her. 415 for Gazan is good.
Oh, Just impressive.
Now here's Laura Horvath to close things out at 4:15.
Laser focus here for Laura. She's made a belt switch. So she went and got her leather belt where it has fixed distances, probably a little bit more firm on her torso here, easier to brace into.
Laura Horvath, 4:15. Past the knees, and Horvath has it.
That might be the most impressive deadlift we've seen here tonight, honestly. The time that it took and the focus that she was able to sustain a firm body posture, no rounding of her back, and fight through those sticking points that start to present themselves, that is impressive.
We go into the 17th barbell now, 420 pounds. This is Spiegel's listed PR coming up here. Kazan is just setting new PRs every time she rips that thing off the ground.
Take a look at Danny Spiegel here. Again, fast off the ground, a couple hitches, maybe an extra one there than we've seen in previous barbells. But still, I mean, the speed that she gets that bar to her mid-thigh position, Sean, is just straight up impressive. And Alex Kazan just showing up at every barbell, every lift looking the same, a touch slower, but still making it happen. And Laura, with definitely her slowest lift of the night, but that doesn't take away the quality of it. Every lift has looked the same for her as well.
420 being loaded onto the barbell here. Again, the 17th barbell that these women have attempted. Danny Spiegel's had herself a great day so far. 13th place overall, but she moved up 4 spots after her win in the duel. And now another top 3 finish here could put her into the top 10. She was only 35 points back of Manon Enganez for 10th. Alex Kazan came in 9th place overall. She's looking to move up the overall standings, and Laura Horvath is possibly looking to move into the overall lead.
Here we go.
Spiegel at 420. No problem getting it to her knees, and now can she hitch it up? She can indeed, and Danny Spiegel will hit 420.
Wow. Great lift there by Danny. She's definitely getting towards the end of her threshold. You can tell that lift took a lot more out of her than the previous ones that we've seen here tonight. Form didn't look that much different, but you can just tell the time under tension, the amount of hitches that it took for her to get that bar up to the top of her thigh to an open hip. It definitely cost her a bit more energy. Great lift there by Spiegel.
Alex Kazan at 420. And that is going to go for Alex Kazan.
10 minutes ago, I said sarcastically that she might deadlift 430 today. Now all of a sudden that sarcasm is right out the door. And that's what she might need to lift if she wants to come away the victor in this event, which is just astonishing that after all the events that these ladies have gone through so far, here in event 6, day 3 of competition at the Rogue Invitational, we're seeing 420 come up off the ground like this.
Here's Laura Horvath, who was, I think, maybe talking to her coach in the crowd to see what kind of advice that she could get here. We'll see if Laura Horvath can get 420 to count. And she just can't get it past that point, so Laura Horvath will finish 3rd in this event. So she'll pick up 5 points on Toomey. Toomey will remain the overall leader, but it's razor thin now.
Yeah, what a great job there by Laura Horvath. Great event for her overall. These women are getting an update for what's to come here.
We have 2 women remaining as we take one more look back here at Danny Spiegel.
Again, Spiegel with the amazing speed off the floor, a couple hitches there to extend her hip at the top. Folks, when she's hitching that bar, it takes a little bit of the pressure off her spine to extend, and it allows it to become weightless just for a second so she can lock it out at the top. And then Alex Gazan, of course, with a smooth, steady lift from the ground to the top, just like we've seen all night long.
We have moved up to 425 pounds. Alex Gazan and Danny Spiegel sharing a laugh here as they're putting in some extra work. They have 4 minutes to rest. They can go whenever they want, but they can't use that whole 4 minutes if they want. But at the end of that, they got to start lifting.
Tighten it up a little bit.
Alex is, yeah, you go ahead, Danny.
Yep.
You go first.
Hey, have at it.
Be my guest. But once again, Danny Spiegel finds herself as one of the last women standing in the max lift event. Last year it was with a log, this year it's with a barbell, and there's 425 pounds on it. 425 for Danny Spiegel. Not able to get it, so if Alex Gazan hits this, she wins it outright. If she misses, it comes down to their time on the tiebreak event that was held, seems like yesterday. It comes down to the time.
Oh, you gotta love it.
Danny Spiegel will have the tiebreaker here. So this is for the win for Alex Gazan, and Spiegel is trying to get the crowd on its feet here. Gazan for the win.
Easy money.
425 is good for Alex Gazan, and she takes home the event victory.
So let me do some calculations real quick. 425 pounds. She's also got a listed bench press, Sean, at 270. What can Alex Gazan do? Oh my goodness.
425, it took 18 barbells, but we finally get there, and Alex Gazan picks up her first career event win here at the Rogue Invitational.
And it's got to be a great feeling, particularly with the circumstance. It's elimination. We whittled the field down to one and only one athlete, and that got to be Alex tonight. Got to flex her strength here. We talked about her having some natural advantages for the deadlift, the long arms, great setup position, and she excelled tonight under the lights. You gotta love it for a young competitor. This is what builds momentum into someone's career, Sean. Someone that's trying to make a push to advance themselves through the upper echelon of the CrossFit competitive space. This is where these memories are stored, and it just continues to build momentum for her going forward, not just through the rest of this weekend, but through some of the years to come.
Alex Gazan with the event win, 425 pounds. Danny Spiegel's going to take second. Laurel Horvath picks up another 5 points on Tia Toomey. And Kyra Milligan with a top 5 finish as she lifts 395. Alex Gazan is with Kiki Dixon.
Alex, congratulations on your event win. What an exciting show we had here. You PR'd multiple times. Were you expecting that out here tonight?
Kinda.
Do you feel like you had a little bit more in the bag, or did you leave it all on the line?
I don't know.
Maybe we'll find out another night. Normally when you're working this event or this deadlift at the gym, you're working with rubber plates. Rogue brought out the steel. What were the biggest differences that you noticed between those two things?
We weren't allowed to drop it. That was hard.
And what was it like to go up with Danny, you guys cheering each other on at the same time as being competitors?
It was awesome. She's so fun, and like that's what makes these experiences special. It was super fun.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Alex Gazan, actually her second career event win. She won seat at the bar earlier, so if there's a heavy barbell out there, Alex Kazan has a really good chance of winning that event. 9th place overall coming in, looking to move into the top 5, heading into the final day of competition. The women are done. Heavy barbells going up all over the place. It took 18 rounds, and Alice Gazan outduels Danny Spiegel. Laura Horvath is going to take 3rd, and Tia Toomey will finish in 4th. Plenty more big lifts to come. The men up next here for their 1 rep max deadlift as our coverage of the 2023 Rogue Invitational continues. Saturday night under the lights here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational, and still plenty of big weights to be lifted in Event 6, the Max Deadlift, presented by Yeti. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with former Affiliate Cup champ Adrian Conway, and Kiki Dixon is down on the field. And Adrian, in this atmosphere, this crowd, these lights have a way of adding a few pounds of that PR.
Oh yeah, they add a few pounds, and the athletes are going to need it. They're now through 5 events, and into event 6, they've got to lift some heavy weight. This crowd has a unique ability to bring the very best out of all these competitors.
So overall standings coming into this event, Pat Vellner has a 40-point lead over Brett Fikowski for first place overall. Bjorven Carl Gumanson sneaking around like he always does, sitting there in third, 345 points, 5 points up on Jeff Adler, and Noah Olson is inside the top 5. He has a 5-point cushion on Roman Krennikov. This one couldn't be simpler. We're going to put some heavy weight on a barbell, and we are going to see who can deadlift the most.
That's right. We are literally just building to a 1-rep max deadlift for these competitors. They're going to take the platform, pick up the weight. They will rotate through in groups of 4. Then we'll see groups of 2 down to single athletes, and the weight will just continue to increase as we go.
We are still a day away from crowning our champion of the CrossFit competition, but earlier we crowned the champion of the Strongman competition. Mitchell Hooper is your 2023 Strongman champion here at the Rogue Invitational, and he spoke with Kiki Dixon.
Mitch, congratulations. You are the 2023 Rogue Invitational Strongman champion. What does this mean to you?
I think just being at what the event that Rogue's trying to run for us, and all the things they do for strongmen and for CrossFitters, just being a part of it's pretty special. And then to come out on top and now be the champion, it's special.
This is a big year. You just hit lucky number 13 on the podium on top, got married, wife's pregnant. How did you balance it all?
I don't know, to be honest. It's difficult at times, and it was actually Ashley's birthday over the weekend, so happy to be able to pull it out and make it worthwhile for her birthday. But it's some people just accepting that responsibilities are different for a little while. But I think when the baby comes along, then things will change.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations all around to Mitchell Hooper, and he's a guy who can deadlift a ton of weight. We're going to see how much weight the CrossFitters can lift here. What's the keys to this event?
Well, the keys, a lot like Mitchell Hooper, would be doing with this weight is to pull it with some speed. These athletes have to address a proper position and then pull the bar with power and speed from the floor. Then the next component is that they need to stay tight. They need to brace the musculature surrounding the spine so that as the lifts do slow, when it becomes heavier and heavier for them, they're able to sustain a solid foundation of posture, and that's going to help them drive through the floor.
We're going to start at 455 pounds. This will run exactly the same way as it did with the women. Until we get down to 10 athletes, we will lift on all 4 platforms, and then after that, we will move to the 2 middle platforms. Up first, Garrett Clark, Tudor Magda, and Dallin Pepper. No problem for Garrett Clark.
Garrett Clark's someone to watch there with a great setup. And I'll tell you what, he's got a listed deadlift around 600 pounds. So definitely someone we've got to keep our eye out on as they work their way through these weights.
Bailey Martin, Lazar Jukic, Jason Hopper, and Victor Hoffer up next. All 3 men in round 1. Already successful. Jukic is good. But no rep for Hoffer. Hopper is good, and Martin is good. So Victor Hoffer will be the first man out.
Yeah, chose not to take an attempt. I wonder if he's perhaps feeling fatigue, feeling a strain from one of the earlier events. Knows that it's just not a wise choice to take an attempt at this 455.
Will Morad, Yella Hosta, Travis Mayer, and Ricky Garrard coming up.
Travis Mayer, an athlete that I expect to have a pretty big performance here under the lights with this deadlift.
Mayer, Morad, and Hosta are good. Garrard is through, 455. Jake Crouch, Chandler Smith, Brent Fikowski, and Roman Krennikov coming up next.
3, 2, 1.
Roman Krennikov, 6th place overall with 315 points.
Chandler Smith being our athlete to really keep an eye on here. He's our athlete to watch throughout this test here.
No problem for Smith and Krennikov, all 4 men just warming up. Now we get to Bjorkman, Carl Gudmundsson, Jeffrey Adler, Noah Olson, and our overall leader, Pat Vellner. 40-point cushion on fellow Canadian Brent Fikowski for the top spot in the overall standing.
Pat, definitely one of these athletes to keep an eye on. Great history, anytime a deadlift is present, even for conditioning at lighter loads. But as it gets higher threshold weight, Pat has great success with the deadlift.
Vellner is good, Adler good, Olson, and Bjorkman, Carl Gudmundsson. Only 1 man fails to make it through that opening round. That was Victor Hoffer, who failed to make an attempt. We are down to 18. We'll move up to now 475. Wait, we'll get swapped out. Take another look at Jeff Adler.
Jeff Adler with a strong base, pretty narrow stance directly underneath his shoulders. Easy work at 455. Certainly going to be a while before we see him challenged at all. Pat Vellner, same thing. Again, we're watching the speed off the ground for these athletes. BKG probably, of the 3 of those lifts that we get to watch as a replay, the most labored. But it still looked good for him as he stood it up to the top.
Victor Hoffer will fail to get a good lift on the board, but 18 people will move on to 475. Garrett Clark, Tudor Magda, and Dallin Pepper will once again lead us off.
We talk about some of the things that people should consider when they think about the deadlift, especially as athletes build through the weight. You want to see that the shoulders and the hips rise at the same rate, which means it's almost as if there is a shelf that we're creating with our back. We want to see it remain like it rises like an elevator till the bar passes the knees, and then as the bar passes the knees, all we're going to do is send the hips forward and the shoulders back to stand up the lift the rest of the way.
475 now on the bar. Dallin Pepper on the right, Tudor Magda on the left. Garrett Clark is also out there on the floor.
3, 2, 1,
no problem for Magda. Dallin Pepper is good. Now Garrett Clark. That will count.
Very easy lift for all 3 of those athletes. Great speed off the floor for Garrett Clark.
Next 3 men, Bailey Martin, Lazar Jukic, and Jason Hopper. Lazar Jukic gets that to go. Bailey Martin and Jason Hopper all moving on.
All moving on, Lazar, from the way that he moved that barbell past his knees. There was already a little bit of a hitch there, even at 475, which tells me that this might not be his favorite lift if you had to pick a list, but we'll see how he's able to adapt as the weights continue to climb up and we go to 495.
Will Morad, Yella Hosta, Travis Mayer, and Ricky Garrard up next.
I know the deadlift is something that Ricky's been working on. Definitely not one of his favorite lifts at the top of the list.
Mayer, Morad, and Hosta get through. Here's Garrard at 475. That will count for him. Still 18 men left. Next up, Jay Crouch, Chandler Smith, Brent Fikowski, and Roman Krennikov.
3, 2, 1.
When you think back to last year in that log press, it was Chandler Smith going head-to-head with that man, Roman Krennikov.
That's right, and I'd have to imagine both these men really like the deadlift.
Chandler Smith just steps up and rips that thing off the floor. Krennikov is good. Crouch and Fikowski are through. Final round now with Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson, Jeff Adler, Noah Olsen, and Pat Vellner. Final round of 475.
I don't see this weight presenting a problem here to anyone in this group. I think they'll make all the lifts.
Adler and Vellner are good. Noah Olsen gets that to go, and now here's Gudmundsson, and that will count. 18 men moving on to 495.
495. Once we get, the closer we creep to this 500 mark, that's one of those numbers here for a lot of these men where it's going to become a bit of a tipping point. I think a lot of them will still make it through 495, but then 515 is going to start to present some struggle here. We got to keep our eye on Noah. We got to keep our eye on BKG. They both slowed quite a bit there.
After the 515-pound bar, we'll start making 10-pound jumps. Chandler Smith just said, "What, this? Okay, I'll pick it up. What else?"
Yeah, grip and rip.
Anything heavy I can lift?
Roman with great form as well. Great hinge position, patience through the pool. And then Brent just a touch slower off the floor. You notice it takes him a moment. Once the slack's out of the bar, it takes about a half second for it to move. And that shows that he's going to be able to continue to grind for a few more lifts, but that I don't know how deep he's going to be able to pull into the 500s tonight.
Weight getting changed. We move into round number 3, 495 pounds. And if this is anything like the women's competition, we got a long way to go. It took us 18 barbells to find a winner for the women's competition. And same story with the men as far as the tiebreak is concerned. Before this, they ran 2 heats of a jerry can carry for time, 100 pounds in each hand, and your time in this race will be your tiebreak time as Ricky Garrard goes barreling over the finish line. But in the event that 2 or more athletes are eliminated on the same barbell, that's the time that will be used to break that tie. 495 pounds on the barbell. As Garrett Clark, Tudor Magda, and Dallin Pepper will lead off. Garrett Clark making his first career appearance here at the Rogue Invitational, qualified through the Q. He's 19th place overall, but this is more of a learning experience for him right now as Magda and Pepper are good. And it is good for Garrett Clark.
Garrett Clark is very patient in his setup. He's very methodical there. You can tell he's built a technique of this pattern that he likes to create before he's successful or taking a successful attempt. I think it's really going to pay off for him as we watch the weight continue to go up. A lot like we saw from Paige Semenza on the women's side just a while ago. She was very consistent, methodical in her setup, took some time, but all her deadlift reps were very much the same all the way through until she failed.
Lazar Jukic and Jason Hopper get their lifts to go, and Bailey Martin stays alive. Still 18 men alive in this event as we move to Will Morad, Jelle Hosta, Travis Mayer, and Ricky Garrard. There is Jelle Hosta, 10th place right now. We got 3 finishes inside the top 10, a 2nd, a 7th, and a 5th, but also 2 on the wrong side of the top 10, a 14th and a 19th.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think this lift could present some problems for Jelle.
Travis Mayer's good. Morad. Hosta hitches that up. Gerard, once again, be the last man to lift. That is good for Ricky.
But he survives.
Moving into the second to last round now. Jay Crouch, that man Chandler Smith, Brent Fikowski, and Roman Krenikov.
Now Chandler Smith is not known for being a technician, Sean.
He doesn't even wait, just picks the thing up. And everyone else, as Fikowski's working through 495, is good. There's no setup, there's no nothing. Just walk up, pick it up, walk away.
That's right. Walk up, pick it up, walk away. And that was one thing I was going to mention, though. He's not known to be a technician, but I mean, he's amazingly strong. And when he addresses the bar, the one thing that he's got to be careful of is not getting carried away with rushing that style of attempt. I know he wants to speed off the bar. In fact, that's one of our points of performance. It's a key to success on this. But he's got to make sure the bar doesn't get away from him. As this weight gets heavier, he can miss prior to really meeting his full potential.
Norman Carl Gudmundsson, Noah Olson, Jeff Adler, and Pat Vellner, they all get through 495, and now we get to our last 20-pound jump as we will move up to 515 pounds and into round 4. 18 men still alive here. Let's take a look back at that last round, starting with Ricky Garrard.
Ricky Garrard, a little bit more of a squatty setup, which means his butt is a little lower than a lot of the other competitors here. That's what works for his body posture and position. Does a great job executing there. Vellner, more of a narrow stance, more of a hinge position. He's got longer arms. It's going to allow him to utilize that leverage that he's created with those long arms to stand up the weight. And then BKG, right between the two of them, a little bit more of a moderated or medium setup. He stands and drives through his quads, and he's able to have success there at the top. BKG's going to have to watch that left side where his hand is supinated or turned under, the side where we see his palm. He's going to have to make sure that that reaches full extension as the load continues to get heavy. That rep was really close.
515 pounds, still 18 men alive in this competition. Victor Hoffer, the only man who's been eliminated so far. And there is Brent Fikowski, who comes into this event in second place overall. He's 40 points back of Pat Vellner. Hey, whatever it takes.
Hey, listen, Brent Fikowski just giving himself a little smack in the face right as the camera cuts away. That's what we're here for. And hey, people have done crazier things, Sean, to get psyched up for a deadlift.
Jacksonville Jaguars had a defensive lineman by the name of John Henderson who used to have a team assistant slap him in the face before a game.
I've seen highlights of this. I've seen this on some behind-the-scenes cut, and it's almost scary. Why would you want to be that man that slaps such a large human? What if you made him upset?
He would hit him, and sometimes Henderson would get mad that he didn't hit him hard enough. And now we move to 515. Tudor Magda, Dallin Pepper, and Garrett Clark to kick this off. And Clark once again taking his time.
Yep, taking his time, patient, but then watch. Speed and violence off the floor.
That is good for him. The opposite approach of Chandler Smith.
That's right. One I'll say, too, I reached out to Tudor and talked with him a little bit before the competition. Him notoriously being one of the stronger athletes in our sport. I asked him what he thought about the deadlift, and he said, you know, hey, honestly, my lifetime PR is 525, but it's been about 3 years since I've hit a 1-rep max deadlift. So I think that we're going to see some much heavier weight from Tudor Magda tonight than 525 as he makes 515 look very light.
Jason Hopper is through 515. Lazar Jukic will hitch that up, gets it to go. Now Bailey Martin.
Yeah, we see a wide array of setups, hand width, and foot position width. Some athletes really excel at putting their base very narrow, feet close together. Some are a bit more closer to hip width. Some are just right there under the shoulders.
Will Morad, Yellow Hosta, Travis Mayer, and Ricky Garrard. Travis Mayer continues to look good here. Morad is through. Hosta is good, and Garrard will stay alive. 2 rounds remain.
Yeah, I expect a pretty big number from Travis, especially if he's feeling good today. He's one of those athletes when we test lifts like a power clean, like a power snatch, where his numbers are pretty high, and this tends to have a strong carryover into the deadlift as I'm trying to hold it together.
I mean, Brent Fikowski, the only man with his face chalked up here.
Well, he knows he's got to actually go after this 515, though, Sean. That last lift really went slow for him.
I mean, and Smith doesn't waste any time. He's good. Krenikov's good. Fikowski fighting this thing, and he's going to get it.
He's got it. Great fight by Brent there.
Chandler Smith is lifting that thing like he's angry at it.
And that's the right approach. It's when you have a simple strength movement, when we talk about something like the strict press, the deadlift, the back squat, the three primary movements in something called the total. They're simple. You can attack them with the ferocity and an intensity that doesn't involve as much skill, as long as that violence that you use is controlled.
Gudmundsson, Adler, Olsen, and Vellner. Gudmundsson's going to fail that rep, and he will be out. Now down to 17 men. Gudmundsson came in third place overall. He's only 5 points up on Adler for that final spot on the podium.
Yeah, this one's going to hurt him for sure. And Noah was in a similar situation, but he was able to drive and grind through that.
As these weights get heavier, you got to do whatever it takes to get yourself psyched up. Brent Fikowski.
Double. He doubled up on that one. And it worked. It paid off for him. The weight moved a little slow off the ground, right? He gets through. He breaks the static position of the bar. Finishes the lift. Chandler, the exact opposite approach, however. Grips and rips that bar directly off the ground. Still great execution, though. Hips and shoulders rise together till the bar passes the knees, and then he extends the hips forward. Chandler's got a tremendous physique for a great deadlift. Longer femurs, longer arms, that creates a great relationship between his shoulder angle and that barbell, allowing him to use maximized leverage. It's a very similar setup to what we saw from Alex Gazan.
We move to the 5th barbell, and now we will just be making 10-pound jumps. We go from 515 to 525 pounds. We have 17 men left in the field as Victor Hoffer and Bjorgvin Carl Gudmundsson have both been eliminated. And there is Noah Olsen, who comes into this event in 5th place overall with 320 points. He's only 25 points back of Gudmundsson for 3rd.
Yeah, he made quite the jump.
Clark, Magda, and Pepper will be up first at 525 pounds.
Now, Dallin Pepper's one of the stronger athletes in the field, too, particularly for his age. He and Tudor being some of the younger athletes out there, Garrett Clark included. But the bar was starting to slow down a little bit for Dallin on that last deadlift.
Dallin will get through that, no problem with Tudor Magda.
That was a good lift by Dallin. He had to fight, but he was able to execute.
Here's Garrett Clark at 525, and that is good. Bailey Martin, Lazar Jukic in the middle of your screen, and Jason Hopper will be up next.
Lazar's really got to fight through that sticking point around the mid-thigh to extend his hips forward to get his shoulders back behind the bar. This is where the sticking point lies for him.
Hopper will get 525. Jukic hitching that up, and he'll make it. Now Bailey Martin.
We talked about the difference in stances. Bailey Martin's heels are almost touching each other in his setup. Very narrow position. And this is advantageous. I personally came up through the space and continue to deadlift with a relatively narrow deadlift stance as well. Power travels in a straight line. A lot of athletes like to put their feet where they sprint from or where they jump from, and a lot of times it's a more narrow stance.
Will Morad, Yella Hosta, Travis Mayer, and Ricky Garrard up next. Keep an eye on Ricky Garrard in the bottom right-hand part of your screen. He's usually the last man to go in this foursome. Now Morad's going to bow out. Hosta is through.
Great lift for Hosta. I think he was pumped to make that.
And here's Garrard. He's good at 5:25.
Good lift for Ricky there. It's starting to tax him a little bit more. You can start to see slight rounding in his upper back. And when we see that start to happen, what we know is that with our focus and point number 2, our key to success is staying tight. As athletes start to break and round there, this really minimizes the way that they're able to express power through the floor and through the barbell. They're pressing, but the barbell's not traveling. Instead, they're giving into gravity.
Chandler Smith just makes quick work of 5:25. Jay Crouch is good, Krennikov is good, and Fikowski taking his time here. 5:25 for Fikowski. And can't get it to budge. But Brent Fikowski also bowing out. So 2 of the top 3 men in the overall standings have been eliminated.
You know, and I can tell Brent is not happy about that. You can see as he bends over or stands from a deadlift attempt, he's a little ginger with standing up. I wonder if his back's feeling it from all the other work that these athletes have accumulated over the last 2 days.
Vellner, Adler, and Olsen at 5:25. Adler and Vellner are good. Noah Olsen will get it.
Great lift there for Noah. That last barbell at 5:15 presented a challenge for him. So for him to be able to grind out 5:25, that was very impressive. Great fight.
Fikowski and Gudmundsson both being eliminated in that round. The closest man to Pat Vellner is Jeff Adler. And Vellner had a 60-point lead over Adler. He has an 80-point lead over Noah Olsen. A huge opportunity here for Pat Vellner to add even more points to his lead.
Adler making 5:25, look very light, great posture, great setup. Vellner 5:25, same deal, very confident still. Great speed with the bar, past the knee, bar stays close to his body. Noah double overhand hook grip, a little bit of a wider setup, which he's known for even in his snatch and his clean and jerk. Slow off the floor and a stinking grind past the knee, but he's able to extend his torso and finish that lift. Great lift there by Noah Olsen. Two
thumbs up for Noah Olsen. 5:25 goes up for him. We talked about Chandler Smith and just how fast he is. And let's take a look at his first 4 lifts, back to back to back. Here's 475, no problem. Here's 495,
yep,
about the same. 515, and now 525.
Yep. I bet if we put a clock to it, Sean, it's about the same amount of time for every lift. Only thing that's different, he might have a little bit more focus or a little bit more tenacity in his face, but other than that, the output is the same into that barbell.
Now we move to 535 pounds, back to the top of the order. Garrett Clark, Tudor Magda, and Dallin Pepper. Dallin Pepper asking for a little help from the crowd.
Yeah, he's got a Dallin up. Dallin's got an ante up here.
Magda's good. Pepper has it. And Garrett Clark. And that will bring us to Bailey Martin, Lazar Jukic, and Jason Hopper. Getting himself a step up to the barbell. 9th place overall, coming off an event win in duel. He is able to pull 535. Jukic is good. And Bailey Martin gets through 535.